A very good morning to everybody here at the historic Leyburn Sprints for 2026. And my goodness, what a glorious day it is. Not a cloud in the sky, visibility out to infinity, as the aviators would say. And we've got the Vulcan Sports on the line, ready to go. Lotus 11 replica, and looking very, very pretty indeed. Much like all of us and all of you out there, looking spectacular and pretty and ready to go. And here comes the Vulcan Sports of Jeff Fry. My name's Mark Jones. Joining me on the microphone throughout the weekend will be David Patterson. Also, we will be crossing at various points to Gary O'Brien in the pits on behalf of Speed Cafe, and doing our little bits and pieces, some interviews with various people in the paddock. These are a couple of drivers that missed runs towards the end of the day yesterday. A couple of reruns there as well. This looks like the Anglers Meads Ford Escort. And just while I'm catching up with things from yesterday, something that I forgot to make mention of was a very happy birthday to John English, who's a long-time racing competitor, long-time supporter here at the Leyburn Sprints, and former Bathurst 1000 competitor, raced lots of Ford Falcons and Holden Commodores over the years, and raced in Queensland Motorsport right up into his 70s. Very popular figure in the paddock. Good morning, David. How are you?
Good morning, Mark. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. What a glorious day here it is.
It is. It just is. We've had perfect weather. A little bit windy this morning, but you know, the weather is looking spectacular right at the moment. And that's Mark Archer out on the track right now in the Ford Cortina, Mark II Ford Cortina. And here comes one of the Dados. There's quite a few small capacity Datsuns in the field here this weekend.
Jack Bridie at the wheel. Steve Bridie is the owner. It's a 2-litre engine in that one, little Datsun 1200. It was built as an improved production car.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense then, yes. And here's the Escort Mexico. I think it's the Escort Mexico. No, it's not the Escort Mexico. It's our other Mark I Ford Escort rally cars are here this weekend.
That's Brian Melbourne at the wheel. And Brian Melbourne is not from Melbourne.
Ah, well, that's an important distinction. Do you think he was formerly known as Brian Batmania? That's an obscure joke. If you know, you know. Brian Munn is next up on the line in the orange and black Mark I Ford Escort. We'll have a bunch of 4-cylinder touring cars moving through the start of the entry list this morning. There's a Volkswagen Beetle up next. That'll be the car of Neil Painboss. As we move through, which class of race cars are we in? I said the touring cars, of course, historic touring cars, but it's more specifically, it's pre-1972 up to 2 litres. So that makes sense, yeah. All of it. So lots of Escorts. There'll be a Triumph Dolomite here and there. Some of the larger capacity Volkswagens. We saw some sensational racing action yesterday, but as we've come to expect in Leyburn the last decade or so, it's Dean Amos who stood tall at the top of the times at the end of the day with a mid 41, I think, if memory serves, or a high 40. Oh no, it's on the screen here. That's brilliant.
41.799. So you're right, Mark.
Yeah,
but he's got quite a margin, actually. 3 seconds, which is unusually large.
Indeed, yeah. Brett Bull, second fastest on a 45.0. And, well, when I say 45.0, I've got to be more specific here. Brett Bull, 45.0230, as opposed to Warwick Hutchison on a 45.0250. So 2 thousandths of a second separating the battle for the silver medal.
Brian Munn heading towards us in the little Mark I Escort, 2-litre. I tell you what, it's interesting. The drivers have all been asked to give us a little biography, so we've got something to talk about when they're on track. And he's headed The Life of Brian. There's actually an official in rallying in New Zealand in the 1960s and 70s.
Oh, brilliant. That was a strong scene at the time, the New Zealand rally scene there.
And he's been competing at Leyburn for 10 years now.
Neil Penboss underway in the Volkswagen Beetle, 2-litre Volkswagen Beetle. How does that work? Well,
I'm sure what the limit is, the Volkswagen Flat 4, just how far out you can take it, but I think 2 litres has got to be close to the limit.
One of our Fiats is on the line, launching towards us here at turn 1, car 136, one of the Fiat 124s. We've got a couple of 125s, a couple of 124s, and a long-tail 124 Spider, which is a very pretty car indeed. Trumpy is up next, and that's nothing to do with politics. No, that's the universal nickname for a Triumph, and it's the 2500 PI. We've got around 3 or 4 Triumphs in the field. That's not the 2500 PI. That's the other.
Yep, Toby Barker at the wheel. He's actually first competed in this car at these events in 2004, so that's a long time of coming back and enjoying it.
Sorry, it is a 2500 PI. Oh, and here's Al Bishop. Al's one of the regulars here at Leyburn, one of our most enthusiastic competitors, one of the members of the Leyburn committee, and wags the tail of the Mark 1 Ford Capri. Now it's Al Bishop driving, but it's got Seaton written on the side because this was the last racing car Barry Seaton built before he retired, the 1965 Bathurst 1000 winner, and also father of Glenn Seaton, grandfather of Aaron Seaton, and a long-time member of the Ford's racing efforts around Australia.
Brendan Flaxman just passing our position now in the little Mazda RX-2. We're down here at turn 1, and that car has been smoking all weekend. The number plate on the back says ex-Bob, because that car was driven by Bob Haggerty for many, many years, but Brendan's the new owner, so he's put ex-Bob on the back of the car. Looks great.
Well, there you go. And yeah, it's certainly smoking like it's vaping. It looks more like it's vaping than smoking. It's but underway, Torres. And this, like the last 2 cars, is a veteran of Leyburn. Oh, knocks the witch's hat over.
Yep, he's clipped a hat at turn 1. Now, the drivers were advised in the briefing that if they hit a witch's hat or a traffic cone, whatever you like to call it, they'll be penalised 5 seconds. So the track's such a short track that, 5 seconds is basically going to ruin your run. James Flett is approaching us now in the HQ hold. The only HQ we've got here running this year.
Oh, there's normally 1, sometimes 2. Frequent, but but last few years, there's always just about always been a HQ racer in the Leyburn Sprints field.
Yeah, this particular car, well travelled. It's raced at the Indy 300 on the Gold Coast. It's also done support events at Bathurst and Sandown.
Oh, here's Jim. No, that's not Jim Hodgson. That's the other red
that's
and
Andrew
white.
Bear.
Yeah.
Andrew Bear in the Shelby GT350.
Waking up all of the wildlife that's hasn't yet woken up. Glorious Ford V8. Speaking of, we're getting through. Now, that was a very nice car of Andrew Bear's coming through, but next one, 289, usually that sort of Mustang, the Shelby GT350.
Yeah, normally they are, but this particular one's got a 302 Windsor in it.
302, thank you, Dave. But building up from that, I was going to say, we've gone from something powerful to something ridiculous, because next on the line is Lawrence Densley's Mustang, and that's got the big block 7-litre V8. Even NASCAR stops at 6 litres, but 7 litres for Lawrence's car. We've got a little bit of a pause just at the second. Actually, I said that was Lawrence Densley's, and it is. I'm getting everything wrong this morning. Only picked around 30% of the cars correctly this morning from the distance. That looks like Darryl Busby's car that's on the line, actually. Oh, an early nomination for burnout competition. Broke traction, but I'm not sure that he's got a particularly smoky car in that respect. There's Darryl Busby. Just a little light warm-up burnout. Maybe just laying down a bit of rubber for everybody else to use for their burnouts. We move on from Mustang to Falcon, and this will be David Dunn lining up. the XW GT Falcon. I guess the third model of GT Falcon in Australia. Started with the XRs in 1967. Then we had the XTs in, I want to say, 68. And then we had the XWs for 1970. And XY in 1971. And, you know, that XY was quite the statement. But some more XW travelling past us right now. And that is Gordon Moore. Just re-emphasising the statement that you can never have enough Gordon. You need Gordon Moore. Camaro. I don't think I saw this Camaro.
No, we did not see this car yesterday. It's a 1970 Camaro Z28 with a 350 Chev V8 under the bonnet.
That's exactly.
Should I say under the hood?
Under the hood, yeah. Under the big metal thing in the front of the car. David Stark, that is, at the wheel of this. Yeah, that's a nice sounding car. Bringing back memories of Smokey and the Bandit. I mean, I know that was a Pontiac Firebird, but that's essentially the same car. Just a bit different badge. Lovely little sports sedan coming towards us now. Darren Mellon there in the Mitsubishi Lancer. No, that's not the car that I was thinking of. That's running out of order from earlier in the day. Missed the run towards the end. Yeah, Darren Mellon's. It is Mitsubishi.
Is this Andrew Bear having a rerun?
No,
no, it's Jim Hodgson.
Yeah. The other red and white Shelby GT350. They're not in the same class despite being so identical that you're really looking at the race numbers to pick them apart. But Jim's car is a logbook Group S car, if memory serves, and that'll be the difference between the two of them. Car 153, this gorgeous looking race car. The David and Nash Garland sharing this car. David at the wheel this morning. Second of a pair of LB Mitsubishi Glance running in the field. Their artwork that's done by, I forgot the name of the artist. Brother-in-law, if memory serves. Brother-in-law and or son-in-law, depending on who's driving the Mitsubishi at the moment. Could be artwork on that car, and it looks absolutely gorgeous up close.
Liam Giamichelle's Mini Clubman GT just went past. He's heading down into at the moment.
Shout out to his father, Oriana, who's a regular here at the historic Leyburn Sprints. And he's still here this weekend, of course, but he's supporting his son, Liam, this year instead of competing himself. More Escort. One of a couple of RS2000s in the field, and we auctioned off a Ford Escort RS2000 at the charity auction last night. I actually never quite saw the final value.
I was curious to find out. Yeah, I couldn't get internet service to log in and find out.
It was up to 23,000 the last time I looked. We'll get an update from the committee later in the day.
Steve Brazier just heading past our position now. We're here on the outside of turn 1, which is a great spot to spectate from. And we can see all the way from the start line to turn 2. And of course, there's the big screen monitor. If you position yourself in front of one of those, you'll be able to follow pretty much the whole run.
If you're feeling a little chilly, a little cold out here, I mean, it's a cool start to the morning. Of course, we have plenty of coffee retailers, as one of our escorts is getting very, very sideways.
Paul Brailsford, he does that every lap.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's decided that's his optimum line through the corners, is to wag the tail of the Escort like that. Or maybe he just doesn't know how to do a racing line anymore. His son Tom's more of the race driver than Paul these days. There's a Fiat 124, sorry.
Yeah, John Ford. He's driving a Fiat, not a Ford.
I'm sure someone has made that joke.
He did on his information sheet. We didn't even have to think of that.
Yeah.
This material's written for us. This is his third time competing in the Leyburn Sprints. Car was originally built by Norm Singleton, very well-known motorsport identity in Queensland, who we sadly lost not long ago.
David Garland out on track right now. One of the cars that, well, that'll be the other member of the Garland family. Normally there's 3 Garlands in the entry. Unfortunately, Bruce has fallen ill, unfortunately, very late before the start of the year. Shout out to Bruce. Hope you bounce back very, very quickly. Actually, there's about a 5 or 6 car team in total, because there's also the K's are members of the same family, and they've got a couple of Alfa Romeos as well as those Mitsubishis. And there's also Dennis Brown's Escort, who has quite the personal rivalry with his old mate, Bruce Garland. So, yeah, Dennis in particular is missing his mate, Bruce. Oh, one of our Trumpies a little bit wide.
Paul Lawrence at the wheel of the little Dolomite Sprint.
A Dolomite go further in a Dolomite Sprint. I guess that's a bit of a 1980s joke.
Yep, as he describes that, it was a classic 70s executive saloon, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Peter Leicht is next. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but I'm going to go with Leicht. He's from South Kempsey.
I liked it. I do swear I will stop telling those sort of puns. It's early in the day, my brain hasn't got rid of all the bad puns yet. More Escort.
More Escorts here than Fortitude Valley. Paul Ritchie approaching the line in Mark II Escort.
David Patterson, you are getting sin-binned by our London Bobby a bit later. Oh, Ferrari. For those of you who remember Thomas Magnum PI, here's a Ferrari 308 GTB. 3-litre V8 Ferrari. Stephen Clements racing the car. The car was raced in Group S. Historic production sports car racing for many years. Charlie no longer with us, but Stephen continues to race the Ferrari. And doesn't that sound fantastic, and looks even better.
I believe this is Bryce Reid lining up next in the HJ Kingswood 5-litre. Now, he'll be one of our burnout contenders.
Oh, this is Warren Jerzakowski.
I need to clean my glasses because that looked like a Kingswood from here.
No, VB Commodore. Warren Jerzakowski, father of Ben, who's a noted race car driver. Used to race Lamborghini Cup, Lamborghini Super Trofeo in both the Asian series and also briefly in the American series. A front runner in Australian Formula 3 competition, and Ben's since returned home to Australia, and he's become a firefighter since returning to Australia, and also races a BMW V8 in production car racing. Does Ben? But this is his dad, Warren, as the Commodore just sits and burbles. You could sing like wolf in sheep's clothing, but there's that enormous bonnet scoop on the front which sort of proclaims loudly, this is, well, loud.
Yeah, it's a very stout sounding 5-litre V8 under that bonnet.
We've got a number of spectacular classes to join us throughout the weekend. I might just remind everyone, of course, we can't go racing here at the historic Leyburn Sprints without our sponsors, and Motorsport Australia, Trapnell Creations, Quipco, Anglers Meats, just some of us sponsors here. Southern Downs Regional Council, Queensland Government, Southern Downs and Granite Bell, Collins Hay, Speed Cafe, Boral, JMC Performance, Loaders Are Us, Tate Freight, Next Up Digital, Shannon's, yeah, the passion, Allengowan Woolshed, where we had our Thursday night, joining the stars under the stars. And here comes Warren Jerzakowski in this enormous VB Commodore.
Gets down the straight in a hurry, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
And sounds really good doing it.
Loves the straight line, that Commodore. Not so much the corners. And here's the Rainbow Warrior.
Ian Vervoden at the wheel. This car, a famous club car and improved production car back in the 80s and 90s and even into the 2000s. It disappeared for a while. It's great to see it out again, and I see it's for sale.
Used by Terry Lewis to win an Australian Improved Production Car Championship, which was the successor name to the two club cars.
Yep, and it was the first improved production car to go under the minute at Lakeside.
Oh, wow. Was that Lewis or Wayne Wakefield? That's okay, that's my bad. Oh, hello, the Master Capella's had a bit of an issue stepping out of turn 2. Do you want to correct me, Dave?
We've just been advised that Warren Gersakowski is related to Ben, but it's not his dad.
Yes. And hello, the Capri RS30 400 is racing out on the circuit, but the Mazda Capella is running at a crawl, so is the Capri's going to wander across the...
I think he just got the yellow flag then, yeah. Yeah, the flaggies have hung the yellow flag out to warn Bevan Reid to back it off in the Capri. Come round again, and we'll give you a rerun. The little Capella is, not well. Sounds fine, but I'd say it must be a drive. Oh no, he's grabbed reverse.
Well, it could just be a single gear that's broken or something.
May well be. The team from Morgan Park Performance will be onto that car. They certainly know what they're doing under the bonnet of an RX2.
Silly.
Okay, now we've got Bryce Reid in the HJ Kingswood, another 5-litre V8, another contender for our burnout competition, not that we have one. It's in form, yes, like most of what we do.
Tempted to say unformed, but it's bad English.
Me English speak good.
I learned it from a book.
If you know, you know.
So we'll just switch off our rather large Kingswood.
Not the Kingswood.
Not the Kingswood. If you know that, you know. See Bevan Reid returning to the pits via the... he's done the lap, but just very slowly. So we'll... looks like that there might need to be some something to attend to, as the Capella stopped again and unfortunately needs the tow rope to get back.
We've got a number of monitors here. We can see most of the track, but we can't see all of it. So there might be a stricken car somewhere. One of our hard-working recovery marshals are out there now, ready to do a flat tow.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be joined by Gary O'Brien, who's doing some pit reporting for us. Over to you, Gary.
Brock Stevenson, a drifter who's now going to try and point a car straight. Tell us a little bit about this monster.
Yeah, it's a car we started building about 5 years ago. We've
Drift car champion Brock Stevenson. Tell us a bit about the journey to come to Leyburn.
Yeah, mate, we've been drifting for a few years. We won a few competitions back in the day in drifting, so we thought we'd mix it up and come and do a bit of track racing. So we've set the car up this weekend for some track stuff. Yeah, so it's a Nissan Silvia based floor pan with front and rear independent suspension. So we've kind of grafted an LH Tirana body onto a Silvia. Yeah, and we 6-litre engine, stroker, T56 box with a R32 GDR rear end. So we're not too sure how it'll handle in a track condition, but we'll do our best to keep it straight and keep it around the corners.
Well, we wish you all the best, and we look forward to seeing it out there.
Lovely, thank you.
Looking forward to seeing the Tirana. In fact, there's a two-car team the Stevensons have brought the Tirana. just see in the background of the shot the team's other car, which is bright lime green. And that actually up fairly shortly, if memory serves. Oh, no, a little bit further on. A little bit further on. We got 3.5 runs in yesterday. Things went really quite smoothly, considering we've got 246 entries here this weekend. We've lost a couple, unfortunately, already. Perhaps the most notable DNF from yesterday's action was the Appendix K Centaur Wagot GT car that was used by John French to win the 1962 Australian GT Championship, which is still racing today known as the GT World Challenge Australia, but it's the same competition. Championship has already visited Greenside. Here we go. It is Mazda RX-3 of Paul Spiteri. One of the most aggressively driven Mazdas in the field. That's actually a mild Group C car, sort of.
Yep, it is actually a genuine Group C touring car. It was modified after Group C finished to run in some club-level sports sedan competition, but the team at Morgan Park Performance is slowly working their way towards basically renewing it back to its Group C specification. Hopefully we'll see that car competing in the Heritage Touring Car Series soon.
Of which it should remind the folks that, because David's got a bit more knowledge of these sort of things, as lights up the rears.
Yeah, he's working on improving the traction. He just hasn't found it yet.
There is an optimum. There is an optimum level of traction to get around corners, and Bryce has been looking for it. I'm not sure that he's all that delicate with his touch. I think, yeah, the sensors in his feet just don't quite work as advertised. He likes to push that pedal quite hard. As here's Bevan Reid in that glorious RS 3400 Ford Capri.
Sounds great, doesn't it?
Oh, you can imagine the cars racing in the DRM series in Germany around that time against the BMW, CSL, Batmobiles.
Here comes Paul Spiteri now. Also having a bit of a shortage of traction off the line.
Father-son race team.
Yeah, his son Jordan in the Suzuki Swift GDI running in the juniors competition, and he was the fastest of the juniors yesterday.
I don't think Jordan's aiming for the trophy, which is based on regularity of time rather than fastest time. And here's our drift Tirana. Oh, he's backing the car into the corner like a sprint car. It was almost a Scandinavian flick.
Another one suffering from a shortage of traction.
Oh my goodness. Spin the wheels in third gear on the short run to turn 3. And here's the second of the Stevenson Tiranas. The one that's slightly more polite. Gary Stevenson chasing Brock Stevenson.
Got a 5.7 litre LS1 under the bonnet, turbo 400 automatic, and the ubiquitous 9-inch diff.
Now we go from 6 litre V8 Holmans to the little PRB Clubman. As Paul Finch at the wheel of this particular Clubman. Clubman sort of invented by Lotus. They can't really claim exclusivity on that, but the Lotus 7 and the Lotus 3 that preceded it more or less created its own racing class, and before you could blink, everyone was building a Clubman. Porsche 912 out on the circuit. If you have no idea what a Porsche 912 is, it's a Porsche 911, but with 2 less cylinders. And when the Porsche 911 was brand new, that was the cheaper option to get into a Porsche. It sounds exactly the same. And this is a particularly neat example, this 912 of Stephen Foss. Now, we've gone from neat and tidy to aggressively exuberant. This is Mark Crespin in the Cobra, RMC Cobra replica. And there's a little bit of a pause because, well, Mark is going to complete the lap in a very short space of time. I want to make sure that the Porsche's had enough time to finish before lightning is unleashed.
Now, Mark Crespin was 10th fastest outright yesterday. Of 240 cars, including some purpose-built open wheelers, he was 10th fastest outright.
Oh, you look at that Cobra racing around the Leyburn Sprints circuit here this morning. It's like Mark woke up this morning and chose violence. Datsun 240Z.
Cam Lepp at the wheel, and tell you what, he was very quick through turn 1.
Very smooth. Oh, then there's that smoothness gone out of the window with a rear lock-up into turn... Oh, sorry, front right lock-up that would have been into turn 2.
Now, Cam described the colour of his car as baboon's bottom pink.
Rally car time. Mazda RX-7. This is a new car to Leyburn in 2026. Matt Love bringing this first generation Mazda RX-7. I'm not sure you could get more lights onto that on the front of the car.
Tell you what, if we have a night stage, I reckon he'll win it. Assuming he doesn't stall the engine to switching that many lights on at once.
Car dressed up as a replica of Ingvar Carlsson's Group B Mazda RX-7 from the early 1980s. Actually, no, not quite the one I was thinking of. No, this is Robert O'Schlag. We've got a couple of Porsche GT3s towards the end of the run. It's a 991 GT3 model of Robert O'Schlag. When we get to Blaze Paris a little bit later on, watch out for that Porsche. That's another production car that's snuck into the top 10 outright. Philip Gay driving the Mark II Ford Escort. Another member of the Garland K family running here this weekend. Long-time Formula Ford racer, Phil Kay. John Siddon's about to join us on circuit. John's one of the best racing drivers in Queensland. I say that with, we've got a number of Queensland's got a number of top racing drivers right at the moment. You know, kind of led by, I suppose Brock Feeney, but internationally also Matt Campbell in the World Endurance Championship and Will Power in the IndyCar Championship. In fact, running towards the end of his career these days, Will Power, he's got a genuine claim to be one of the all-time greatest IndyCar drivers. He's scored more pole positions in IndyCar racing than anybody else.
That's quite a record to be proud of, in fact.
Yeah. IndyCars, it's one step below Formula One amongst the ranks of open wheel championships around the world. We'll have a little bit of a pause. John's buttoned off I started to explain the build something great with Boral. Boral, providers of asphalt, concrete and quarry products for any project. Boral Asphalt, corner of Anzac Avenue and Alderley Street, Toowoomba. And look up their website at www.boral.com.au. Proud sponsors of the historic Leyburn Sprints. We can't go racing here at the historic Leyburn Sprints without our corporate supporters, so please, wherever possible, support them in your everyday life. And just a little bit of a reminder, while it's a little bit quiet, there's a number of people out there running drones this weekend. Please keep your drones clear from turn 5, because that is where a helicopter doing his helicopter rides. Shout out to Elite Helicopters who are doing those flights from turn 5 to orbit over the racetrack. We do not want the drones anywhere near the helicopter for obvious reasons. Here's John Siddons in the Datsun 240Z. John has, you can see there's a string of laurel wreaths running down the door, and that just emphasises just how many times he's won class at Targa Tasmania. One of our best road rallies, bitumen rally drivers at national level. The Porsche 944 just heading around after us, Doug Stewart. And now we've got some more Porsche GT3s. Oh, that's Robert Oschlack having a rerun because there was obviously there was an issue with one of the cars immediately ahead of him, which I guess if Robert's having the rerun, then that means Matt Love had the problem in the RX-7 rally car, and actually I did think it looked a little bit slow on the run from turn 2 to turn 3. Kind of the forgotten Porsche running around now. 185, car 185 is Anthony Vanderdrift, Porsche 914/6. This was a car which replaced the Porsche 912. It was, but accidentally so, because Porsche designed and built the Porsche 914 for Audi, because at the time Audi was wanting a small sports car. But then halfway through the design process, Audi decided they didn't want to do it anymore. So Porsche then released the 914 as its own model. The original plan was that Audi would do a 4-cylinder version of the car and Porsche would be the 6-cylinder version of the same car. But in the end, both versions of the car were released under the Porsche name. And that became the entry-level Porsche until for a while, until Porsche sort of scaled back to just doing the 911. Second one of the K Garland extended family escorts. This is Thomas K.
Having a red-hot go in the RS 2000. He was very quick through turn 1.
Some more Porsche GT3. This is the earliest model Porsche 911 GT3.
That's Ken Kissicker's car, but Jack Kissicker was actually driving it this morning. It's a factory original Series 1 GT3 with the Club Sport package.
And basically the road-going version of the first Carrera Cup championship car from here in Australia. Craig Matthey in the Ultima GTR makes his presence known. Very fast race car. And Craig would like everyone to know that he's faster than Roger Garcia. You'll see Roger a little bit later in a McLaren 570.
Well, yesterday he was.
He
was 9th and Roger was 12th overall.
By the way, Roger Garcia, the McLaren 570 in the pits. If you wander past his pits at some point, ask about the giveaways that Roger has. He's got a bunch of little gifts that he's brought along to hand out to some of our youngest spectators here at the historic Leyburn Sprints.
And the kids are invited to get the photo taken in a McLaren too.
Oh, and that's a pretty rare bit of...
And not many people have their photo taken in a McLaren. I know I don't.
No, I have not had that opportunity either. Blaise Paris on the circuit now in the Porsche GT3, another 991 GT3. And this car broke into the top 10 yesterday. Considering how many top open wheelers and hot sports cars that we've got here, that's an impressive performance. And Darren Rowe unleashes the Factory 5 Cobra Daytona replica. Look out for Darren Rowe's Daytona on social media. You'll see there's a GoPro attached to the side of the car. Darren's son does some really nice video editing of the Cobra Daytona replica in action. Another Porsche. We've got plenty of Porsches at this point in time. David Skaisbrook running past in a 993 Carrera. A little bit of a retro spoiler kit on the car. Jason McGarry is next in the Caterham R300. Caterham is the official manufacturer of the Lotus 7. At some point they decided, well, hang on, we bought all the rights to the Lotus 7 offloaders. We'll call it Caterham now. So the Caterham 7 and various models associated with it. This R300's 2-litre version. Diane Fuller is next in the Triumph TR7. The last Triumph, at least the last Triumph car. Of course, Triumph motorcycles continued. But yeah, the last Triumph car ever produced.
This is Diane's 6th year of competing at this event. She's always enjoyed this event. Prior to that, she was a spectator here for about 10 years.
Another 2-car family team.
Earl Murray in the Fiat 124 Spider approaching us now.
It's the one I described this morning as a long tail. I mean, it's just the bodywork at the rear of the car is a little bit longer. Just a larger boot, really. Thanks to Speed Cafe, the pulse of motorsport, trusted by fans and industry alike. Speedcafe.com is the definitive voice of Australian motorsport, where knowledge services obsession. Now, if you are watching at home, you can scan that QR code, and that gets you onto the newsletter that Speed Cafe puts out, and on top of that, there's some giveaway prizes that they produce regularly for the Speed Cafe.
Is having a drama as she comes towards us.
I
think she was fishing for gears, actually.
Oh my goodness, she's got a huge fishtail, but she's got it under control. Oh, that was an accident that she saved. John Siddon's wife, although perhaps more correctly, John is Gina's husband. These are a delightful pair, John and Gina Siddons. They're Gina is John's navigator when they go Targa rallying. Sorry, other way around. Gina is John's navigator. But here at when they go to sprints, here at Leyburn or at Morgan Park Raceway, Gina has her own race car, and yeah, a magnificent pair of Datsuns. I've got a small collection of Datsun sets. Speaking of, though, it's MGB V8 time. A pair of MGB V8s. The first one was Bob Bear in a 3.5 litre, following by Barry Evans in this car, the 4.6 litre. Both of them the all aluminium Rover V8. It's always a little bit weird sometimes. You look at an MGB and you think, oh, that's this way, a very sweet sounding 4-cylinder B series BMC motor, and then the Rover V8 announcing its presence.
Yeah, it is a wolf in sheep's clothing, isn't it? Although hanging the wing off sort of disguises it. Losing the disguise a bit.
Well, this is a not so much a wolf in sheep's clothing as Dave Roberts' MGB. This is a tiger in wolf's clothing. This car is a 6-litre Dart V8 engine, a Ford-based design, but the work that Dave's done to create that car is incredible to look at. If you're in the pits anywhere, have a look at it. It's brilliant. The car that replaced the MGB as the default choice for production sports car racing around the world, the Mazda MX-5, and is being driven here today by Bernie Stratton. A pretty enthusiastic lover of all things motorsport, and you'll see Bernice at Supercar Championship rounds quite frequently, as she and her husband Brad man the safety car for quite a few supercar events as the RX-7 Turbo.
Michael Dare at the wheel, having a bit of a moment there at turn 2.
This car had a little bit of an issue yesterday, but it was a brief one, and they're back in action today. Here's Dougie Swan, locals Leyburn resident, used to race a Pontiac Firebird here, and now he's half-sized the car and turned it into a supercharged Toyota MR2. You'll notice there's a little vent on the left rear panel of the Toyota MR2, and that's still our supercharged rear-engine Toyota MR2s. Something that is most definitely not a rear-engine car is the Chevrolet Corvette.
Until now. David Fuller at the wheel of this classic C4 model Corvette from 1986. 350 Chev V8 under the wheel.
This is the other car on the two-car Fuller family team. Diane and the TR7. And here's Roger Garcia that we made mention before, the McLaren 570S. And Roger would like everyone to know that he is faster than Craig Matthew.
Well, he hasn't been yet, so he needs to get a wriggle on. Looks like he's into it today. Much better run than yesterday when he was quite messy through turn 1.
Taking it easy through turn 2, mind you. Turn 2's a lot tighter than turn 1, so you can't carry the speed through turn 2 like you can in turn 1.
Now, Roger described his occupation as mechanic and lawyer. So it's an interesting mixture, isn't it? But he does all his own work on the car, which is quite impressive. I wouldn't know where to start working on a McLaren. Joseph Clift just went by, son of Matthew Clift, driving the little Honda Civic.
I guess a mechanic lawyer is the kind of person that you would go to when you've dropped that nut into the engine bay and you can't find it and you want to sue somebody about it.
Lachlan Harris just went past, driving Stephen Kirby's little Hyundai XL, one of the competitors in the Junior Series. Brock McQueen just passing us now here at turn 1 in the little Toyota Echo, 1300cc. Basically stock standard, that car, except for the very big feet that it's grown.
Now, ladies and gentlemen out there, we've had a bit of lost property. Sharon Stevenson, if you're out there, you have dropped something out of your purse or wallet. You'll need to go back to the merchandising tent to retrieve it. But Sharon Stevenson, you've dropped something that's quite important to you. Plastic card. So yes, Sharon Stevenson, go back to the merchandising tent to retrieve that bit of lost property. Not immediately, because the lady from the merchandise tent who's just come up to inform us about this, need give her time to get back to the merch tent. But yes, Sharon Stevenson, go to collect your absent card. So we're getting towards the end of the run, but a big shout out to Queensland's Cold Country, the Southern Downs and Granite Belt, Southern Downs Regional Council. Scan that QR code if you're watching at home or if you're anywhere nearby. And you can, if your phone is accurate enough to read it off one of our big screens here at Leyburn. Plan your next adventure with the Southern Downs and Granite Belt app. That's something remind me of something I didn't complete before, was the reminder, the Speed Cafe QR code. There was one on the website up on the and briefly on the screen before, but there's also a copy of the QR code, and that's at the corner of the Royal Hotel out the front there by the intersection of Warwick and McIntyre Streets. So you can scan the Speed Cafe code to get access to the Speed Cafe newsletter and their prize giveaways that they brought out regularly, including one this weekend. Thank you to Speed Cafe. 215, Lawrence Murphy. Lawrence Murphy was a regular competitor here at Leyburn Sprints. Not in this Suzuki Swift. If memory serves, he had an older Suzuki Swift. But he's gone for a more modern generation one today. Or he had a Hyundai Excel. It might have been an Excel he had previously. Fantastic to have this mighty little Suzuki Swift. The Citroen C4 now, car 216. That's a rally car, actually. There it is, yeah. Jim Preen in the Citroen C4 VTS. Taking the mud flaps off the car this weekend. And here's Jordan Spiteri now in the Suzuki Swift. Jordan looking very neat actually through turn 1 into turn 2, so maybe he is chasing that regularity crown after all.
Yeah, Jordan very quick yesterday, and he's sponsored by Rupert's, one of the probably the fanciest restaurant in Warwick. They do some very, very nice steaks there, and of course the Coachman's Rest, which is certainly one of the nicest, most accommodation available in Warwick as well. Too flash for me. I just stay at the cheap place across the road. Next on course, we've got Pepper Wickham in that beautiful little orange and black Hyundai Excel. Credit to the team, the presentation of that car looks terrific. Pepper's been racing for 2 years and competing here in the juniors competition. John Connolly and Phil Alexander are steering this car. Phil Alexander at the wheel for this run. Phil Alexander, very well known for his experience racing Group C Mazda RX-7s back in the 80s, and now heavily involved with the Mazda RX-8 Cup.
My goodness me, that Escort RS Cosworth, that sounds like an Air Force jet as it comes past us.
And that is a proper Group A rally car in gravel spec. The car was brought to Australia for 1995 Round Australia Rally, and then it was used up until 2000 in state level rallies in New South Wales. Sat in a shed for 20 years before it was
won, if memory serves, by, I want to say, Ed Ordinsky in a three-car Holden Commodore team. Peter Brock was in one of them. But it was Ed Ordinsky who got the win in the rally in that three-car team.
Kevin Hinchliffe has just passed us now in the Sierra Cosworth. Actually, is it a two-wheel drive or a four-wheel drive? I can't read what they've written here. Because it says two-wheel drive there and it says four-wheel drive there.
It's a four-wheel drive, the Sapphire Cosworth.
Okay.
It was the first attempt to, because the Ford Cosworth Sierra RS 500 was a rally car as well as a circuit racer, but it was being left behind by all the four-wheel drive rally cars in the time, so that was their first attempt for Ford to reclaim their lost position as a front-running rally car with the four-wheel drive version of the Sierra. It was quickly replaced by the Escort RS Cosworth that we saw Glenn Brinkman unleashing. Praiser, one of our junior teams. In fact, this is the alternate driver at the wheel now. This will be Owen Michelle Owens, who first shot the corner slightly. Sharing with his sister Hannah this weekend as they chase the junior crown. And here comes Craig Manteifel, CTM Cabinets Commodore. Normally they're a two-car team, but unfortunately Jaden's unwell and his entry has been taken over by a workmate. But Craig's running, so shout out to Jade. Hope you get well quickly. But this is Ethan Whitney in the Mitsubishi Lancer, who has taken the place of Jaden Manteifel.
The Peugeot 405 MI16 of Richard Markin heading towards us now here at turn 1, accelerating away from us as he rushes down towards turn 2. I didn't get the pedometer out, but I'm guessing that the run between 1 and 2 is probably the longest straight section of the course in its current iteration.
Yes, I would support that.
I actually walked the course on Friday. Been coming here for many times and I've never actually done a whole lap, so I did a lap on foot.
They do have a fun run around the course on Thursday and Friday.
Now there's a misnomer. I've never seen anyone who looks like they're having fun when they're running.
I guess the fun is knowing that you've completed it after you've, caught your breath.
Andrew McMaster has just gone past our position in the E30 BMW, 2.8 litre straight 6.
Just come up from New South Wales to join us here this weekend. This car, a improved production car, that runs in New South Wales Improved Production Car Championship and regularly at the Australian Nationals that are held each year around the country. Mitsubishi Starry in time.
Stephen Mullins at the wheel.
And running in the factory Mitsubishi Rally Art colour scheme. Mullins had the pleasure of escorting Kevin Bartlett around the circuit yesterday during our parade at lunchtime. We've got a number of...
One of the junior competitions competitors here this weekend is Matava Sternbeck, who was entered in a Mini Cooper S. Unfortunately, that car, something happened to the car and wasn't available. So Dad's lent, oh, would you like to drive my V8 Tirana? Oh, okay then. Simon Boss Walker is next in the XR8 Falcon Ute. This car used to compete in the V8, what do they call it? The V8 Brutes series, where they had Falcon and Holden V8 Utes travelling around the country supporting the V8 supercars. Very popular competition in its day. Great to see one of those cars is still going.
One of the iterations of that championship was won by Grant Danier early in Grant's motor racing career, which it got as high as the Dunlop Super 2 series and a couple of starts in the Bathurst 1000. Genuine talent, Grant Danier. I mean, he's well known for his television presenting efforts, but a genuine talent as a racing driver. Here's Porky Edwards. Or Keith, as what's written on most of his documentation.
Yeah, his mum called him Keith, but no one else does.
Yeah. Well, the tax office might call him Keith
yes,
too.
Yeah, they're probably not allowed to call him Porky. We've got Glenn Mitchell has just passed us now in the VK Commodore with a tribute to Peter Brock in the 86 Mobile livery.
The fun run was actually this morning, 7 o'clock this morning. That was on. So
yeah, I was in my nice warm cabin at the time.
Oh my goodness! Wayne Bell has decided to tell Jamie Chant that you are not being the Burnout King this year. We want Holden to claim that Burnout crown in the Larry Perkins Tribute Commodore.
Yeah, Wayne Bell's running the VX Commodore with a 5.7 litre V8, and as you can see, he's running Perkins Castrol livery on it.
And oh,
that was close. Right here at turn 1, Matt Gormley come in very hot in the VZ Commodore running the Kmart Spider-Man livery and just made it around turn 1.
Oh. And we only just spoke about this yesterday, didn't we, Richard Gresham, who's from Speed Cafe, who's just visiting us here in the commentary box. Roaming the venue. Oh, the Falcon gets all properly out of shape. On the run towards turn 2. Now, it looks super aggressive, and that rear wing has come straight off of a supercar by the looks of things, but that's an XR6 Turbo. And there's the BMW M4.
Greg Ross at the wheel. Magnificent car, those later model BMW M series. Cheers. Ross Batten just disappearing out of shot now in the I Like 500, an individually constructed vehicle, not a kit car, 5.8 litre V8. It's a one-of-a-kind, handmade, two-seat, road-registered race car.
BMW E30 series car out on the circuit right now, and that's John Connolly at the wheel, the correspondent for the Weekend Australian. And here's Kurt Kratzmann in a Porsche 904 replica. Oh, doesn't that sound fantastic? Nacho on the number plate on that car. And that's not the car that Kurt was intending to run.
Yeah, he was actually getting a Porsche 910 built, but unfortunately it's not ready, so he's borrowed a mate's Porsche 904 replica to give that a run. And that car's actually for sale, and Kurt busy showing us just how fast it can go.
And here is the Michelle Jr. race car, the Subaru. Two drivers sharing the car this weekend, and this is Hannah Michelle at the wheel of the car now.
Yeah, she's having a rerun because her previous run was impeded by someone having an incident in front of her.
Oh, that'll do it.
So they sent him around again and give you another go.
Now we've got the Aussie racing car of Stevie or Chris Chant. Both drivers are nominated in the car. I'm going to guess that it's Stevie. Stevie's doing most of the runs in the car this weekend, I believe. But there's a Ford AU body shell. Oh, hello.
Hannah Michelle going very slowly. Oh, no, she's got the yellow flag, so something's happened in front of her. So she's going to get a rerun of her rerun. She's going to know the track by the end of the weekend, that's for sure.
Third attempt coming up shortly.
Third time's a charm.
Who was the car immediately in front?
That was Kurt Kratzmann in the Porsche 904 replica.
Oh dear, I do hope there's nothing wrong with the glorious looking and even better sounding Porsche replica. Thanks to Norm Engineering, one of our sponsors here at the Leyburn Sprints. 4-in-1 buckets, rear rippers, rotor tilts and brooms. Get in touch with them on 0733763177. We cannot do anything here at the Leyburn Sprints without the support of our corporate sponsors, and we're very much appreciated. And on the subject of people we cannot do without here at the historic Leyburn Sprints, a shout out to all of our marshals, all of our volunteers. There's 60-odd officials that are working the historic Leyburn Sprints, and thank you to all of you out there for all of your hard work and for the love that you give to motor racing.
Oh, the tilt tray has been dispatched. Is that the first time today we've seen the tilt tray sent out?
Well, it's the first time today. We're only about an hour into competition, but
it's the first time this weekend. I don't think he got a run yesterday, which we were quite happy about actually.
Yeah, we had
but that's not a good sign.
No, it's not a good sign. No, we had several flat toes, but no, we didn't need the tilt tray.
Just having a look at the top 10. Well, actually, they're giving us the top 12 times at the moment. And Roger Garcia there in the McLaren at the bottom of the top 12. His good mate Craig Matthew there in 9th position. In between them, we've got Mark Cressman still 10th. I don't think we've had any changes in the top 12 since, because the really quick cars haven't come out yet.
No, not just yet. They'll be. They completed a run late afternoon yesterday, so they'll come back. So they'll be at the end of the cycle this morning.
Dean Amos, probably going to be the fastest guy here. We don't know for sure yet because there's challenges, but if you are the fastest, are you going to break your own record here?
Oh, that's a big call. It's early in the day. We just had our first run. It was a bit slippery out there, so hopefully the track comes to us and I'll give it a red hot crack.
You're a three-time Australian hill climb champion. You've won this event 10 times. Where does it stop?
Oh, I'm not sure. I just enjoy coming here and racing in general, you know. Wins are just a bonus. So Dad does a lot of work on the car, which helps me perform. So, I don't know, it's just enjoyable.
And this car's been a sturdy beast over quite a period of time.
Yeah, it's a bit of a handful, so especially around the streets of Leyburn. V8, 650 horsepower, weighs 465 kilos, so yeah, it's definitely keeps you awake.
Well, we wish you all the best with this car for this weekend, and let's hope we see a new record go up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gary O'Brien and Dean Amos in the pits in the paddock area. That's gathered around the finish line of the historic Leyburn Sprints. And one of the beautiful things about being at the historic Leyburn Sprints is you can walk around the paddock to your heart's content and chat to as many people as you like. Entry gets you pretty much everywhere here at Leyburn Sprints. And yes, there's Dean Amos at the top of the timesheet, so you can see at the top left corner of the screens. 41.7. The race is a Gould GR55 with a Nicholson V8 engine. And for those of you not quite, if the Nicholson doesn't mean anything to you, it's essentially a development of the Cosworth DFV that raced in Formula One for around 15 years and won pretty much everything in Formula One. Won several world championships in the hands of Lotus and Tyrrell and Williams and Brabham. Pipeline Testing Services is an industry-leading expert in pipeline testing for civil, building and sewerage supply industries, operating for over 25 years throughout southeast Queensland. Provides NATA accredited pipeline testing. So contact them on 0738415100. Pipeline Testing Services. So Stevie Chant sitting on the start line there in the Falcon AU bodied Aussie racing cars. One of the items from the charity auction that we held last night at the Royal Hotel was the biography of Phil Ward, who created Aussie racing cars. Basically, it's an iteration of Speedway Legends cars. They all run a 1300cc Yamaha motorcycle engine, or at least they did. There's the National Championship is gradually replacing them with a much more modern 890cc motorcycle engine that runs pretty much exactly the same horsepower despite being 2/3 of the size. But the Aussie racing cars have evolved from the Speedway Legends class of a motorcycle powered 2/3 size, half size race car. And there have been a national motor racing series here in Australia for over 20 years now. And there's two of them here in the entry, Stevie Chant and Chris Chant, sharing this green Falcon-bodied car. There's a Commodore-bodied car coming up in 2 or 3 cars' time, driven by Des Thomas. Stevie, a former competitor in the junior category, and Chris too, if memory serves. Looking for insurance that covers motoring enthusiasts? Look no further than Shannon's. Shannon's cover modern, classic, vintage cars and motorcycles. And thank you for helping the wheels go round. Insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Share the passion. That's Shannon's. And by the way, Shannon's have brought their super rig out here this weekend, and that's on the run from the start line towards turn 1 on the outside of the circuit. So please visit the Shannon Super Rig. That's also where we will be holding our driver signing autograph sessions. We've got one coming up today at 11:15, our VIP drivers and autograph session. And thank you to all of our VIP racing legends of the past who are supporting Leyburn, have been out here over the course of the weekend. And my goodness, what some fabulous names amongst them. Dick Johnson, who's here almost every year. Shouldn't take it for granted that he will be here. But yeah, 5-time winner of the Australian Touring Car Championship, 3 times Bathurst 1000 winner. His teammate of so many years, John Bow, is here as well. Also himself, a 2-time Bathurst winner with Dick, and Australian Touring Car Champion, and Australian Sports Car Champion, and Australian Drivers Champion, John Bow. He's had a tremendously varied career, as has Colin Bond, Australian Touring Car Champion, Bathurst 1000 winner, and Australian Rally Champion. The new and runner-up in the Australian GT Championship when Porsche ran a 2-car team in 1982, I want to say, when Bondi had the Porsche 944 and his teammate was Alan Jones in a Porsche 935, who had a perfect season in that car, won every single race. Also, we've had... Oh, hello. The constabulary has arrived. My apologies, Sergeant Overall. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, this. My apologies for offences to the English language, I'm assuming. We are indeed back racing. I've been distracted because a police officer has climbed into the commentary box. The good sergeant from all the way from London who's come here to join us from London Metropolitan Police. Were you on the bill?
Z-Cars.
Z-Cars, oh. Which does remind me, there's a glorious Z-Car in the paddock over here, Ford Zephyr.
Exactly, I saw that. There's an old element in too. I need to breathalyze him.
The good sergeant has decided that he wants to have a chat to us on air, and we do have to obey the police when they come to visit, because it's always advisable to not get arrested. Yeah. Oh no, he's got the book out. Oh, dear. What have I? What is it, officer? Sorry, sergeant.
Well, at least it's not defective, Inspector. That's the important thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I would say it's skipping in a no-skipping zone.
Oh. I thought nobody was looking.
It's the strange pants you was wearing at the time that had me more worried.
What's wrong with neon pink?
Yeah, it's the lycra, just the way it body hugs.
Yeah, I know. I've been trying to lose weight.
There's some lovely vehicles here today. We're about to see the last of the regulars come through, and then we've got all the old historics, and that's just the drivers. You should see the cars.
Chris Ching just going through in the Mitsubishi Lancer. I'll just highlight this for a moment. Chris Ching and Scott Dean, if you ever see the two of them together in the paddock, they will treat each other terribly. Oh, the language they use would be appropriate for Test cricket, that kind of sledging. But they're really very good mates. But their entire focus this weekend is beating each other. Scott Dean here in the Toyota GR Yaris chasing after Chris Ching's Mitsubishi Lancer Evo. Chris is kind of cheating a little bit because they were much closer in times to each other when Scott was racing a Mercedes A45 AMG to the Lancer Evo, but the GR Yaris is a little bit step further, but Chris doesn't acknowledge that.
Why not?
Well, why admit to one of your best mates that they're better than you?
Yeah, well, if you want to beat each other, you can borrow that.
And That was a truncheon, just in case you couldn't tell by the sound. I'm certainly slightly too familiar with the sound of a truncheon.
Ooh, don't know why. I was more worried when I pulled out the handcuffs and you said, "Oh, yes, please."
Again, that was... Look, I didn't mean the... I thought no one was looking with the pink lycra.
No, it's the fluffy handcuffs you was after. That's the trouble. No, we've had a good weekend so far.
Yes, beware, those of you out in the spectators here. We've got the good sergeant is handing out infringement notices on behalf of the historic Leyburn Sprints, putting the boot to Bother boys since 1963.
Yeah, there's been a few bother boys here already, I can tell you, last night.
Look, to be honest, I'm just very glad that you didn't say when you arrived in the commentary box, hello, 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 what have we here then?
Well, I've been warned about what we might have here then.
So yes, just another part of the historic Leyburn Sprints experience is the good sergeant all the way from London, and watch out for the rather rounded, slightly pointy, over-tall hat.
Oh, don't worry, my head goes right to the top of it. I'll hand back to David.
It's time for the good times. Forget about the bad times, yeah. One day to come together to release the pressure. We need a holiday.
And we're back at the start of the entry list for those of you with the program in hand. Oh dear, Sergeant Overall's given me another infringement. I am a right proper Burke, aren't I? Dear, oh dear. I'm just collecting more and more offences as the weekend goes on. A third one? All right, Sunshine, consider myself nicked. Oh dear. And Inspector Rex really likes chasing cars. Well, yeah, there's a few German Shepherds actually here in Leyburn. So if one of them is Inspector X undercover, I could be in a lot of strife because they're my neighbours from my accommodations here in Leyburn this weekend. But yes, back at the top of the entry list, we've got our 3 Centurions out on the circuit right now. The Austin 7 of Justin McCarthy, and big thanks, of course, to Collins Hay Suppliers and Contract mower conditioning and windrowing, raking and baling large squares or round bales, buying and selling hay, carting of hay. Contact Chris Collins on 0438 969 105 and email chris@collinshay.com.au. And Collins Hay, of course, as you can see by the surrounds of the racetrack, a supply of hay bales for the historic Leyburn Sprints. It's amazing how much hay is in a hay bale. I remember one of the first times I was here at Leyburn Sprints, it was a Mazda RX-3 went through one of the hay bales, and it completely covered the distance from turn 4 to 5 as the Mazda went through it. They're quite effective at stopping cars. Not that we want to see that happen at any point throughout the weekend. So thanks, of course, to Collins Hay. Just a little bit of a pause in the program. Justin's had some issues with his Austin 7 here this weekend. When they arrived in Leyburn, he drives the car to Leyburn. He's a fanatic in that regard a bit. And he found that some dirty fuel had gotten into the car, and Yeah, it just contaminated fuel, and he had to strip the fuel system out of the car and clean and replace. But the car just hasn't been quite running properly ever since. So that might need a little bit of workshop work. Oh dear, I've had David Patterson's just pointed out to me the list of offences that I've picked up on these infringement notices I've been given. Failure to exceed the speed limit by 10 kilometres an hour, failure to exceed the speed limit by 20 kilometres an hour, failing to achieve the starting line, exceeding the feed limit by a pack of S&B crisps, salt and vinegar crisps, exceeding the feed limit by a Mars bar and a Coke, inappropriate use of a historic vehicle driver, inappropriate use of a hysteric vehicle driver, and a fashion faux pas / colour clash / last just that's where that my pink lycra pants got me in trouble. And here's the third of our Centurions. Mr. David Chisholm's Crossley Roadster going out in front. But now we've got Russell Wright in the Gordon England Austin 7 Brooklyn Super Sports. This car raced at the Brooklands, the original British racing circuit, way back in the 1920s and 1930s. Achieved a top speed of around 75 miles an hour at Brooklands back in the day. Russell Wright, better known to us these days as a racer of many, many different kinds of Ford Mustangs, either in Group N historic touring cars or in Trans Ams, or in the Australian Trans Am series, which runs historic Trans Ams, historic Ford Mustangs rather than the Trans Am Mustangs we've become familiar with in the last 5 years. That has become immensely popular. A series that's being competed in these days by drivers as good as Todd Hazelwood and Alice Buckley and Jared Hughes, Nathan Hearn, James Moffat, and Russell Wright is a former series champion of that series, one of the earliest champions in the class. He was the succeeding champion after Russell was Aaron Seaton. And that was, and Ash Jarvis also won a championship at one point in the early running. This car number 4 out on the circuit right now. This is actually that's not the Peter Critchley special. This is the MGN. They're doing so. Oh, I know what's happened here. The Peter Critchley MGTB special unfortunately broke down yesterday. So this is their substitute car in the field, the MGNE, I want to say. And here's the MGTB Jacknin special on track right now. All of these MGs that the Schiller family and their friends have brought along, there's 4 of them in the paddock area. 2 of them that are racing, well, 2 at a time, 3 of them have been racing now. And they're all Grand Prix Australian Grand Prix cars from the 1940s and into the 1950s. This car here, the Jack Nin Special, was one of the cars that raced here at Leyburn in the 1949 Australian Grand Prix. Now here's something a little bit more V8-ish. Oh my goodness, that grinding sound. It's found here. Barry Smith in the Ford V8 Special. These were a bit of a feature of 1940s Australian Grand Prix racing, and into the 1950s, a lot of side valve V8 Ford powered race cars. A couple of them even won the Australian Grand Prix. I remember, I don't remember specifically the 1950s, I'm not quite that old, but there was a car, a South Australian car, and it was Bill Norman's father, Eldred Norman, who designed this creation of 2 side valve Ford V8 engines mounted on the race car chassis in sequence. So a V16. And my goodness, the Normans, father and son, Eldred and Bill, are famous for being inventors of many great things mechanical. Here's a Lister Knobbly replica. Car was built in New Zealand with the donor car from a Jaguar Mark 10. So it's got all the correct Jaguar XK mechanicals to play the part of a Lister Knobbly. Owning a Lister Knobbly is, well, there's only so many of them in the world. They're a very expensive car to own these days. They're worth a lot, these classic Listers. We had a Lister here in Australia for many years, and Don Fallon owned that. That was a later Lister. And it was the most original Lister in the world, because most of the other Listers were modified and adjusted and got different engines. But the car that Don Fallon owned was kept in original spec from the moment it arrived in Australia. So that car was worth quite a pretty penny when Dom sold it. Funded him a season racing, I think, a Cooper Climax in the European Historic Formula One Championship.
Craig Carlson heading towards us now at turn 1 in the MGTC Special 1948 model in that classic British racing green livery. That car has been racing since 1952.
Now, just some of the things to visit here at the historic Leyburn Sprints, as well as spectating all these wonderful race cars. I might pause on that little description, because we need to highlight Graham Copeland's GMC GMC V8 Special. My goodness.
Amazingly, that car was built to run Targa Tasmania. I tell you, that's enthusiastic if you want to drive around Tasmania in an open car from the 1940s.
At 180 kilometres an hour, no less.
Which is seriously impressive. It's got a World War II surplus GMC truck engine, 5-litre V8.
And some very trick mechanicals on the heads of that.
Brian Barbie heading down in towards turn 2 now in that beautiful Jaguar D-Type Tribute. With running the proper Jaguar 4.2-litre straight-six engine.
That amazing Jaguar XK engine, which went into everything during the 40s and the 1950s and 1960s. There was the power plant for the Jaguar C-Type, the D-Type, the E-Type. Mark 1, Mark 2, Mark 10, Mark 7.
Graham Branch just heading past us. The smallest engine here this weekend, 500 cc's. It's a Formula Minor.
Yeah, you think Formula Junior sounds like the smallest engine capacity? No, Formula Minor was now 500cc motorcycle engines. The 500cc open wheelers still today are very strong competition in the United Kingdom.
Yeah, that car was raced at Mount Cotton and Lakeside in the 60s and 70s.
Wow. Also, 60s Lakeside Mount Cotton car. This car, the ex-Glenn Scott Special. Glenn Scott was one of Queensland's earliest racing heroes once motorsport really took off in the 1950s in Australia. And he raced at the pointy end of open wheel racing in Australia, driving in the Australian Gold Star in the years prior to the Tasman series. And his sons, Gary and Tony, continued on the racing tradition. Gary Scott took pole position at Bathurst in 1986 in the Nissan Skyline, and Tony Scott was the lead driver of the factory Volvo team during the 1990s. And he could only be replaced as the factory Volvo driver by Peter Brock. So that gives you a little bit of an underline of how good the Scott brothers were and how good their father was. Brabham BT2, the original Brabham racing car, mass-produced racing car, designed by Ron Toronak and Jack Brabham. When they formed their independent racing team from after they both worked for Cooper. Jack Brabham won 2 Formula One World Championships in 1959 and 1960 for Cooper, and then went his own way, establishing the Brabham racing team, and won his 3rd World Championship in 1966 in a car of his and Ron Taranak's design, the only driver who will ever be able to claim that. And then they won another World Championship in 1967 with Denny Holmers, the man with the who won the World Championship. And then continued on until the early 1990s, different ownership. But Nelson Piquet won a couple of World Championships for them in the 1980s, continuing on the legacy of the Brabham name. As the Vulcan Sports is out on track right now, that Lotus 11 replica. And that was the first car that ran this morning, so we've completed a cycle of race cars.
Interesting list of names who've driven this car previously. Alan Huxley, Bap Romano, who's one of our VIP guests here this weekend. Alan Ramsey, Bruce Dalziel, very well-known Brisbane-based suspension engineer, and Craig Veach have all driven this car previously. The Vulcan's described as a sister car to the Centaur.
Ah, yes. Yeah, the Centaur GT wagon. Unfortunately, whose car appears to have broken down in yesterday's running, the Centaur GT. And speaking of Centaurs, is Centaur Clubman.
That's Scott Aldred at the wheel of the car that Brian Aldred owns. They're sharing it this weekend, but Scott's having a run this time. 1200cc engine in the Centaur Clubman.
Running out of a 6-car team, including the 4 museum conditioned cars that Bevan Botham brings to Leyburn each year. Another 2 Centaurs, including the Centaur GT wagon and the Alpha Malalar that we'll see a little bit later. But one of the prettiest race cars here this weekend, Greg Ross's Jaguar XJ13 replica. Sorry. Greg Ross has got 2 cars entered in the competition this year. That doesn't sound all that fair, but I suppose he's paid 2 entry fees. To run the Jaguar XJ13 replica and also his BMW M4. And there's the Alpha Malalar that I made mention of just beforehand, a product of Gary Cooper's Elfin racing cars in South Australia from the early 1960s.
Brad Stratton at the wheel.
Brad, a former Bathurst 1000 racer in Toyota Corollas in the 1990s towards the end of the Group A era. And perhaps better known these days as one of the drivers of the Repco Supercar Championship safety car. So he's led more supercar races than Brody Kostecki and Brock Feeney combined.
Absolutely, yep. And Brad's actually done 28 Leyburn Sprints.
Yes. Yes, he has. Quite a lot of them in that Alpha Malalar. Oh, hello. Another one of our clubmans. This is the Lotus 3. And it's broken down, unfortunately. Car has started to go a bit quiet on the run towards turn 1 and then it's trickled to a halt halfway down the straight to turn 2.
Yeah, John Bailey at the wheel of this 1970 car. John's a former director of the Australian Racing Drivers Club, held that position for 9 years. Started racing at the age of 17 in an Austin A30.
Oh, there's a lot of names that have been through Austin A30s over the years.
Yep, now 87 years old and still active.
Slightly more active than his car right at the second.
Yep, 87. Would that make him the oldest competitor here this weekend?
He's older than Justin McCarthy, the 86-year-old, who's driving a 101-year-old Austin 7. That'd be pretty close too.
But that's a superb effort, and I do believe that a regular dose of adrenaline is good for you. The car's actually moving. It's just moving very, very slowly.
I think it's just gravity that's inching the car along.
Or momentum.
Give me a moment. Well, laptop. Whittaker Packaging Solutions import, sell, repair and maintain reliable end-of-line packing machinery across Australia and New Zealand. Our extensive range includes pallet wrappers, strapping tools and machines, carton sealers and erectors, plus specialised automation equipment designed to reduce costs while improving efficiency and safety in industrial environments. Our service hubs in Brisbane and Melbourne are supported by a national network of contractor partners, allowing us to provide fast, dependable on-site assistance wherever it's needed. Whittaker Packaging Solutions is committed to delivering durable equipment, responsive support and long-term value for business seeking robust packaging machinery solutions. We've got a couple of Bowen P6s coming up very shortly, and off the line now comes the V8 Bowen P6. And this is the slightly more raucous version of a Bowen P6.
Five-time winner of the fastest historic car at this event between 2012 and 2017. Not surprising.
David Cross at the wheel of the Bowen Hay P6. 4.4 litre, that's the all-aluminium Leyland V8 that was put into the front of the Leyland P76. So that's the fastest Leyland P76 you'll ever see. And we've got Gundy Hunt out on the circuit now in the Hunter Clubman.
Car that he built himself in 1971 and then sold in 1972 to fund his own wedding. He bought it back 31 years later after it had been through another 5 pair of hands.
Oh, that's fantastic. Car number 28 on circuit right now. This is Ken Norton in a Formula 3 GRD. GRD was the name of the organisation when Colin Chapman decided to sell off the race car manufacturing part of Lotus, and the race car manufacturers just moved down the road a bit and changed the name to GRD, and a number of Australians went through the GRD factory team over the years. Alan Jones on his way to Formula 1, Larry Perkins and Dave Walker also on their way to Formula 1, raced GRDs. And there's the second of the Bowen P6s on screen right now in the Gulf Racing colours. That's the Formula Ford version of the Bowen P6. Amazing to think that you could stick a Formula 5000 engine and a Formula Ford Kent 4-cylinder motor into the same chassis. And speaking of chassis with I'm going to get this wrong, the Mofo Co. You've got to be careful how you say that. This is a Sports 2000 race car. It was a small bore racing category that was invented in the United Kingdom and spread to the US, where it was extremely popular. Another one of our clubmen on track right now is car 32. And that's Daniel Hunt, the second of the Hunt family clubman cars, the Argus Mark II. Oh, here's Keith Carlin now in the RX-7 Group E Sports Sedan. Keith, a former holder of the outright lap record at Bathurst, driving his Nissan 300 ZX turbocharged sports sedan. That car operated in the region of 900 horsepower. This is his earlier sports sedan from the early 1980s. It was built with a number of really nice Mazda RX-7 bits from the Speed Lab American racing team. Sorry, Racing Beat. No, I've got that wrong again. Speed Beat. No, I still can't remember it right. But yeah, Keith Carling reclaimed repurchased that Mazda RX-7 a couple of years ago and has had it restored to original condition to run as a logbook Group U sports sedan. Humpies on track. Say humpy because of the rather lumpy, humpy look of the first generation Holdens. This 48 215, car number 35 in the entry, the Bevan Springate. And it's with a 3-litre version of the Holden motor, but certainly not the grey motor that it came with. More of a aggressive red motor, I would suggest, at 3 litres.
Yeah, 3 litres. It's probably a 179. The one before him, Scott Gawley's got a 3300, so that's the old 202.
Yeah, it might even be a black motor, that one. But that's the same sort of motor that HQ's HQ race cars run.
Paul Condon just passing us now in the Formula V, a 1988 model, running the original 1200cc Volkswagen engine.
Oh, this is something I correct from yesterday. I was calling the later generation 1600 cars a Golf based car. No, it's not Golf based.
Yeah,
it's,
they're air-cooled.
Yeah, air-cooled. So it's the 1600 Beetle rather than the 1200 Beetle. So yes, of course, Golf were a water-cooled engine. So yeah, silly me. Still learning.
And of course, the Golf was front-wheel drive too.
Yeah, Formula V was the original, I mean, it's say somewhat condescendingly cookie cutter racing cars, where basically the mechanical spec is the same across all of the cars in that field in order to make that the driver is more important to the race victory than the mechanical spec of the car. In Formula V, mechanical spec of and also all your suspension and all of the other bits of the car were based on a 1200cc Volkswagen Beetle. Formula Ford followed about 5 or 6 years later, and since then we've had a number of different control open-wheeler racing cars around the world. Formula BMW, Formula Holden, Formula Opel Vauxhall.
Rodney Duffield just heading away from turn 1 now. The car's sounding a little bit rough there, but it's sort of come clean. It's another 1200cc Formula V car. Yeah, quite an amazing car. Basically, it's a mild steel tube frame chassis, but all of the mechanicals come from a 1200cc Volkswagen Beetle. Of course, they weren't called the Volkswagen Beetle, though. They were just simply called the Volkswagen, but we know them as the Beetle nowadays. Tip McIntyre is next in another Formula V. And then we're waiting for Ross Rundle in the Formula Ford. Only 2 Formula Fords here this weekend. We've got the Bowen and the Reynard. The Reynard, a later model car from 1984. This car was built in England and raced in America between 1984 to 2008. It's had 7 owners and done over 65 race meetings. Imported to Australia in 2008 and had 4 owners since then. Second time we've seen this car here at Leyburn. Peter Everett is next, the only competitor in Group SA, which is for production sports cars from the 1940s and 50s. He's running that lovely Triumph TR2 in the classic British Racing Green livery. Or that's a lighter shade of British Racing Green. Car's been owned in the family for 30 years.
Wow. Group S is a particularly enthusiastic racing class in Australia. Historic sports cars, you get cars from as diverse as that Triumph TR2 through to MGBs, through to Austin Healey Sprites, and all the way up to Porsche 911 Carreras, and D. Tommaso Pantera V8s.
Early Corvettes.
Yeah.
Shelby Mustangs, Datsun Z cars, quite an amazing class because it's broken up into 3 subgroups. So it spans the period from 1941 to 1978, which was really a golden era for production sports car racing.
And to this day remains a very popular class here in Australia at historic racing events. 3 separate championships that are run around the country. The Capricorn Cup based here in Queensland, the Catalina Cup based out of New South Wales, and the Goldfields Cup based out of Victoria. There's another one of our MGBs out on the circuit right now, car 42.
That's Dennis Tobin at the wheel of his car. 69 model, 1800cc BMC B-Series engine.
Another husband-wife race team, Lisa Tobin, racing her own car a bit later in the field. Actually, no, a bit earlier in the field. Lisa runs one of the Dick Vermeulen-built Ford V8 Specials.
George Bruschetto on course now in another MGB, but this one's actually running a 2-litre Alfa Romeo engine and a Hilux rear end. That'll upset the purists. This is George's 5th year at Leyburn after an 8-year restoration with this car.
Another MGB coming through now. This is Stephen Callahan, a very familiar car here at Leyburn Sprints in a much more standard MGB Roadster. And these are the 4-cylinder versions of MGBs. We saw earlier this morning a couple of the V8 versions of the MGB. such a versatile race car and such a popular car. MGB couldn't stop making them. There was such a demand for them. It was a 1960s design, and they were still selling them factory fresh in the 1980s.
Yeah, Jeff Messer just passing our position now. He's in a 1971 model in that factory Camino Gold. Now, a lot of people don't know this. These cars were actually assembled in Australia. They weren't all made in England. Jeff's car is an Australian-assembled MGB. Limited modification. He runs regularly in the Mount Cotton Hill climbs, and he also does gear events up here in Queensland. Gear standing for Golden Era Auto Racing.
Frequently see them at Lakeside and at Queensland Raceway, and out here at Morgan Park, just up the road in Warwick. Here's Barry Campbell in the Bolo Mark 7, a Group T spec car, which is Group S, but with bits added. You could modify them much more so for Group T than in Group S. And there's a genuine Group T car from when they ran the Mark Sports Series in the 1970s. And Barry rolled the car and put it in the back of the shed for around 50 years before, 40 years before rebuilding and restoring it. Here's Ray Davis in the Triumph GT6. And what a glorious car this is. One of the real cult favourite amongst Triumph owners all around the world.
This car's been on the track since 1977. It's done most of the major tracks in Australia. In 2018, it was transported to England and did 17 races over there in a period of 6 months, with a race in France as well.
And part of its cult fame as a result of which. That looks like, is that Morris Major that's out on the track right now?
No, that's Peter Dope in the...
of course it is.
In the Peugeot 203, but we've got the Morris Minor waiting on the starting line.
Peugeot 203 was raced in the very earliest iterations of the race we now call the Bathurst 1000. It was called the Armstrong 500 back then, and actually raced at Phillip Island for the first 3 years of its existence before there were just too many cars in the field, and the cold mix bitumen that made up the Phillip Island racetrack back in the day just broke up with so many cars running such a long distance. So the race had to be relocated, and they moved the race to Bathurst, and the legend began. But nonetheless, Peugeot 203s raced. Oh, here's a Ford Anglia, another car from the same era. It's not a historic event anywhere in Australia without a Ford Anglia.
Yep, Alan Archer at the wheel. It's got a little 1.5 litre engine.
Oh, that's the big motor.
Yeah, twin Webbers, rack and pinion steering and disc brakes. So he substantially improved it from how it left the Ford factory in England. Alan's a mechanic from Millmerran. That's the third year for this car here at Leyburn Sprints.
Car 52 flying through turn one right now. The Mini of Rodney Hanson, another car that we see often here at the Leyburn Sprints, that Mini Cooper S.
Yeah, he dominated the Group NB historic touring car class yesterday. But of course the format of a Sprints is you only need to pull out one blinder. They don't add your laps together, just your best lap of the weekend is the only one that counts.
Alfa Romeo.
Philip Kay at the wheel, part of the Garland team actually in that beautiful Alfa Romeo GT Sport. Very nicely turned out. Yeah, Philip's been running here numerous times in a Ford Escort RS2000, but this time his 19-year-old son is at the wheel of that car.
And here's a Jaguar.
Greg Menzies at the wheel of that bright yellow Mark II Jag, a Central Victorian resident. Tremendous effort for him to travel all the way up here this weekend.
You know, the first 4 years of the Australian Touring Car Championship, which began in 1960, and it was originally held at the Orange, New South Wales circuit called Nublar, but the first 4 years of the Australian Touring Car Championship were won by Mark I and Mark II Jaguars. They were the original dominant car of the Australian Touring Car Championship before it was finally eclipsed in 1964 by this, a Ford Cortina. Not this exact Ford Cortina, but Ian Gagan won his first Australian Touring Car Championship in 1964, breaking the back of the Jaguar domination, and that was at Lakeside. The north of Brisbane racetrack, which was the racing venue for Queensland motorsport from the mid-1960s all the way through to the 1990s. Still races today, Lakeside Raceway, or Lakeside Park it's called now.
Paul Gilbert just heading away from us now in the Datsun 1600, or sorry, Datsun 510. Having an absolute red-hot go there, the L16 engine under the bonnet. Paul's been competing in this car for many years after starting his career in go-karts, which he did for 10 years.
A little bit of a ripple on the right-hand side of the rear bodywork on the car. It's had a little incident somewhere. Probably not this weekend.
John Hull at the wheel of Phil Haskett's Mark 1 Cortina DT, just passing us now.
Cortina GT was probably the original dominant car of the Bathurst 1000. Won it 3 times back-to-back through 1963 through to 1965 with Bob Jane of Bob Jane T-Mart's fame, Harry Firth, George Reynolds, Barry Seaton and Midge Bosworth were the drivers of those Cortina GTs from 63 through to 65. And Ian Gagan won an Australian Touring Car Championship, as I mentioned before, in 1964. Matt Clift in the Mazda R100. Stand back from the fences, folks. This is one of the most aggressively driven cars here at the historic Leyburn Sprints. Watch this Mazda dance around the circuit. A Queensland Historic Touring Car Champion in a Mazda RX-2. But for sprint racing, Matt moves across to this Mazda R100, a little more manoeuvrable. And here's his teammate, Bob Haggerty, in the Volvo 164. He's driving that a lot harder today than he was yesterday.
Absolutely, yeah. Bob, they put something in Bob's tea overnight, I think.
Matt Clift about to come round to the finish line. Just looking to see what the lap times through. Glenn Potter in the Cortina just before set a 62.9, but Matt Clift's done a 53.8. Oh, that's just about the fastest time of the morning. Oh, I could say that because we've had some of those Porsche 911 GT3s. We've put up some really quick race times this morning.
Glenn Wesner on course now in the LJ Tirana XU1. We're right in the middle of the Group N historic touring car field, one of the most popular classes in historic motorsport. And Norm Foyster heading towards us. As is usually, provides a long smoky burnout off the start line.
Yeah, that Monaro doesn't, Kingswood doesn't corner all that well. Sorry, it is Monaro, isn't it?
Yes, it is indeed. It's a HQ Monaro GDS 350. Norm's first event was the Leyburn Sprints 20 years ago. Since then he's done Mount Cotton, Noosa, Mount Cootha, Speed on Tweed, Morgan Park, Lakeside, Pittsworth, Maryborough and Leyburn.
Peter McConnell launches his Falcon GT off the line. Got a bit crossed up and sideways. Not a lot of smoke though. So aggressive rather than fun takeoff.
Yeah, Peter's motto is go hard or go home. He's an old fella who's raced since he was a young fella. Today's version of what they call a herd. Self-described. Ken Oliver makes an exciting departure there and hangs the tail out on the exit of turn 1.
Had slightly gentle entry into turn 1, but put the boot in early and the back end stepped out a little bit. Can't have the Falcon GT without a Holden Monaro.
And Brian Wood is next. He was the fastest in this class yesterday in the Group NC XY GT Falcon.
Oh, those glorious XY GTs.
Carrying a lot of speed through turn 1.
The GTHO version of the XY GT was used by Alan Moffat to win Bathurst in 1971, and that car set all kinds of records. Fastest ever running of the Bathurst, fastest ever pole position, and that was peak Alan Moffat, you might say.
Dennis Brown is next in the 2-litre Mark 1 Escort, running a 2-litre Ford Duratec engine.
Oh, that's a modern Ford engine, the Duratec.
Yeah, Dennis Brown, it looks like a production touring car, but he's actually competing in the under 2-litre sports sedan class.
Well, yeah, the engine swap will do that. And speaking of, Tyson Cowie and that RS 2000 looking Ford Escort. This is one of the fastest sedans here this weekend. And Tyson drives it as fast as it looks and fast as it sounds. Regularly top 20 runner here at the historic Leyburn Sprints. Very occasionally breaks into the top 10. Although we've got a stronger entry this year, so I don't think it's all that likely that he'll make top 10 this year.
Ben Crampton passes our position now in a Datsun 1600, running an L20B engine and all the usual Datsun mods: R31 gearbox, R8, R180 diff, R31 brakes. That's the great thing about modifying an old Datsun. All the parts off other models tend to bolt straight on.
Datsuns are fun that way.
Absolutely. Reese Endicott Davies is on course now in the little Toyota Corolla, running a 2T engine and Celica gearbox.
Both former owners of Datsun L Series cars.
Yep.
Yours
Reese
was a lot more potent than mine.
Yeah, Reese formerly owned drag bikes for 20 years. Then he tried go-karting, and now he's having a go in cars. He's slowly getting more sensible.
That's a relative term, mind you. The Hillman Import's on track now. And thanks, of course, to Bowden's own, proudly Australian, developed and perfected on all of our beasts. Bowden's own. And pictured there, that's the Phase 4 GTHO just by the by. You know, everyone, there was just 4 of them made, and a couple of them were prototypes, basically, and the other 2 were race cars. And that's part of the Bowden collection.
Darren Mellon heading towards us now in the 78 Lancer, running a 4G63 engine and a Garrett turbo. So this will be a very quick car in a straight line. It's an ex-improved production racing car, sourced from Adelaide, where there's early model turbos are hugely popular over there, mostly running at Malala.
That's right. There's a number of really hot turbo cars coming out of the South Australian improved production car series. And there's a Mitsubishi Magna racing team based out of South Australia. Some former Mitsubishi Australia employees got together and during the run of the Mitsubishi Magna production here in Australia and built a bunch of race cars out of Magnas. Thanks, of course, to
Tom Brailsford on the line now with the Mark 1 Capri with a 5-litre V8 engine. Not quite enough bitumen there for him, just dropping a wheel off on the exit. Same problem at turn 2, a lot of youthful enthusiasm there. Tom was the fastest junior in 2018 and 2019 in this championship and this event. He's now aged out of the juniors, but he's been here 23 times.
looking to hit the track for a race or complex drift circuit. Morgan Park Raceway's versatile motorsports complex located just south of Queensland. The complex hosts many motor racing and motorsport events throughout the year.
Mick Doyle has just passed our position now in the 83 Gemini, one of the later rear-wheel drive cars, but running the Holden V6 3.8 litre engine that you commonly found in a VN or VP Commodore.
EH Holden working its way around the venue right now. Car number 82. This is John Hatton in a, well, it says 5.7 litre. That's not standard for an EH Holden. Bit of Chev LS, I suspect, powering that car.
That's early. It's a small block Chev. The old 350.
And here's the first of our Valiants in the field. And I say Valiant in inverted commas. It's a Plymouth rather than Chrysler. Primary difference, the easiest way to recognise, or to tell the Plymouths apart from the Chryslers of the 4 Valiants that are running here this weekend, the Plymouths are the 2 two-door cars and the 2 four-door cars are the Chryslers.
Dave Malone just passing our position now in the 202 powered XU1 Sports Sedan. Dave's had that car for many years, competing regularly at Mount Cotton Hill Climb. Terry Pike lining up next in the 302 V8 powered Mark 1 Capri. He bought this car at this event 2 years ago.
Oh yes, of course. It was I think that's the ex-Kevin Crosh car.
Yeah, it was running a V6.
Oh no, that's a different car than from the one I was thinking.
But now he's got the 302 V8 in it. Murray Rowland coming towards us now in the rotary RX-7 powered Ford Anglia. That's the quietest rotary I've heard in a while.
For some reason that it seems to be a popular engine swap to put a Mazda rotary into a Ford Anglia.
It's probably the only thing that would fit. They have the world's tiniest engine bay.
And that's fair enough, I guess. Some more Escort sports sedan racing going on. Car 89, this is Dean Verrills, with Jeff Daniels as an alternative driver. Daniels have brought a couple of Escort sports sedans here. This one, the Mark 1 turbocharge. Ford Escort. Oh, and here we go. The open wheelers have snuck up on me. These are the cars are fighting out for the big prizes here. The Formula Libre. These are the under 2 litre cars that are coming out first. And car number 91 is Jeff Daniels driving the, oh sorry, this is Doug Daniels at the wheel of the New Tech Formula Libre, that bronze coloured car. And it's followed out on the track by the number 93 of Ed McCain, the OMS. Now I want to keep the times, keep an eye on the times that they're recording for this one, Dave. So you can tell everyone about the mechanical spec of these cars.
Yep.
This is the Speeds RM11 who's up next. But waiting for them to come around. Doug Daniels has crossed the line in a 48.28. That's well up the order. And that's his fastest time of the weekend. Ed McCain has crossed the line in a 50.7. That's not his fastest. Ash Neuendorf is next.
Yeah, Ash Neuendorf driving a car described as an RM11. It originally had a 1000cc GSX-R engine. The previous owner put in a Hayabusa and a Motec.
And it's stopped. It's running very slowly, actually. Oh, no, it's backed off because we've got yellow flags out, and that's for, that won't be for Ed. That'll be, that won't be for Ash. It's Ed McCain, who has not come around to the finish line in the red OMS.
Yeah, Ed McCain now 75 years old and loving every minute of driving his Suzuki Hayabusa powered car. And who wouldn't enjoy driving a Suzuki Hayabusa powered hill climb special?
D.A. Hall & Co., also known as Hall's Eggs, is a family-owned Australian poultry and egg production business based in Millmerran, operating one of the largest integrated egg and farming operations in Australia. Welcome to our farm, industry-leading sustainable egg production. That's Hall's Eggs. There's David Quelch on the line there in the very angular look. Oh, look at the crowd. Oh, look at you all. You're looking magnificent there. You're looking just as good as the racing cars out there, spectators here at the historic Leyburn Sprints. Thank you for coming out in such strong numbers to the Leyburn Sprints again this year. We love that so many of you have come out to join us. And I hope you're enjoying all of the things that we have on offer here today. Motorsport Alley, just by the way, on the McIntyre Street inside of the main gate. We've got a number of cars. And the Shannon's Show and Shine announcement, we've got around 80 cars at the Show and Shine over at the Turn 1 precinct area. There's a Ford GT40, Lotus Cortina, a bunch of European classics and Australian and American muscle cars, such as Corvettes, Camaros, Mustangs, organised by the Aces and Eights Car Club, and there'll be trophy presentation for the Show and Shine at 1 p.m. and there's lots of food and drink down that way, and it's certainly handy for David and myself here in the commentary box. They're right outside there. We've got the Spuds, and certainly I'll be keen to get in the Spuds at lunchtime. I've been eating there for my lunch breaks all over the weekend. The Best of the Worst actually also there as well, if you do like a bit of a German sausage. That's a great name, just by the way, The Best of the Worst. The two DPQ specials are on track or about to be on track. Darren Rath is next up, but that's David Quelch himself on the track right now. You can tell the difference. David Quelch's car is the red one, and Darren Rath's is the white and green one. They're both very angular-looking body shapes.
Yeah, both Hayabusa 1600cc motorbike powered. David's been a motorbike mechanic for over 40 years, so you should now be able to prepare this one pretty well. Darren Rath is next, and David Quelch built the engines in both of these cars.
Now, next up on the line will be Luke Weeks in the Empire 1, and that's the fastest car for at least most of the runs here in the under 2-litre Formula Libre.
Look very quick on the way into turn 1.
David Quelch's time across the line was a 51.6. That's slower than his best. Slower than Ed McCain as well on a 50.7. Darren Rath set a 55.2 on his last lap through. Luke Weeks is chasing 58.1. That's his best. Stephen Woodbridge out on the track now on the Mercedes-powered Dallara. And he's chasing a 47.7, and he's the new class leader in Formula Libre from late in the day yesterday.
Yeah, Stephen's been competing in this event for 10 years now, and that's basically a standard Formula 3 car. They haven't modified it. The Dallara F3, almost a production racing car, actually. They've built so many of them.
Slow time there from Darren Rath, a 61.8. Not quite his best. Luke Weeks a 49.0, so close to his best of a 48.1. Suppose it's still a little bit cold out. Oh my goodness, Stephen Woodbridge a 47.5 eclipses his best time. So that stretches his lead over Luke Weeks in the under 2-litre Formula Libre class. As the speed was coming out for a rerun, but that wasn't the best of starts.
No, he struggled to get traction there off the line. And yeah, that's probably ruined his lap already. These guys are so close to the edge that one little mistake or one drama, and yeah, you've pretty much ruined the run. You're not going to make that time up.
These under 2-litre Formula Libre cars are essentially fighting out 4th place in the timesheets for the historic Leyburn Sprints. The 3 cars that are running in the over 2-litre Formula Libre class, they're a little bit of a class apart, and one of them is even a little bit further up the field, and it's Dean Amos. In fact, they're coming up right now. Here's Dean himself, 10 times winner of the historic Leyburn Sprints, and picked up a couple of Australian hill climb championships along the way. Chasing a 41.79. Ash Neuendorf's time across the line was a 55.8, and that's his a new best time for him.
Dean Amos looking very quick and clean, actually. He was fastest yesterday by 3 seconds, but is he going to improve? The air temp is still low, but the track temp is probably starting to come up a little, so it might be good conditions. Brett Bull on course now, just passing our position here at turn 1. He was inside the top 3. He had a really tight battle yesterday for second and third. They were hundredths of a second in it, but they've got to find 3 seconds if they want to catch the reigning champion, Dean Amos.
Oh, they need to find 4 seconds now. A 40.5 from Dean Amos across the line.
That is wicked fast. Warwick Hutchinson just passing us now in the OMS RPV.
Standing for rotary powered vehicle. Hutchinson's original hill climber was called the RPV J4F, which was rotary powered vehicle just for fun.
And Max Parnell coming up now in the Steinhardt. This car is a copy of a Brabham BT24, but they've put the LS1 V8 on the back of it and a Porsche 930 transaxle.
I love the mechanical specifications that people create for these open wheelers. Brett Bull was a little bit slow going through there of 45.0, well off his best, and he has lost second place to Warwick Hutchinson, who's set a 43.7 to move into that second place in the Mazda Turbo Rotary Powered OMS Hill Climber.
Jeff Robinson on course now in the Manta Formula V. He's the only competitor in the Formula V 1600 class, but a regular runner in the Queensland Circuit Racing Championships. Paul Tilley coming out again. Now, Paul Tilley missed a couple of runs yesterday, and the ones that he did take, he came out very late. So he must be chasing car troubles, but it seems like it's running okay at the moment.
New best time from Max Parnell, just by the way, in the Steinhardt Brabham replica. 50... no, actually, it wasn't a new best time. Sorry, the time just flipped over, and it's a 60.0 for Max. He did a 56 yesterday, so time to chase there. And that was our open wheeler group.
So what changes have we seen in the top 5, Mark?
Well, Warwick Hutchinson has pushed, Warwick Hutchinson has pushed Brett Bull out of second place with a 43.7. Dean Amos has shifted the goalpost at the front of the field to be a 40.5. So yeah, the gap blew out to 4.5 seconds briefly, but Hutchinson's trimmed that back to 3.2 seconds again. So the gap's sort of roughly the same as it was before, but Brett Bull's lost touch ever so slightly. Stephen Woodbridge lowered his time at the pointy end of the under 2 litre Formula Libre cars to make his hold on 4th place ever more stronger over Luke Weeks.
Mark Cunningham on course now for Toucan removals and storage in the little Morris minivan. Beautifully presented car.
Actually, I just need to interrupt there. I've got that slightly wrong. Luke Weeks is 6th in the running order because Neil Lewis in the Fly has set a 47.7 late yesterday that I didn't quite pick up on. The Fly hasn't come out today. Doug Daniels in the New Tech Formula is 7th fastest on a 48.2. Then we've got Blaze Paris in that Porsche 911 GT3 continuing to astound. 8th fastest on a 48.6. There's a bit of a gap before we get to Craig Matthey in the Ultimate GTR sports car on a 50.5. Rounding out the top 10 is Mark Crespin in the RMC Cobra replica on a 50.6, who's only just ahead of Ed McCain's OMS open wheeler on a 50.7. Then Roger Garcia in the McLaren 540C on a 50.8. Also 50.8 is John Siddons in the Datsun 247. Go, John. And once again demonstrating just how quick John is in that Datsun. 50.85, not far behind Roger Garcia's McLaren on the 50.81. And just by the by, if you're wandering anywhere near the Roger Garcia's pits in that white McLaren 540C, that's lots of giveaways for the kiddos, and also get some photographs sitting in the McLaren. So pick up a whole bunch of toys and gifts from Roger Garcia. And the elite helicopters high over the circuit. We can see the Little Red Robinson helicopter that's flying above us. That's the elite helicopters. We gave away way, a couple of rides in the helicopter last night at the Leyburn charity auction, which raised over $4,600. So thank you all for giving so generously and supporting the auction. I put a couple of bids in on Curly Bryden's autobiography, but got outbid both times. So let us just a tiny little bit selfishly dirty over that.
Jim Hodgson on course now in the Shelby GT350 Mustang. Now, Jim was a competitor in the first Leyburn Sprints way back in 1996. He's been here 20 times since then.
Oh, wow.
And a two-time competitor in the Pikes Peak Hill Climb in a Mustang. Now, there's a bucket list item that not many of us will get to tick off.
Mike Collins, our long-time president of the Leyburn Sprints Committee, had the opportunity to take his Mustang over there to do the same at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. Sadly, Mike and his wife Anne, who are so much a part of the history of the historic Leyburn Sprints, neither of them are with us any longer, but their daughter, Trish Chant, and their son, Chris Collins, continuing their support of the event, both on the Chant and Collins family, continuing their support and a lot of the hard work behind organising the historic Leyburn Sprints every year. He's hoping that both Chris and Trish get time to put their race cars out on the track today as well.
Rick Dewsnap on course now in a Mark 1 Cortina and running a Toyota 4AGE engine with twin Webbers. That'll be a quick little jigger. It's great to see that the legacy that Mike and Anne have created by building this event and just growing it year on. It's continuing to grow on even after them, but they're being remembered because the Juniors Trophy is named in their honour, which I think is a lovely tribute.
We'll see the Juniors come out towards the end of the run. They're in the high 200 race numbers. Or low 200s, I should say.
Rob Kippen on course now in the little Datsun 1600, running twin Webbers and a 5-speed and disc brakes. Geez, I mean, those things sold like hotcakes when they were new, but throwing a 5-speed and disc brakes, they would have been able to clean them off. They wouldn't have been able to build fast enough.
It's amazing to think that the Datsun 1600s were still winning rounds of state rally championships all the way through into the 1990s for a car that was created in the late 1960s.
Craig Lawrence on course now in that little Mark 1 Escort 1600cc. This is Craig's 17th year at Leyburn.
And that's a really rapid Mark 1 Escort too.
And nicely turned out as well. Seamus Murray heading towards us now in the Fiat 125 1600cc.
A very Italian sounding name, that Seamus Murray.
Yeah, he reckons the car should be slower this year as all the rust has been removed. I tell you what, that's going to be a big job in a Fiat.
You cruel man, Dave. With comments like that, why did I get all the infringement notices from the London Bobby Sargentoni?
Yeah, there's a collection of them there. One of the very quick Datsun 1200s rushing towards us now. That's Dan O'Mara running the A14 engine. He's been racing for over 50 years, starting off with the Warwick District Sporting Car Club, also running at Stanthorpe, Leyburn, Pittsworth and Mount Morgan.
Mount Morgan, all the way up in North Queensland.
Central Queensland.
That's right. That's the Brisbane in me, not realising just how big Queensland is.
Yeah, it's a long way from the bottom to the top. Jason O'Mara next, and another very quick A14 powered Datsun 1200 Coupe. He's a local carpenter in Warwick and a regular competitor in the Morgan Park Sprint Series.
You can see how serious he is by how much camber there is on the front wheels on those cars.
Rod Robertson heading towards us now. He's normally a competitor in the Australian Trans Am Series, but his Cortina is road registered and he runs it at Gear Days. 1600cc engine. 1967 model, so that'd be one of the very last of the Mark 1s.
And here's Trish Chant.
Her first appearance of the weekend. She's finally found some time to pull the helmet on and have a speed.
I was only just talking about it. I manifested Trish to get her on the line. President of the Historic Leyburn Sprints Committee. And there's her glorious Ford Mustang. She's won class in the Australian Trans Am Series for Historic Trans Ams that's run here in Queensland. She's won that championship twice.
Kerry Snyder's just passes our position now in Earl Murray's Fiat 125S 1600. Kerry's been competing at Leyburn for many years and competing with/against her husband Seamus. Yes, I'm wondering who's allowed to do that one. Do they have team orders? Another family team here. Donna Trustham at the wheel of the Mark II Cortina GT.
And Peter McConnell running the team car.
Yep, that's her dad who drives in the Falcon GT, and she's got the Cortina GT. And I love how they've got the matching factory liveries.
Yeah. Oh, and not just matching, that's perfectly matching. You see the two Fords parked together. They're at the far corner of the paddock. Parked there the same every year, and yeah, those two Fords look absolutely stunning, particularly parked next to each other.
Matt Wyburn just heading down into turn 2 now in that beautiful dark green Datsun 1200 with A15 motor.
Yeah, the big block for a Datsun.
That's the biggest engine they ever put into an Datsun 1200.
Mark Wood next in the Mark II Ford Cortina.
He came in hot, didn't he?
Yeah.
That's actually looking very quick. 1600cc engine, highly modified Ford Kent motor.
Which is essentially the same engine that went into, about 30, 40 years of Formula Ford racing cars.
Certainly did. Regular competitor in street sprints and historic regularity events around Queensland and New South Wales.
Oh, wags the tail of that Mark I Escort.
Blake Curran competing now in the Mark I Escort. Now that car originally raced by his late father, Brett, who's a very much best motorsport competitor.
Doing a bit of rally work there in the Mark I Escort.
And it's nice to see Blake keeping his dad's legacy alive.
Shell Racing stripes running up the centre of that Mark II Cortina. Car 126. The car of Mark Archer. A little bit of a tribute in its own way to the Shell sponsorship of motor racing in the Australia in the 1960s. Another Datsun 1200.
Oh, Jack Bridie at the wheel of Steve Bridie's car. This one running a Nissan SR20 engine with twin Webers.
Oh, that's cheap, sure. Sticking a modern Pulsar engine into a Datsun 1200. There's a very strong racing class in New South Wales and Victoria for Nissan Pulsars. And here's the Escort Mexico replica of Hanu Mikola's Ford Escort that won the 1970 World Cup Rally. It was called the World Cup Rally because it always started in London, but they then rallied to wherever the FIFA Football World Cup was being held that year. In 1970, they went from London to Mexico City, which was a bit of a challenge getting across the Atlantic Ocean, but they used a ship to help them with that. The 1974 World Cup rally that followed was in Berlin, in Germany. So that's a sort of a Sunday drive from London, really. So they had to take a long detour all the way south to Kano in Nigeria before heading back north again via Turkey and Greece and coming back to Germany via the back end of Europe rather than the nearest side to London. And there were some Australians that ran in that World Cup rally in 1974. In fact, the winner of the 1974 World Cup rally were Australians in a Citroen DS, and that car has been here at Leyburn. But there was, but most famously, that World Cup rally in 1974, there was an error, well, not an error, but the roads had changed from the time when the pace notes were made, the navigation notes were made, and when the rally came through about 4 months later. And the result of that was the entire rally got lost in the Sahara Desert. I mean, nobody died, but it's a miracle that they didn't. Sterling Moss, the Formula One legend, was in one of the cars. He was racing a Mercedes in that rally, and they ran out of water. They parked it in. They found though they found a fort in the middle of Algeria, and they thought, oh, we're saved, but the fort had been abandoned. So they were stuck there for a couple of days until a water truck came by a couple of days later. And Sterling Moss then said to the owner, right, I'm buying the car and we're driving home. And drove the car straight back to England after that. Sorry, I rambled on a little bit. There's quite a few cars in all of that. I thought it was a fun story, nonetheless.
Fascinating bit of motorsport, and yeah, how badly could that have turned out?
Oh, exactly. So they were sending up aircraft to try and find all of the lost rally cars in the desert.
Toby Barker passes our position now in the Triumph 2500 PI. He's first competed in this car at this event in 2004, so...
If you ever get hold of it, there's a book called A Boot Full of Right Arms, written by veteran Australian motoring journalist and rally driver himself, Evan Green, and it's from his own point of view because he was competing in the rally in a Leyland P76. He actually won the stage that was held on Sicily, the Targa Florio stage, based on the Targa Florio rally, and Leyland Australia was so proud of Evan Green's achievement that they created a special edition of the Leyland P76 called the Targa Florio.
Next car, we're actually having a little bit of a delay, so hopefully there's nothing happened that we're waiting to clean up.
Al Bishop is on the line there in the Ford Capri. Look at the crowd out there. Wave to yourselves up on the big screen, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming out in such strong numbers again to the historic Leyburn Sprints. Al Bishop out on circuit right now in the Group NC Ford Capri. This particular car is a little bit famous because this was the last car that Barry Seaton, father of Glenn, grandfather of Aaron, and Bathurst winner in his own right in 1965 in a Ford Cortina. Barry Seaton built so many race cars over the course of his life. Mostly Fords and a lot of them Capris, but some Escorts as well. Like Glenn Seaton's first race car was a Ford Escort, and that had I think that had a BDA engine on it originally.
They actually built it with a Kent engine.
It was a Kent, okay.
And then they upgraded when Glenn got a bit more experience. They thought he was ready for some more power because he'd come straight out of go-karts.
Yeah, and that car was became a famous Queensland car that was owned by the Donnelly family for many years with a Mazda rotary engine on board that car. But this car, the number 55 or the number 138 car that Al Bishop raced, that was Barry Seaton's last race car they built, and that was a personal project because he wanted to continue racing in his retirement in Group N racing. And that's great to see the Capri here. Al got the permission from Glenn Seaton to put the family name on the side of the car in recognition of the connection with the Seaton family.
Next car to leave the line is that Jamie Chant in the Falcon?
It looks like it. It's an XY.
Yep. So this should be good, folks.
One of the burnout kings. Now, we've had some statements, in particular, Wayne Bell this morning in the Larry Perkins Tribute Commodore. I think that was probably the best burnout of the weekend so far this morning. So Jamie Chant's got some work to do if he wants to reclaim the prize that he wins most years. I say prize. it's basically an acknowledgement from us in commentary that it was the best burnout.
There's a big crowd of people here between the start line and turn 1. It's one of the best vantage points, although there are quite a few good vantage points here.
Oh, yeah.
On the outside of turn 5, down near the school is another one. And, of course, near the finish line at the big sweeper at the crossroads there. That's another great spot to watch from.
We just had a visit just before by Kurt Kratzmann, who's unfortunately no longer able to compete. Unfortunately, something that we didn't see here in commentary, but you would have seen out there if you're spectating in the area around turn 5. He's unfortunately crashed that 904 Porsche 904 replica and is out of the event.
Yeah, we did see the big dust cloud and we wondered what had happened, but the throttle stuck open. Jamie Chand is here to bring us some smoke.
And that has eclipsed Wayne Bell's effort this morning, I reckon. I think Jamie heard word of what Wayne had done.
Yep, there's a great effort there for a great advertisement for JMC Performance Mechanical. They obviously know how to build very stout Ford V8 engines. David Dunn next in another XW GT Falcon, another really well presented car. We're basically into the Group N over 3 litre class now, so it's effectively V8 muscle cars.
Lots of Falcons, lots of Mustangs, then more Falcons. We've got a Camaro coming up. Missed the Camaro yesterday. Didn't arrive in time, I think, was the problem with the Camaro, but they're running it this morning. It's great to have a Chevrolet product to have a go against all of the Ford V8s in this part of the field as we look at... Oh.
Here is David Stark in the 1970 model Camaro Z28, or Z28 as the Americans would call it, running 350 small block Chev. Later model wheels, you can see the car sitting up very high on its late model wheels. And have a close look at the car. It's got the old metal flake paint, which was so popular back in the 70s with custom car builders.
It's a more Ford V8, but this is a smaller car. A Ford Capri Mark 1. And this was a rather odd creation of Ford South Africa. They decided, and a couple of Ford dealerships specifically in South Africa decided that the Ford Capri wasn't potent enough. So they stuck 302 Windsor into the car and called it the Capri Piranha.
This car was actually built in South Africa by Basil Green Motors and sold throughout the Ford dealer network. Yeah.
Yeah, that was what the arrangement was. Yeah, it was basically a movement by a couple of Ford dealers. And there's a bit of a history of that in South Africa where cars have arrived from Europe and they said, no, that's not grunty enough. Let's have something louder.
Nash Garland on course now in the Mitsubishi Lancer. Nash spent 4 years in go-karting. In the last 2 years, he's moved over to circuit events. Liam Giammichel is next in the Mini Clubman GT.
The Jim Michelle family have been coming to Leyburn for years and years and years, but this is Liam's first run. His dad, Oriana's mostly the guy who's been competing here at Leyburn Sprints, but he's proudly supporting his son this year in that Mini. You would have raced against Oriana on a couple of occasions, I'm sure, Dave?
Not that I recall.
Oh. Back when you had your Group N Datsun?
That's going back a long way. Yep, Liam started out racing as in go-karts as a teenager. Now it's his second time at Leyburn. His first time was 4 years ago.
And there we see the show and shine over behind our commentary box here. With a Volvo wagon there looking resplendent next to a brand new Ford Mustang. There's that supercharged Ford Zephyr that we saw. That's got a identically coloured Caravan to go with that Ford Zephyr. there's some beautiful cars over there.
Some real variety too there. A classic GMC pickup, an R34 Skyline.
Oh, lovely stuff.
First generation Celica, so something for everyone. Liam G. Michelle heading past now in the little mini jet Clubman.
Yeah, the Show and Shine trophies will be presented around 1 o'clock this afternoon, and proudly supported by Shannon's Insurance.
Shane Boynton heading past our position now in the Mark II Escort RS2000. Shane's originally from Auckland. He actually got his racing licence at the Nigel Mansell Racing School in England in 1994. And then he raced an Alpha 105 for many years and then sold that to Bob Bear.
Mansell hadn't even retired from Formula 1 at that point. Gets bored quickly, does Nigel.
Steve Brazier next in another Mark II Escort. Steve's been a competitor here for many years.
Famous name in motorsport, Brazier. Steve, not related to the Speedway legends.
It looks like the Capri Piranha's having a rerun. So the drivers have all been advised if something happens on in the track in front of you, we'll give you the yellow flag, button off, and then slowly and carefully come around the start line again. We'll give you a rerun.
Phil Walters at the wheel of the Capri that's out on the track, another one of the V8 powered Ford Capris. Stark in the Camaro has made a bit of a statement in the V8 class, 55.7 straight off. I think maybe he was just giving a bit of a head start to his class competitors by not racing yesterday.
It's surprising actually, because sometimes you watch a run and you think, oh yeah, that's fast, and then other times you don't, but then you pull out the stopwatch and think, wow. And
well, smooth is fast.
Yeah,
Jim Richards made a career out of being smooth and fast. Matt Campbell, very much the same style of race driver.
And Alain Prost did it in Formula One. He never looked fast until you got the stopwatch out.
He was a properly ruthless man, Alain Prost, back in the day. Part of which because he was so short. So he would used to say to Formula One teams, "So well, look, see, I'm around 5 to 10 kilos lighter than some of the other racing drivers you might select. How much money would you spend trying to lose that same amount of weight out of the race car?" And would then use that to try and leave more money.
John Ford in a Fiat, not a Ford, on course now. Little Fiat 124.
Oh, big lock up into turn 2.
He still made the corner though. That car running a 16-valve head from a Lancia Delta Integrale on its 1800cc engine and turbocharged as well. David Garland coming by now in the Mitsubishi Galant rally car.
Garland family legends of Australian rally. Bruce won many an Australian safari, the Australia's Rally Raid. If you think of the Paris-Dakar Rally and the World Cup Rally and the London Sydney Marathon, those cross-continental or intercontinental rally events, yeah, the Australian safari is the Australian iteration of that kind of event.
Thomas Kay zooming past our position now in the in Philip Kay's RS2000. Yeah, Philip's driving the Alpha, so Thomas has just started racing in Formula Ford. But this car has been coming here for 15 years, but Thomas, the driver, is just 18 years of age.
Oh, shout out just before. I manifested before Trish Chant coming out to have a run, and her brother Chris Collins has also come out and had a run while I was looking in other directions. And so great to see that both Chris and Trish have been able to find the time this morning to have a run.
Anthony Lawler on course now in that beautiful bright green Mark II Escort 2-litre.
The Poison Ivy.
3 years in a row he's won his class here at this event.
Oh, the Triumph Dolomite sounds a little bit misfiery. Just not running cleanly.
Yeah, not quite right, is it? Paul Lawrence at the wheel. Hopefully they can get that sorted out for his next run. Peter Leicht leaving the ride now from Central New South Wales. Regular rally competitor.
And it looks like a rally car too, complete with mud flaps. It's a little bit of a giveaway for which of the cars in the entry are rally cars, and then we've all got the mud flaps.
As well as rally competitors, Peter's also raced cars, boats and go-karts. Paul Ritchie heading towards us now in another Mark II Escort. He usually runs a Sunbeam Alpine, but this weekend he's running an Escort. The Mazda Capella. Now, he had a problem in the previous run. The car ended up going very, very slow, but looks like they fixed it now. 13B Bridgeport Rotary in a Supra 5-speed.
Now, in about half an hour's time, the Mazda Capella's broken down again.
Oh, dear.
So the Rainbow Warrior's going to get a rerun. The Mazda RX-3 that's launched itself. Oh, with such an attack on turn one, I don't know whether he's going to be disappointed or excited to be able to do that again.
If he's come out of turn 2 and there's the yellow flag waiting for him because the Capella is stopped before turn 3.
As I just started to say, at around half an hour's time at 11:15 over at the Shannon's Big Rig, we'll be having the we'll be doing autograph sessions with our legends of Leyburn. So if you want to get something signed by our Australian motor racing legends that have joined us here this weekend, we've got more than half a dozen stars of Australian motor racing visiting us here this weekend. I'm not quite sure who is with us today for the signing session, but Dick Johnson's been here all weekend. John Bowe is here as well. Colin Bond. Some of the guys who've had such the most varied racing careers in Australian motor racing history. Colin Bond and John Bowe have got their books at the merchandise tent, so if you want to get those signed, there's an opportunity to go over to the merch tent, pick up their books, and then bring them over to the show and shine to get them signed. Bruce Allison is here, Formula 5000 legend, both here and travelled internationally to race the Formula 5000s. I think Kevin Butler had to go home after yesterday. Charlie O'Brien has been here this weekend, Australian Steve Masterson here is here as well, a racer of Ford and then Holden touring cars at Bathurst in the 1980s and 1990s. For a long time, he was basically the second best Ford Falcon after Dick Johnson. He has a different approach to racing cars. To the Ford Falcon, particularly the XE model. They went different directions in trying to create the aerodynamics for the car. Thanks, of course, to our corporate sponsors. We could not do Leyburn without you. Steel Rudd 24-hour towing. Steel Rudd Towing is a 24/7 licensed accident towing and transport business based in Clifton, here in Queensland, operating through the Darling Downs regions. They handle breakdowns, accidents, machinery transport, insurance claims, shipping, container sales and hire, and on-site storage. Steel Rudd Towing. Contact Brock Mitchell on 0457 420 019. Small acreage slashing, specialising in concrete slabs and bobcat work. And Terry Mitchell also on 0458 963 222 or with container holding yard, machinery transport. And yeah, Brock Mitchell's a familiar name, of course. He's a racer of HQs in years past. Shout out to Brock. Just looking through times, you can see on the big screens here, or if you're watching the live stream at home, Dean Amos is current fastest competitor on a 40.58. He's taken over half a second off his best time in the number 99 Gould GR55, pushing as Warwick Hutchinson in turn took half a second off his best to move into second place, but Dean Amos has maintained the gap between them with his own improvements. 43.7 Warwick Hutchinson, the rotary turbo-powered OMS. Brett Bull dropped to third, 45.0. Steve Woodbridge improved to a 47.55. In fourth place, Neil Lewis in the Fly is 47.7. So he, Luke Weeks there in the Empire on a 48.1. So it's quite tight for that fourth place and for the class lead in Formula Libre under 2 litres. Doug Daniels, seventh fastest, 48.2. Then Blaze Paris in the Porsche 911 GT3 on a 48.6. Here's Stephen Clements in the Ferrari 308 GTB as we resume racing. It was a Group S logbook car that runs in it used to run in the Capricorn Cup back when Charlie Clements raced it, Stephen's dad. And here's the Rainbow Warrior on its rerun.
Oh, big sideways there out of turn 1. It just hangs onto it, kicks up the dust on the exit. Warren Gersikowski next.
Oh, the Commodore's back.
In the 5-litre V8 Commodore, the flag drops and away he goes.
That's a rerun. It's a much later in the running order.
That's the most sedate departure we've seen from that car so far.
Nothing sedate about the soundtrack.
Bevan Reid is next in the Mark II Capri RS 3400. 3.4 litre SX V6 with a Supra 5-speed and Hilux DEF common conversion for these cars. Just waiting for Evan to be given the green flag to go. Bit of a dust cloud up at the final corner. We're not sure if everyone's got home okay.
It's time for the good times. Forget about the bad times, yeah. One day to come together to release the pressure. We need a holiday. Celebrate. Oh, we wanna be holiday.
Bevan Reid, mate. Looks like it's a clean run so far in the RS 3400 Capri. Bryce Reid is next in the HJ Kingswood, leaving a cloud of smoke behind him as he's prone to do. A fairly rapid run down the back straight there in towards turn 2. Oh, he's run very wide there on turn 2, but keeps it more or less together, kicks up the dust and keeps it going. Paul Spiteri next on the Group C Mazda RX-3. Paul's the owner of Coachman's Inn and Rupert's Bar and Grill in Warwick. This car raced in the Bathurst 1000 in the 1980s. And Paul and the team at Morgan Park Performance are in the process of restoring that to how it was back in the day. Brock Stevenson next in the LH Tirana, 6-litre V8 power, 403 cubic inch LS. Very, very sideways on the exit of turn 2, but he's gathered it up. Still busy making smoke on his run down towards turn 3. Built by Cox Performance Tuning. The other car they've got here this weekend is on course now. Gary Stevenson in an SLR Tirana, now running a 5.7 litre LS1 and the Turbo 400 automatic. Paul Finch is next in the PRB Club of 2-litre engine. Paul describes himself as a 78-year-old retired plumber from Sydney. He's been here 3 times previously, and he does super sprints and hill climbs in this very rapid little car. Stephen Foss heading towards us now in the Porsche 912. This car ran at Leyburn from 2000 to 2009. Since then, it's been through an extensive restoration. Now, it's a 912, which means it left the factory with a 2-litre 4-cylinder engine, but it's since been upgraded to 911 specification with a period-correct 6-cylinder engine. So it's a 912, but it's become a 911. Mark Crispin now, currently 10th fastest outright, and that very rapid 5-litre V8 powered Ford Cobra. Mark's been competing in this event for many years and always quick. And that thing sounds glorious too. Cam Lepp just passing our position now in the Baboon's bottom pink Datsun 240Z, running a 3-litre engine. Matt Lovely's the line now in the Group B replica Mazda RX-7. Matt's been rallying for most of his life, but also doing rally sprints as well. Rob Oshman next in the Porsche 991 GT3 car. Bob's got a variety of motorsport experience. He's mostly done sprints at Winton, Bathurst, Morgan Park, Lakeside and QR. He's also done some XL Cup racing, and he's done many Targa and Tarmac Rally events. John Sitton's one of the fastest drivers here this weekend. And that glorious Datsun 240Z running a 3.3 litre engine. So that's probably about as far as you can go with an L Series. Doug Stewart next in the Porsche 944. Anthony Vanderdrift now in the Porsche 914 3.6 litre flat 6 engine. Anthony describes himself as a happy weekend warrior and a better sausage maker than race car driver. Owner of Götzinger Small Goods, a proud Leyburn sponsor. And thank you for supplying the Kranskis at the officials barbecue on Friday night. They were delicious. Jack Kissinger just goes by in Kent Kissinger's Porsche 911. 1981 model car, 3 litre flat 6 engine. Been regular events at this, competitors at this event for a number of years. And Kent following him up in the 911 GT3. One of 94 cars delivered to Australia. The Club Sport package comes with a roll cage, fire extinguisher, kill switch, and highly developed engine. The Germans know how to do proper Club Sport packages. Craig Matthew next in the Ultima, currently 9th outright, 6.2 litre engine in that purpose-built sports car. This is Craig's 4th consecutive event, and he loves coming here. He's still determined to crack a 49. Chris Nylon is next in the 74 model Porsche 911, 3.6. That car built is in a replica of the IROC Challenge machines from the 70s. Next in the Porsche GT3, 4-litre flat six engine. It's the car's actually prepared for a tarmac rally spec. Previous class winner at Targa, Tasmania, and a class winner and 3rd outright in the Noosa Hill Climb. Darren Rowe in the Shelby Daytona replica. Shelby America only built 6 Daytonas, and they won the 1965 World GT Championship. This car was hand-built by Darren and his father, running a 5-litre Coyote V8 engine and a 6-speed manual gearbox. David Skaysbrook have had a very enthusiastic departure from the line, the 993 Carrera. He made it to turn 1, only just. Very hard running through, pushed it through turn 2. He's still on the tarmac, having a red hot go. 3.8 litre engine, 330 horsepower. Jason McGarry leading the line now in the 2015 model Caterham R300. Very quick entry to turn 1, but a neat tidy exit. 2-litre engine. This is his 12th year of competing. This car was originally raced in England for a year, then came to Australia, and he's been running it since. Diane Fuller is next in the Triumph TR7, commonly known amongst Triumph enthusiasts as the Wedge. This car running a 2-litre engine. This is Diane's 6th year of competing. She loves this event. Prior to that, she was a spectator here for about 10 years. Earl Murray is next in the Fiat 124 Spider, taking some fairly interesting lines on the way down to turn 1, 1800cc. He's back here for another year of friendly competition with family and friends in Fiats. Dennis Cotton next in the Porsche 914. He's got a Type 4 flat motor, the horizontally opposed 4-cylinder. Uses the car for sprints and hill climbs, and it's road registered for coffee day runs. As well as Morgan Park, Lakeside, QR, Mount Cotton and Lisa, and Noosa. He's also run the car down at Phillip Island. Gina Siddons is next in the Datsun 240Z. Now this car actually has an L24 engine with triple Webbers on it. Prepared by John Siddons, so it would be a very good thing. John is as good on the spanners as he is on the wheel. Bob Bear is next in the MGB GT, 3.5 litre V8. Very nicely presented car in that beautiful British Racing green livery. Bob's been at the Leyburn Sprints 9 times in the past. He got second in his class last year. And he's run this car at Morgan Park, Lakeside, Queensland Raceway and Noosa. Barry Evans in another MGB GT. This one running the 4.6 litre V8 engine. David Lawrence leaves the line in the red MGB Mark II. Nope. Sorry, that's Dave Roberts in the MGB 6 litre V8. Dave's been racing since 1972. He's done sports sedans and rallycross. He's won events at Leyburn and Wandai Sprints and a class winner at Mount Cotton. Bernice Stratton is next in the Mazda MX-5. She started competing way back in 1990. Navigator as in local rallies, then motorcarnas, carnacross, hill climbs, sprints and club level racing. And of course Bernice, well known as an active volunteer at motorsport events all around Australia, including the Grand Prix Rally and the V8 Supercar events. Michael Dare is next in the Mazda RX-7. Michael's a mechanical engineer, has been working on cars for 40 years. And he's achieved his lifetime goal of racing a classic RX-7. Doug Swan next in the Mark 1 MR2. Supercharged Toyota 4AGE twin cam engine. And this is a mid-engine car. The engine is actually directly behind the driver in front of the rear axles. Just like a little miniature Ferrari. David Fuller is next in the C4 Corvette. 350 cubic inch V8. Oh, he's come in too hot. Locked it up and headbutted the hay bales at turn 1. And you can see why the hay bales are there, because the road falls away down into a culvert. I tell you what, I can't see any damage on that car. That's amazing. It's not American iron, that's American plastic. The fiberglass bodied Corvette, but he's restarted the car and he's going to continue his run anyway. But we'll probably have a bit of a delay now because they're going to have to retrieve that hay bale from where he's repositioned it. Corvette just headbutted the hay bales. Backed it up.
Gotzinger small goods, steeped in over 100 years of European small goods heritage. Gotzinger Small Goods is a family-owned Queensland business proudly crafting premium small goods in Australia. Use quality ingredients and traditional recipes while exploring new flavours and ideas for future generations to savour. Gotzinger. From one Queenslander to another, Gotzinger Small Goods, Australian crafted European heritage. And if you can see the QR code on the screen there, particularly if you're at home, it'll be easier for you to do there than it is to do here at the track. Scan that QR code to find where Gotzinger Small Goods is sold. Just doing a little bit of cleanup here after the C4 Corvette didn't quite explode a hay bale here at turn 1. Just a reminder, it's 10 minutes away before the driver signings, the autograph session for our Legends of Australian Motorsport. And that is over at the Shannon Super Rig on between the start line and turn 1. You can't miss it. It's enormous, it's green, and it's shaped like the trailer of a semi-trailer, because that's exactly what it is. One of a number of events that's occurring today. Just a recapping of our top 10 runners. Although, just having a look, yeah, the Corvette that unfortunately disgraced itself here in the barriers up here at the hay bales. It was David Fuller in the C4 Corvette. So that's something that his wife Diane can rib him about, that I made a clean run through turn 1 and you didn't. I'm going to get another infringement notice from our London Bobby for that. Dean Amos set the fastest time so far in the Gould GR55 on a 40.584. Warwick Hutchinson moved up to second place in the running with a 43.74 in the OMS. Then Brett Bull in the BBMHC, which stands for Brett Bull Motorsport Hill Climb. And he lost that second place. A 45.0, which was the time he set yesterday. Hutchinson's 43.7 came this morning, as did Dean Amos's new top time. Steve Woodbridge in the Formula 3 Dallara is fourth fastest on a 47.5. He's in quite the tussle with Neil Lewis. I think Woodbridge actually stole fourth place away from Neil Lewis in the Fly with that 47.5 this morning. Lewis on a 47.7. Luke Wicks in the Yellow Empire is on a 47.7 in a 48.1 in sixth position. That's Luke. Blaze Paris in that brilliant Porsche 911 GT3, well up amongst the open wheelers, is seventh fastest on a 48.2, and that was a new best time for him. Doug Daniels in the number 91 open wheeler. That's the new tech, I believe. A new car for the Sprints this year. Yeah, the new tech Formula Libra. And he set an eighth fastest time of a 48.28. Only 0.05 of a second behind Blaze Paris in the Porsche. That's seventh fastest. In fact, I think Blaze has actually moved up the order. He's just displaced Daniels out at seventh place, even though they both went faster on that run. Mark Crespin in the Cobra replica, ninth fastest on a 49.4. So just 9 cars under the 50-second barrier at the moment. Craig Matthew brushing against it there in the Ultimate GTR on a 50.5. Also, some things to inspect while you're here at the Leyburn Historic Sprints. Motorsport Alley runs just inside the inside gate. There's a number of sellers with various items of merchandise. Also on display, there's the Schiller family have got their 4 MG race cars. They're all cars from the 1940s era of the Australian Grand Prix. And alongside them, Andrew Madecki has also got two of his former Group A racing cars. One of them a Mercedes 2.3 190E, and the other the Ford Sierra RS 500 that he raced when he was part of Peter Brock's team. The Madecki and Brock merged teams for a couple of years. The Leyburn Museum is opened at 10 o'clock this morning, and that's at the Leyburn RSL. So wander up the hill to visit the RSL and the museum within. The Vintage Fan Village, that's over on McIntyre Street, the Turn 1 precinct, that's immediately behind our commentary box here at Turn 1, and that includes the Show and Shine that's on display up there. And we're going to go to Gary O'Brien, who's picked up... no, we'll be back with Gary a bit later. We're not far away from a restart with... this is Roger Garcia in the McLaren 540C. But yeah, a reminder again that we're not that far away from the autograph signings with legends of Australian motorsport at the Shannon Super Rig. And here's Roger Garcia now in the for tax purposes McLaren 540. At least that's what the number plate suggests. If you can... It's difficult to read the number plate. The McLaren goes past so quickly, but yes, if you're anywhere near Roger's pit bay, although not right now because he's on track, of course, but they're doing little giveaways here as the Honda Civic gets off the line. Car number 208. This car has been racing ever since the car arrived in Australia off the boat from Japan. Joseph Clift running the car today, part of the extended Morgan Park Performance race team. There's a number of cars in that race team. There's a Morgan Park Performance famous for its Mazda rotaries, but also running this Honda Civic and Bob Haggerty's Volvo 164 as well. Joseph Clift, son of Matthew, and we'll see Matt a bit later with the Mazda R100 when it comes out. And my goodness, when Matt comes out in that R100, stand well back from the fences, folks. He's spectacular. Almost tipped the car into a roll yesterday. Just got so much air going through turn 2. Obviously not intentional. But as I was saying, yeah, Joseph Clift brings the Honda Civic round to the finish line. That car was built for Australian Production Car Championship almost as soon as it arrived in Australia. And Carol Jackson, who'd recently graduated out of the Mazda I've manifested the London Bobby, but he's actually come to me with some actual serious stuff here. And there's a BMW 635 CSI in the which that's in the car park. That's in the Show and Shine area. BMW 635 CSI number plated BIM 635. You've left your headlights on. So please attend to that before your battery goes flat and you can't get home to wherever you've come from. So yes, the tow vehicles that we've got here at the racetrack are sort of assigned for racing cars. So we can't really flat tow you anywhere if your BMW 635 runs out of electrical power. So yeah, BIM 635, BMW 635, you have left your lights on. Please attend to that immediately or as soon as possible. Can run out of electricity. There's the Toyota Echo. I mistakenly called it a Starlet yesterday, although I think an Echo is just a different name for a Starlet. I'll cling to that. Brock McQueen in the Toyota Echo out on circuit right now. One of the best names for a race driver, I think here, Brock McQueen. Hannah Michelle was just out on the track as well in the Subaru Impreza. We're in amongst our junior racers. They're competing for the Mike and Ann Collins Trophy. There's Isabella Murdoch in that pink and grey Hyundai XL. Pink and grey? Pink and black. Pink black. It's very K-pop. The Suzuki Swift gets off the line here of that's Lawrence Murphy. Not one of the juniors. But the juniors sort of fit into the same class as this Suzuki Swift. Or at least quite a few of them do. We've got the Citroen C4 coming up now. This Jim Preen. That'll be next up after Lawrence goes around in the Suzuki Swift. There we go, the Citroen launches. A little bit of an unusual car to see here at the Leyburn Sprints, but Jim's been bringing that car to the Sprints for a couple of seasons now. A rally car. Running here in sprint trim. And running with a Sebastian Loeb tribute colour scheme, the French rally driver. At one point was headed to become an Olympic gymnast and decided that wasn't quite exciting enough and went motor racing instead, and then won 76 World Rally well, maybe not 76, but a lot of World Rally Championships, and has become recognised as the GOAT of the World Rally Championship. But yeah, Jim Preen racing the Australian Army supported Citroen C4. Not sure I'm liking the thought processes going through my mind there with the Australian Army supporting a car called a C4. That's a very popular type of explosive. We've got another Suzuki Swift on the line. Oh, this is Jordan Spiteri. One of our juniors racing here this weekend. He's a very neat driver, quite an experienced driver while still being a teenager. Yes, very smooth. Jordan's punching that Suzuki Swift. I say punching, he's driving it really quite smoothly. It's only really the engine revs that he's really punching. As the next car gets one of our juniors in the XLs. Pepper Wickham. Mobile hairdressing. Orange and black. It's a immaculately presented car, as you might expect from a race team supported by hairdressing service. Now here's that glorious sounding E30 BMW 325i, the big 6-cylinder engine, 2.5 litre. It's not that big, but yeah, it's big for a BMW of that age. Here's some volume now from Glenn Brinkman in the Ford Escort RS Cosworth. Arrives at turn 2 in one heck of a hurry. Support car wearing a Carlos Sainz. We've got to say Carlos Sainz Senior these days, with Carlos Sainz Jr. running in the Formula One World Drivers' Championship. There's Sophia Davitt just coming through turn 1 in the number 222 BMW 330i. The car that Sophia's father Matt races in the Queensland Touring Car Championship and replica tours. Brinkman bringing the Escort Cosworth back to the finish line in one heck of a hurry as Hinchcliffe gets underway in the other Ford RS Cosworth. This version a Sapphire Sierra. Glenn Brinkman set a time of a 53.3 flying around the circuit in that RS Cosworth. Almost 3 seconds faster than Hinchcliffe in the Sapphire. Let's see if it'll be better. Cragman Typhoon getting out of the way in the CTM Cabinets Commodore. Spiteri in the Suzuki Swift went through the timesheets before just on the 54.6. Amazing time for a Suzuki Swift and for a junior. There's Ethan Whitney. Ethan, a late substitution on the timesheets here at the historic Leyburn Sprints, replacing Jaden Manteifel, who's unfortunately not feeling well, and the second of the Manteifel Commodores unable to take a start because Jaden's stuck at home. So his workmate Ethan took over the entry in his Mitsubishi Lancer, and there's a Peugeot 405. Got a couple of Peugeots here this weekend, literally two Peugeots running this weekend, a 405 and a 203. Only around 50 years in between those two models. 50? Call it 40 and be safe. Another BMW launches off the line, another E30 Series 325i. This one a little bit quicker. Andrew McMaster in his improved production spec car. He's come up from New South Wales to race here with us. Oh, sideways, completely crossed up. My goodness, that's the most sideways entrance to any corner I've seen this weekend. But McMaster just kept the boot in, straightened up and launched, relaunched I should say, on the exit of turn 2, but he's knocked over enough witches' hats to cause an entire witch's coven to get sunburned. There's a lady joke. Mitsubishi Starion on track. Stephen Mullins in Mitsubishi's attempt to make a Group A touring car. Did very well in the earliest days of Group A touring car racing. Now it's starting to get a little bit obsolete by the time the Australia converted to Group A racing. At TCP Designs, we take the stress out of traffic planning. Whether it's a major event or a civil construction site, we design smart, safe, and compliant traffic management plans tailored to your needs. Local know-how, industry experience, we've got you covered. That's TCP Designs. Phone 0407 734 398. Here's some more Tirana action. Madva Sternbeck. Unfortunately, Madva blew up his Mini in the run-up to the event. That you'll notice in the program he's listed as running a modern BMW-powered Mini. But after detonating his BMW in the build-up to the event, he's now moved into this Tirana pretty much full-time. One of our juniors running in the competition, junior competition here this weekend. His older sister, Yamuna, is a graduate out of the juniors here at the historic Leyburn Sprints and now races in Formula Ford and was the first woman to win a round of a Formula Ford championship. And that's quite the remarkable feat, considering that the number of young women that have come through Formula Ford over the years. What most prominently leaps to mind was Leanne Tander, who went on to race in Formula 3, almost won a Formula 3 championship, and then went on to race in the second tier V8 series that we now call the Dunlop Super 2 series, and then had a couple of starts in V8 supercars, and then a couple of starts in Touring Car Masters. Robin Hodge is a Toowoomba-based regional housing delivery partner. We identify suitable land, access, feasibility, align community housing provider requirements, respond to planning and funding pathways, and coordinate the delivery of practical housing outcomes in regional Queensland communities. We do not hold land, we build homes. That's Robin Hodge, delivering regional housing. Contact them on 0401 566 168. And it's time for, we're well into our autograph signings over the Shannon Super Rig, so if you want to get the legends of Australian motor racing to sign something that you've brought along, or if you visited the merchandise tent to pick up Colin Bond or John Bowes books, to get them signed, get along and do that immediately, because there's not much time left in that autograph signing. There's only about 15 minutes left before we conclude that. We've got Shelby Mustang on the racetrack right now. I say Shelby Mustang, they're not actually called Mustangs. They started as the Ford Mustang and were then modified by Shelby American to create the Shelby GT350. And this is Andrew Bear, of course, in the car number 142. Next up, we've got some more of our juniors. There's the Michelle family's Subaru Impreza on the line. We do have yellow flags out, though. There's incident has happened just immediately prior to the Shelby GT350. Now, the car that was out on track ahead of Andrew Bear would have been, we might go to Gary O'Brien in the paddock with another interview.
James, you have to tell us about the tribute that this car represents.
Yeah, g'day Gary, thanks. Yeah, look, we started, my wife and I, our first car was first brand new car was a Citroen C4. It was a 1.6 litre, and loved the shape of the car, loved the history that this particular shape of car had in World Rally Championships with Sebastian Loeb and winning 10 years in a row, that sort of stuff. And I thought, what am I going to do with this car? One day I'm going to be, I'll trade it up. But I've kept it, and this is another one. This is a 2 litre, which I've done up. And I've been coming to Leyburn for about 4 or 5 years, and this one's been in for the last 2 years. Love the car. It's 2 litres. It's a tribute. It's not a it's not a World Rally car. It's only got front wheel drive, but it's a lot of fun for me. I'm 65, so I can't go too fast, so it keeps things under control. And I've got a mate that does the wrap, and we had a whole lot of fun putting all that sort of stuff together. And
we wish you all the best for the weekend. Thanks for letting us share the story.
Yeah, thanks Gary, appreciate it.
Thank you, Gary O'Brien and James Spreen. Unfortunately, Simon Boss Walker has just nosed the Falcon XR8 Ute into the hay bales here at turn 1 on the outside of the corner. Not the first to do it, and won't be the last, I suspect. Signing session still underway over at the Shannon Super Rig. Attending the sessions today, we've got Dick Johnson, Formula 5000 legend Bruce Allison, John Bowe, winner of around half a dozen different racing Australian championships over the years, Steve Masterton, the Ford and Holden touring car competitor throughout the 80s and 90s. Bat Romano is there, the king of Australian sports car racing with that dominant Romano Cosworth race car. Graham Lawrence, a New Zealand Grand Prix winner, Singapore Grand Prix winner, winner of Tasman Series in the very early 1970s. Colin Bond is there, Australian Touring Car Champion, Bathurst 1000 winner, Australian Rally Champion. Charlie O'Brien, who was for a couple of decades was the youngest man to ever win a round of the Australian Touring Car Championship. Racer of Tiranas and BMWs, Rolls open wheelers, Commodores, and a tremendous racing career over the course of his life. And Andrew Madaki as well. Andrew it's fabulous to see Mad Andy, as he was briefly known, here this weekend with his Ford Sierra and Mercedes 190E Group A touring cars that he's brought along. They look absolutely immaculate. Come all the way out from Port Macquarie to be with us this weekend. The Medecky family name continues to this day. George Medecky, his son, now running at the pointy end of a couple of different championships, races in GT4s in a Ford Mustang GT4. So yes, if you've got something for you would love to get one of these legends of Australian motor racing to sign, please go over and visit the Shannon Super Rig pretty much instantly. We're almost out of time for that. Just needed to straighten up the hay bales here at Turn 1 and before we restart. And I might just ask, Dave Patterson, you've been outside for a little bit. Did you imbibe at all?
No, I've actually touring the classic car show and shine, which is just behind our position here at Turn 1. And yeah, tremendous diversity of cars at the show and shine, which is exactly what you expect when you come to see Leyburn. I don't think there's a more diverse motorsport event in the country. Now, I was worried that you were going to try and ask me to nominate a favourite because I don't think I can.
No, it's hard.
Yeah, special mention to a couple of beautiful GT Falcons. There's a gorgeous WB Holden panel van.
Oh.
There's a few
Wait, a WB, so it's Statesman fronted?
Yes, and WB Holden panel van. That looks magic. There's a couple of 260Zs, which I know you love.
Oh, yes, please.
R34 Skyline, very early Celica, but possibly my favourite was the GMC pickup in Texaco colours.
Yeah, there's a couple of American pickup trucks there. I was going to ask you, is that one of the ones that was associated with the vintage caravan display? But no, the Texaco coloured one will be a different one.
It is indeed, yeah. But yeah, some of the cars at the classic show and shine were also tow cars for our classic caravan display, which is immediately adjacent. So get your ass over to Turn 1 at some stage this weekend today, folks, and have a look at the classic car show and shine and the classic caravan display.
We'll be doing the Shannon's Show and Shine presentations at 1 p.m. this afternoon. So if you're interested in finding out who won the trophies, or even if you're one of the exhibitors, make sure that you're present at 1 p.m. for that. And also a shout out to our the merchandise tent over in the region of the start-finish line over on McIntyre or Warwick Street. I forget where it is exactly. I haven't had the opportunity to go over and browse. I've missed out on a couple of books already that I was thinking of picking up.
And they've also got race simulators too, opposite their merchandise tent. Although I've only gone past there in the beginning of the day and the end of the day, so they're all closed up shop. But if you head over now there in the middle of the day, you can go for a fang in the race simulators. And not only that, they've also got race simulators at the Shannon Super Rig, opposite the start-finish line on the way down to Turn 1. And they've got a competition as well. If people who get a quote for Shannon's Insurance, you can go in the Beat the Clock competition to win car care products and toolkits.
And we're back racing again, the BMW E30, shared by John Connolly and Phil Alexander. It's John who's driving right now, a noted motoring writer, writes for the Weekend Australian, and was one of our guest speakers at the Night Under the Stars at the Alan Gowan Woolshed.
Told some pretty funny stories about motorsport.
Really?
Yep, and got a few laughs out of our VIPs as well.
Any favourite mentions?
Not all of them can be repeated.
Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough.
I think it was an adults-only night.
Oh, no, we'll do some editing in that regard. And skip on to Keith Edwards out on track in the John Bowe Tribute Caterpillar Ford AU Falcon. Keith, or better known by everybody who is not any kind of official person, as Porky. He was one of our co-commentators during the barbecue on Friday night here out the front of the JMC Collins workshop, the big shed that's on the opposite the Royal Hotel and opposite our officials' tents. On track right Now we have the Peter Brock tribute Holden Commodore and being chased out by Wayne Bell, who's overcooked and has smacked the hay bale hard. Oh, he's going for a run this time after doing a burnout on his previous run, and he smacked that. He's snotted that hay bale quite properly, actually. Shoved it aside. I don't know whether he's done damage. I can't see the front of the car. I have to wait for the alternative camera shot.
He did think about pulling over and stopping, then he changed his mind, decided to keep moving. Yeah, it was a glancing blow. It was sort of side on, really, so I don't think there's going to be a lot of damage.
No, it has
might be some broken fiberglass.
He's folded a Guardian, at least.
Okay.
It's not rubbing on the tyre, but yeah, he's broken the front bar, and the front left fender has been folded inwards as well.
So the hard-working team from Collins Hay have just got some more work. Oh, yep, we can see on TV. Yeah, he's actually done a fair bit of cosmetic damage to the front left corner of the car.
There's brake ducting that's being dragged underneath. If he's not careful, he'll actually run over it with his front left tyre.
I wouldn't expect any mechanical issues, though, from that.
Collins Hay, reliable and highly experienced hay contractors specialising in 8x4x3 large squares. No job too large, servicing the Darling Downs and beyond. Contract mower conditioning, and there we see one of our Collins Hay telehandlers in action, repositioning our hay bales here at turn 1 after they were rearranged by Wayne Bell in the Larry Perkins tribute Commodore. Definitely couldn't do the historic Leyburn Sprints without their ability to move these hay bales around and provide them in the first place.
Absolutely, yeah. There's so many of them around the place, and they do tend to get moved around a bit, don't they?
Yes, yeah, yeah, there's surprisingly a large amount of hay in a hay bale. I don't know, they're like TARDISes, you know, they're bigger on the inside, I suspect. Cows in particular are most appreciative of them, I've been told. I don't speak cow myself, I've only heard that secondhand. Just recapping some of our top 10 times there. Dean Amos fastest this morning with that 40.58 run. Warwick Hutchison on a 43.7 improved to second place, displacing Brett Bull. Steve Woodbridge overtook Neil Lewis for fourth place to move into a 47.5 compared to Lewis on a 47.7. Then Luke Weeks on a 48.1, and Blaze Paris in that Porsche GT3 on a 48.2. Also on a 48.2 is Doug Daniels in the New Tech. So it's very tightly bunched there for fourth down to 8th. Mark Crespin and the GM, the Cobra replica is 9th fastest on a 49.4, and he's the last car to have gone through in under 50 seconds. Roger Garcia and the McLaren is now 10th fastest. Oh dear. That's been one of our intense little personal rivalries that goes on here at Leyburn Sprints. Craig Matthew was 10th for much of yesterday and some of today in the Ultimate GTR, and he's actually lost that 10th spot now to Roger Garcia, and Roger will be no doubt lauding it in his face. Sucks to be you, Craig Matthew. It'll be along those lines. We both David and myself ran into Roger, and I spoke a bit with Roger and Craig last night, and there was a funny little incident, a stunt that Craig pulled on Roger. He gave Roger a custom-made T-shirt that said "I'm Roger" or "I am Roger" to wear at a race meeting, and he completely didn't notice that the T-shirt that Craig had made for himself says "I am faster than Roger."
Matt Gormley heading into turn 1 in the VZ Commodore with the sports the Spider-Man and Kmart livery on it. And that was a much cleaner run than we saw from the Castrol livery Commodore.
But the real question that has to be asked here, can Matt Gormley do whatever a Spider can? Can he spin a web of any size? Catch thieves just like flies? The Ford Falcon, car number 236, Jake Murdoch, having a run, although Matt Clift is also down as a co-driver in that car. Surely Matt wouldn't get sufficiently bored of the Mazda R100 to want to have a go in the Falcon as well. BMW M4 time now, Greg Ross coming towards us. The latest model car in the field. Raucous sound from the BMW M4. Those 3-litre 6-cylinder turbos that go into these days everything, or I'll say these days, for at least a decade now, goes into everything with an BMW M badge on it. Car 238 coming towards us now. Those are special interest sports cars. Ross Batten driving the A-Lock Special, a car that was entered, that ran here in the 1996 historic Leyburn Sprints.
Well, it was a brand new car. It's actually powered by a Holden VN Commodore V8 engine, but it weighs just 1,050 kilograms.
That's not terrible.
Now, that's very good power to weight ratio, especially for a road registered car.
Speaking of power to weight ratio, here comes one of our Aussie racing cars. There's Stevie Chant aboard car number 240, the Falcon-bodied Aussie racing car, a half-size race car with a 1300cc FJ Yamaha motorcycle engine. And here's the MacTac, car 241, similar concept. Neil McLeod, who's 70 mumble years of age. Another 1300cc motorcycle powered car. And here's Des Thomas, more of the same, and the other Aussie racing car in the field. The two Aussie racing cars are a little bit lighter than Neil McLeod and the MacTac actually. There's not Matthew Reid. Des Thomas in the Commodore-bodied Aussie racing car. We haven't seen Matt Reid.
No, we haven't seen. Matt Reid had 2 runs yesterday, but he hasn't come out today. I was chatting with Matt on Thursday, and yeah, he was a bit worried about the clutch in that car.
Oh dear, he had clutch issues. Last year's Chris Ching, I don't know how he avoided hitting that barrier. He ended up with a massive amount of oversteer and almost hit the same hay bale with both ends of the car and managed to miss it with both.
Yeah, that was very, very close there to losing it, but he did exactly the right thing in a situation like that. And also, if in doubt, power out.
His perennial rival Scott Dean in the GR Yaris taking the corner much neater. You can actually see the lap times that these two are getting. Right at the moment, Scott Dean is on a 51.4, Chris Ching on a 53.8. So Scott's got Chris covered for the moment, and that will be driving a certain amount of anger from Chris Ching. And in fact, that might explain why the Mitsubishi was so out of shape here at turn 1, because he is just so desperate to beat his, you say mate, but oh, the way they talk to each other, you wouldn't know. So coming round to the finish line, Scott Dean completes his run, so we've got new times for both of them. And neither of them went faster. Well, you wouldn't expect the Mitsubishi to go any faster after that one. That completes another run.
What are we up to now? Is that 5?
Yes.
Very good.
Yeah, well, it was
and it's
4.5 overnight, so we've completed another run. So yeah, we're at 5 now.
It's not even noon.
3.5 overnight, and we've had an entire run.
Yeah, so Shane Gallagher in the Falcon should be lining up next.
No, we've completed. Yeah, because Justin McCarthy's lining up.
So we go back to car 1.
Back to 1, as they say in the entertainment industry. JMC Performance is a Toowoomba-based Australian premier... Sorry, I'm reading the wrong one there. JMC Performance is a local business specialising in performance engine builds, performance parts, custom exhaust restoration, setups and marine repairs and refits. And one of our long-standing sponsors here at the historic Leyburn Sprints. Jamie Chant, proprietor on 0417 635 013, championship sponsor of the Australian Trans Am Series and corporate sponsor here at the historic Leyburn Sprints. And here's Justin McCarthy, one of our Centurions, waving to the crowd. Yeah, the Austin 7's not running at peak condition right at the... Oh, no, it sounds quite nicely. I think Justin's just taking it easy. Justin made his debut here at the historic Leyburn Sprints 11 years ago at the age of 75. So... now a sprightly 86-year-old with his 101-year-old race car. Not the oldest race driver here this weekend. That title has been taken away from him. But the oldest car in the field, that 101-year-old Austin 7. Austin 7's was like one of the earliest people's cars. A car that was affordable by those who don't necessarily have who didn't have the money to buy a car prior to the arrival of the Austin 7 in the UK. You'll see a comparison why when we see the next car come out, another 101-year-old car. There's the Crossley, driven by David Chisholm, and it's a substantially larger car compared to the Austin 7s. Austin 7s were a very small car, but by the same token, they were instantly adapted for motor racing, and the Austin Motor Company was very keen to see them go racing. At one point, one of the members of the Austin family, who'd married into the Austin family, Arthur Waite, was sent to Australia to act as the import agent for Austin in Australia, and he took one of his race cars with him, an supercharged Austin 7, and he arrived in Australia in time for the 1928 Australian Grand Prix, and that supercharged Austin 7 then won the first Australian Grand Prix. That was held at the original Phillip Island racetrack, which unlike today's Phillip Island racetrack that's famous for the Australian MotoGP and a whole bunch of other events besides, was a large square public road circuit around the interior of the Phillip Island layout. And there's David Chisholm now in the Crossley. It's been an extensive restoration project by David himself and the Crossley Roadster. A 2.6 litre engine. Apparently that Crossley, 1924-1925 model. And David brings that car up from New South Wales to run here at the historic Leyburn Sprints. Next up, we've got the other of our Austin 7s, and that's the supercharged race car, the Gordon England race car of Russell Wright at the wheel. Austin 7 Brooklyn Super Sport. So that little bit of extra name indicating that was one of the Austin 7s that was rebuilt into a racing car in the 1920s. Car got off as fast as 75 miles an hour on the speed bowl at the Brooklands racetrack. A banked, you don't want to say oval because Brooklands wasn't an oval, it was sort of a kidney-shaped racetrack. Or a bake, or a lima bean, if you like, shape. Maybe not lima bean, jelly bean shaped racetrack. Something to do with beans. But yes, thanks to Russell Wright for bringing this Austin 7 race car out for all of us to enjoy here this weekend. A couple of cars, just 700 those Austin 7s, but just 750 cc's in engine capacity. Slight difference is that Russell's car is supercharged compared to Justin McCarthy's, which is not. Another difference is the Russell Wright's car is a self-starter, whereas Justin McCarthy's car needs to be hand cranked. And there's Belinda Schiller in her replacement car that she's running. That's MGNE, if memory serves. I remember reading the board on the way into the circuit. There are 4 MGs parked all together that have been brought out here by the Schiller family. And this is not the car that she was expected to run. She was going to race the Peter Critchley Special, which ran to 4th place here at the 1949 Australian Grand Prix. But unfortunately, that car broke down during yesterday's running, but fortunately they had another historic MG on standby, and this MG was also a veteran of the Australian Grand Prix. I guess just the difference being that not here from 1949 Leyburn race. Australian Grand Prix has one of the most mobile histories of any of the nationally named Grand Prix anywhere in the world. Most of them have a reasonably stable career. Even the British Grand Prix has only really been raced at Silverstone and Brands Hatch. The French Grand Prix moved around to over a dozen different venues, and the French Grand Prix is really the only Grand Prix that has had an interesting travel history as the Australian Grand Prix. Another one of our Australian Grand Prix veterans. This is Colin Schiller aboard the Jack Nin Special, which, as the name suggests, was raced by Jack Nin here at the 1949 Australian Grand Prix. If you want to have a helicopter ride over the top of the event, there's the Elite Helicopters Robinson, little red whirlybird up in the sky. If you've never had a helicopter ride before, I can thoroughly recommend it. I had one at Mount Panorama years ago. That's back in the 2010s, and really enjoyed the different view it gave us of the famous racetrack. Now we've got a couple of Dick Vermeulen built flathead Ford V8 specials out on track. This first one, Lisa Tobin Smith, and yeah, just Lisa actually, because Pete Trapnell is one of our event photographers here at the historic Leyburn Sprints, so he doesn't get to do as many runs as he would like because he's doing his photography work over the course of the weekend. So he's double booked himself, but loving it nonetheless. There's that Lister Knobley of Barry Bates. What a glorious looking car that is. For those of you interested in such things, that is a replica, that Lister Knobley, because of course the Lister Knobleys, well, any of the famous Lister sports racing cars of the 1950s and 60s demands quite the pretty penny. But yeah, that replica was constructed in New Zealand. I've forgotten the guy's name again. But he's an absolute genius working aluminium sheet metal into racing car replicas. Car 11 coming through turn 1. This is Craig Carlson, another MGTC special. MG T-Series cars of varying descriptions filled the history of the Australian Grand Prix, and they were the sports car to have in the years immediately following World War II. The T-Series design dated from the late 1930s, but then World War II came along. But when after the war, wow, Graham Copeland there in the GMC V8 Speedster, 5-litre GMC truck engine from World War II era, and painted up in the Bugatti racing colours, actually, that blue and yellow. Particularly like the Bugatti of Prince Bira from Thailand raced his car in those colours, and his ERA before that as well. being chased out in the circuit now by the Jaguar D-Type replica. Oh, here's Graham Branch. We haven't seen much of Graham in the number 14 car. A Formula Minor. Didn't get too many runs to it yesterday, but he has been racing the car all day today. The smallest engine car in the field, that Formula Minor it's called. And to this day, it's 500cc motorcycle engine race cars are a mainstay of British historic racing. And there's the Glyn Scott special. Holden engined. John Devitt at the wheel, one of the cars, part of the Bevan Bathan collection of race cars that he brings to the Leyburn Sprints each year. He's got a pair of Centaurs, the Alpha Malalar, and this Glyn Scott race car from the 1950s. Glyn Scott, famous Queensland racing driver. Ran at the pointy end of open wheel racing. Unfortunately lost his life in a crash at Lakeside. The legacy of the Scott family continued after Glyn, with his sons Gary and Tony moving on to have successful touring car careers in the 1980s and 90s. Bunch of MGBs coming through the running order now, although we'll come back to that. But here's the number 17 Brabham BT2. Ian Beatman at the wheel of this Brabham BT2. The original Brabham mass production race car. I say mass production, but yeah, the race car constructor. When Jack Brabham left Cooper Racing Cars to establish his own race team, he borrowed the playbook from Cooper and from Lotus to build customer cars for anybody and everybody else who wanted one and were willing to purchase the ticket of admission. Car designed by Ron Toronak and by Sir Jack Brabham. Ron Toronak, the genius behind many of the Brabham racing cars from the 1960s. And BT2 was the first of them that raced in Formula 3 for the most part. The Vulcan Sports out on track, having his third run this morning now. It was the Vulcan Sports that kicked us off this morning. A Lotus 11 lookalike. And now the second of Centaur Clubmen that are racing here this weekend. This is Brian Aldred, with Scott Aldred filling in on occasion. 1200cc Centaur Clubman. Yeah, the Vulcan Sports just before was Jeff Fry, just by the way. Comes up from New South Wales to race with us each year. 1100cc. Greg Ross racing the Jaguar XJ13 replica. Greg double booked himself this weekend. It's an interesting dilemma to have, either race the BMW M4 road car or this glorious Jaguar XJ13 V12 replica. That's a stunningly presented car. Look how beautiful that car is. Speaking of beautiful cars, here's the Alpha Malalar. Brad Stratton at the wheel, one of the cars from the Bevan Bathan Museum quality prepared cars. Look, amazing each year we see the Bevan's cars out here at racetrack. Brad Stratton at the wheel, who's perhaps better known these days as the supercar safety car driver for the Repco Supercars Championship at various rounds throughout the country. Not all of them. It's a bit of a shared duty. And Brad and his wife Bernice, who sits alongside during safety car duties, acting as a racing driver today. Brad used to race touring Group A touring cars in the Bathurst 1000. He had a Toyota Corolla back in those days that he raced. Still races quite a bit today, not just in Bevan's Elfin Malala at various historic events, but also he has a Ford Focus improved production car that races in the Queensland Championship there. And Bernice has her own race car. In fact, she's racing it here this weekend in the Sprints. We'll see her metallic blue Mazda MX-5 a little bit later in the running. So we saw Matt Devitt in the Centaur Clubman out there just a little bit before that I did not make mention of. Matt's brought racing one of Evan Batham's cars, that Centaur, but he's also brought his own race car, but he's not racing it himself. His daughter Sophia is driving the BMW 330. Another Clubman coming up towards us is the Lotus 3. John Bailey, Group P logbook race car, the only car in the class. The original Lotus Clubman. Before the car, the Clubman concept was popularised by the Lotus 7 that came a little bit later. And much better run for John in the Lotus 3. He broke down on his previous run. Car looking and sounding very much better this time. Next up on the line, we've got the two Bowens coming through very shortly. First of all, the violence of the Bowen Hay P6 Formula 5000 hill climber with the 4.4 litre Leyland P76 V8 engine. The Leyland P76 engine was redeveloped for Formula 5000 back in the 1970s. It's an alternative option for the small block Chevrolet V8. The idea of an all-aluminium V8 design, the weight saving of an all-aluminium V8 compared to the Chevrolet small block, or the Holden 5 litre for that matter, appealed to several people. Didn't quite have the budget though compared to the Holden and Chevrolet engine options. GRD coming up to the line now, car 28. Ken Norton and the GRD chasing after Gundy Hunter Clubman. A glorious looking GRD. Running the factory Lotus colour scheme of the time, red, gold and white, which was the Gold Leaf Tobacco brand, which was the original sponsored Formula One colour scheme. That was a revolution of its time. Up until the Lotus started colouring their cars red, gold and white, all the Formula One teams of the era raced their cars in their national racing colour. France was blue, Britain was metallic, that British racing green. Italy was red, and that came about because, well, way back, because the national sporting colour of Italy is blue, but France ran motorsport at the time, and France said, no, blue is our colour, you can have red. And that is why red is the colour of Ferrari, and not the blue that it perhaps, because when you see the Italian football team competing in the World Cup, they wear blue. And that's why Ferraris are red, Maseratis are red, Lamborghinis are red, Alfa Romeos are red, Lancias are red. And Robinson helicopters are red as the elite helicopter comes into land after escorting another group of spectators for an up-top view of the racetrack. There's the Mofoco out on circuit right now. I didn't highlight that car on its previous run. A Sports 2000 class of sports racing car, invented in the United Kingdom to exploit all of these 2-litre Ford Pinto engines that were being used in Cortinas and Escorts and similar at the time, in Granada, I think. car exploded in popularity in the US. There were quite a lot more of those 2-litre Pinto engines in the US compared to the UK. Didn't make it to Australia. We had our own 1300cc class of sports cars at the time, which was what the Australian motor racing bodies were pushing. The introduction of Sports 2000 was thought to dilute Sports 1300. Keith Carling on track now in the Mazda RX-7 Sports Sedan. Keith, a former Australian Sports Sedan champion. I suppose you're never really a former champion. You're just not the current championship holder. For the rest of your life, you are an Australian champion. Not this RX-7. He won the championship he won it in a turbocharged Nissan 300 ZX. And there's some humpy action. We've got 3 humpy Holdens here this weekend. That's car number 34, Scott Gurley, in the 48-215. 2 of the 3 humpy Holdens are 48-215s that are running here this weekend, as there's a further on. Here's the second of those 48-215s, the car of Leyburn Sprints. Neither of them running period correct engines, but you don't have to. It's motor racing. You can run, you can build a race car any way you like. And they certainly got very adventurous with the Holden 6 motor back in the day. Waggett in particular produced some very potent designs based on the Holden 6. But yeah, the 248-215s out there running a 3-litre for Bevan and a 3.3-litre for Scott. So both of those Holden 48-215s re-engined with Holden red motors. Go to Formula V now. Just a brief little bit of pause. Right at this moment, we're delivering lunches to our race officials right at the second. Formula V is underway. Thank you, on the subject of the race officials here at the historic Leyburn Sprints, thank you to all of our race officials. 60 of them helping to run the event this year, and we couldn't do it without all of the volunteer race marshals from the various flag marshalling organisations that support motorsport here in Queensland and around the country, all operating under the banner of motorsport. So shout out to all of our officials and all of our officials from outside of the, as well as the flag marshals. We've got the fire and rescue crew. I can see the Queensland Fire Rescue Club in position over there just past the start line. Alongside them is one of our medical intervention vehicles. So again, the medics as well as our fire and rescue crew. Timekeepers as well. Can't do it without you either. Scrutineers. Never get enough thanks to scrutineers. Making sure that all of our race cars are safe to race when the event begins. Did all the scrutineering on the Friday. Oh, Formula V there. That's Kip McIntyre in the zebra-coloured Formula V, banging his way around the circuit. You don't often see Formula V back the tail out, but Kip's a exuberant personality. Not in the remotest description would you call Kip shy. And that's the Reynard Formula Ford that's chasing Kip around the circuit. Ross Rundle, one of a pair of Formula Fords racing here this weekend. Kim Wells was out a little bit earlier in the Bowen P6F. This Reynard, a much later model than the Bowen. 1984 model Reynard, that particular car. Similar to the car that Thomas Mazzaro, if you remember that name, won the Australian Formula Ford Championship in, I think, 1985. And Tom Mazzaro used that as a launch pad to move to the UK and was pursuing a professional motorsport career in Europe, like a lot of young Australian racers do. when he got a phone call from Tom Walkinshaw, no less, asking him if he would like to return to Australia to be part of the Tom Walkinshaw racing operation. And recently recently established by oh, thank you very kindly.
It's time for the good times. Forget about the bad times, yeah. One day to come together to release the pressure. We need a holiday, holiday. Celebrate, holiday.
Thank you to the support of the Queensland Government and Queensland Tourism of the historic Leyburn Sprints. Rodesi Products, supporting motorsports with quality tools and industrial gear. Rodesi Products is a proud backer of local events and racing talent. Big thanks for helping keep the wheels turning at the 30th anniversary for the historic Leyburn Sprints. Rodesi racks, fishing rod holders, exciting, stylish, flashing rod holders for vehicles and boats. The innovative and adjustable design fits nudge bars and bull bars. T-bar load support, removable load support. Get in touch with Kai Sprott at 0428 181 156 and visit their website at rodesi.com.au. One of our platinum sponsors here at the historic Leyburn Sprints.
Andrew Medegee, the first time here, a man renowned for having so many different motor vehicles. Tell us a bit about why you're here and why you bought these cars.
Well, I came here, one, because I was invited. Dennis Brown has been on my case for a couple of years now to come here, and some other friends of mine, Neville Dark and others, have told me what a great event it is. And you know, I'm finally managed to get myself organised and get a couple of cars and bring them along. But I must say, it's a terrific event, Gary.
Tell us a bit about these two cars.
Well, this Ford Sierra is the car that Peter Brock and I drove in the 89 series, and we took it to, I drove it at Sandown with Peter, and then we took it to New Zealand, and we ended up winning the Nissan Mobile Series. I think we were third at Wellington, first at Pukekohe, and it was great. And then after that, Peter changed the Holden, and this car was superfluous, so it sat in the mobile workshop for a little while, sold to Perth to a chap that I knew, and eventually he rang me and said, "Look, Andrew, I won't be. I'm ill. I have cancer. I'm not going to be able to finish restoring the car. Why don't you buy it?" And he had to talk me into it a bit, because I'd forgotten that this was the one that Peter and I had driven together to win that series. So eventually, we did a deal, and then I restored it. I had Les Laidlaw in Brisbane bring it back to absolutely like new, and it hasn't really done much since. It was finished in time for the 10th anniversary of Peter's passing at Bathurst, which was 10 years or so ago now, and I ran it in the occasional historic demonstration. I have my Kenwood Yokohama Sierra as well, and that's the one that I'm intending to race. But this one's on demonstration, and it's exactly as it was. It's a beautiful thing. And the Mercedes that was an ex-Group A car run by Helmut Marko, later on of Formula One fame, and that's the car I did my first Bathurst 1000 in. Well, I practiced for my first Bathurst 1000, and then that particular car was taken out on the first lap. But I did have the opportunity. I'm a Mercedes-Benz dealer, and I always loved the cars, and 190s especially. Had the opportunity. The two cars were bought later by Phil Ward, end up in America, So with a fellow Mercedes-Benz dealer, Mion Nerabecki, and I bought the pair of them and brought them back, and I had Phil Sun restore it, and it's as it was back in the day too, exactly as when I drove it with Denny Holm.
You're going to drive both these cars this weekend?
Yeah. I'm just waiting on when and where, But I've had a little drive around the track today in my F-truck, and I know roughly where it goes, and it looks like a bit of fun. So we'll have to light up. I mean, especially the Sierra, which has got 550 horsepower. It'll. I think the punters will love that.
Well, we look forward to seeing both on track.
Thank you, Gary. It's a great opportunity to be able to come here.
That was Gary O'Brien with Andrew Badecki in the paddock here at the historic Leyburn Sprints, although, and not so much the paddock actually, that's in the display area on the run. The motorsport that's on the, when you leave the gate and walk up towards the start line. That's where Andrew has parked. The Ford Sierra and the Mercedes 190E were splendid in the Martin's filter colours. It's part of a might have been 6-car team of Bob Jane stickered cars for Bathurst that year in 1986. The BMW as well. There were 2 BMWs. Gary Rogers' car was wearing the, and there was also a Schnitzer car that was in that BMW Technic colour scheme that cost something like $10,000 to paint onto the car. So Bob Jane originally wanted to wear the Bob Jane orange, same colours as Gary Rogers' car, but the cost of restoring the BMW Technic paint scheme to that car was so much that Bob Jane decided, no, we'll just stick one corner of the bonnet with the Bob Jane orange. MGB's coming through the running order now. Dennis Tobin chasing after Brian Cather. Peter Everett was the first car to restart action there in the Triumph TR2. Stephen Callahan will be up. It'll be George Brachetto next, then Stephen Callahan, as the MGBs continue, and Jeffrey Messer after that. MGB was the car to have if you wanted to go small bore production sports car racing from the 1960s all through the 1970s into the 1980s. It was only really replaced by supplanted by the Mazda MX-5. That's how long and how popular the MGB was. They were huge in the United States. There was such a love for small capacity British sports cars in the US. The whole wind in the hair, open cockpit car. MGB's kind of dominated the American market right up until when the Datsun 240Z was introduced. And the Datsun 240Z, we'll see a few 240, 260Zs a little bit later in the running order. But yeah, that car went on to become the world's biggest selling sports car of all time, the 240 and 260Z. But yes, these glorious two MGBs. Jeffrey Messer out on track right now in his Camino gold-coloured 1.8 litre. Most of these ragtop style MGBs, I say ragtop as in convertibles, running the 4-cylinder BMC B series engine. Just by way of comparison, the B series engine went out to almost to 2 litres, whereas the A series engine was what went into the Mini Coopers, or all of the Minis really, from 800 odd cc's out to 1300 cc's in the A series engine. Here's Ray, I keep saying Roy, I can't help it, I can't get that out of my head. Ray Davis in the Triumph GT6 chasing after Barry Campbell, our 2 Group T historic modified sports cars. Ray Davis driving the Triumph GT6. Barry Campbell in that bright yellow Bolwell Mark 7. And here's the Peugeot 203 now. Peter Doby and Dennis Tobin sharing the drive in that Peugeot 203. A little bit of an Australian history in the competition. The Peugeot 203 is raced in the late 1950s up until around 62, 63. Bob Holden had a run in Peugeot 203. He was involved in importing Peugeots at the, well, not so much importing them, but yeah, Bob Holden was a rural New South Wales car dealer who was sufficiently good at racing cars that he won the Bathurst 1000 as part of the factory Morris Cooper racing team in 1966 with Finnish, as in from Finland, racing driver and rally champion Reino Aaltonen. As part of a 1966 was the most dominant by any car in the history of the Bathurst 1000. They finished first through to 9th. There's a Valiant that came home in 10th place, if memory serves.
A funny story about the BMC Works campaign at Bathurst. As you said, they finished in the first 9 places. BMC, who were based in Sydney, they imported a whole heap of Mini Cooper S's from England, and they got Bob Holden Motors, because Bob's workshop wasn't far away from the factory. They got him to race prepare all these cars. Remember, they had to be stock standard, but they could be, fine-tuned. So they got Bob Holden to race prepare all of the cars, and then he took them all out to, I think it was Oran Park, and all the gun drivers of the day were going to come and test the cars, and he tested them all first, and he said he prepared everyone to the absolutely the best it possibly could. But he said one of them, it just felt better than the others. It just had this feeling about it. So he deliberately retarded the timing on that one. And then everybody tested all the cars, and all said, oh, I don't like that one. It's no bloody good. It's no good. It's no good. And Bob says, all right, I'll take that one. And then he just popped the distributor cap, reset the timing, and that was the best one to have. And he won the race.
Oh dear. Bob Holden had a huge history in the Australian Touring Car Championship. One of the drivers is had both both the Australian Touring Car Championship and the Bathurst 1000. In, I think, 1982, he near won the championship outright, driving a Ford Escort.
Yeah, got within a couple of points just from sheer consistency of winning his class every time he went out there.
Yeah, there was, at the time, there was a points loading for the class cars. If you kept winning your class, you could accumulate enough points to do better than the V8 drivers in the field. But Dick Johnson was able to score just enough points to finish ahead of Bob Holden, who I think pretty much scored the highest number of points possible. It was a repeat of an incident that had happened the previous year where Colin Bond did almost the same thing in the Ford Capri, where he more or less won the championship in early round. And while it went close, it wasn't quite close enough to beat, again, it was Dick Johnson to the 1981 title.
Working our way through the Group NB historic touring cars at the moment, and shall we say a plethora of Mark I Cortinas.
The thoughts just occurred to me. We had a fairly large chunk of that little story I just related from the 81-82 Touring Car Championships here. Both Dick Johnson and Colin Bond, and for that matter Steve Masterton, from that 1981 and 82 Touring Car Championship in those Capris, and of course Dick in the XD Falcon.
Well, of course, Colin Bond and Steve Masterton were teammates in the early 80s, running the V6 Capris.
Masterton and Holmes Capris, they had the, at the time, older Mark II Capris. Mark III Capris had arrived by then. But the Mark IIs were just as quick as the Mark IIIs. Like at the same time, Barry Seaton was running a Mark III. And so were a few others, like Laurie Nelson, who later moved into a Ford Mustang.
We've moved into Group NC now, which is historic touring cars from 65 to 72.
And this one in particular is not running smoothly. There's quite a misfire going on that Cortina GT.
Yeah, Phil Haskett at the wheel, and it's not going well for him. Interestingly, Phil's claim to fame, 1984, he won the Australian Supercard Grand Prix at
Oh,
Adelaide.
really? Oh, I should have known that.
Yes, with your background in supercards. Although 1984 precedes you by some margin.
Yeah, a decade or three. Well, maybe not three.
And Matt Cliff leaving the line in the Mazda R100.
Oh, here we go, folks. One of the most exciting drivers to watch here at the historic Leyburn Sprints is Matt Cliff in this Mazda R100. I don't know how he didn't roll the car.
Yeah, that was really close. He got a lot of it. Oh, he's
Cut it in.
bit of roll there, but these things have such a very narrow track. And the power to weight is exceptional. 10A rotary engine and a car that weighs probably only about 600 or 700 kilos.
Matt seems to like a car that's maybe a little bit softer sprung than some. Car likes to lift a wheel.
Yeah, you probably don't want to run your hardest suspension here because remember, this is public roads. It's not a race course.
And I suppose when you're moving from the right-hand side of the circuit to take the inside line on the left side and then wash out to the right side of the circuit again, you're crossing the crown of the road twice. Bit of up and down, a little bit of roller coaster there. So a little bit of the car not quite being in the right place, and you can just upset things that bit. It's not quite as far. Like Lakeside was notorious for that kind of thing. The kink. That left-hand kink on the front straight, you had to climb up and over the crown twice as you went through the...
Yeah, you could see the softer sprung cars would float a bit through there.
Just one of the things that made Lakeside one of the most exciting racing circuits to race at throughout Australia.
Now, Ian Vervoden in the Rainbow Warrior has not come out again. So we have Glenn Wesner lined up on the LJ XU1 Tirana.
He's been caught up a couple of times behind the... I think he's been reclassified in another class, actually, Ian Vervoden.
Yeah, well, he was in the wrong class because it's definitely not an NC car.
Yeah.
It's too modern. But Glenn Wesner competing in Group NC in the Tirana. This is his 23rd time at Leyburn. Also runs the car at Mount Cotton, Lakeside, Morgan Park, and the Bathurst Hill Climb.
You remember Vervoden keeps getting caught up behind the Mazda Capella that raced in.
That's right, yes. Norm Foister. Oh. Yes, having quite an exciting little moment there, getting a bit of a burnout off the line in the HQ Monaro GDS 350.
One of his less well-controlled start line burnouts.
Yep, that was a bit messy. Norm's first event was 20 years ago at the Leyburn Sprints, but he's also done Mount Cotton Hill Climb, Noosa Hill Climb, Mount Cootha Hill Climb, Speed on Tweed, Morgan Park Super Sprints, Lakeside, QR, Pittsworth, Maryborough. He'll go anywhere.
And there's Peter McConnell, one of the many family teams that runs here at the historic Leyburn Sprints. One of the feature of his racing is we get a lot of family teams, you know.
We certainly do.
Family that races together stays together.
I like that.
And Peter McConnell racing with his daughter, Donna Truston, in a pair of absolutely immaculate matching Fords.
And here's a bit of family advice for me, folks. If you've got young children, get them involved in motorsport at an early age, and that way they'll never have enough money to buy drugs.
Yes. Yeah, that's an important thing to note. Yes.
Brian Wood next.
And for that matter, neither will their parents.
Yeah, exactly, yes. Yeah, to succeed in motor racing, you need a PhD. Parents have dough.
Yeah. I haven't heard that one before.
Yeah, Brian Wood having a great time out there in the XY GT Falcon.
Oh, it's certainly singing its mad song out there, that 351
Yep.
V8.
Yeah, 351 Cleveland V8 engine. And we've moved into the under 2 litre sports sedans now. The first runner in that class is Dennis Brown in the Mark 1 Escort 2 litre.
Fascinating a little bit of history about the 351 Cleveland V8. They were produced in Australia for a while, that V8 engine. And when they got to the end of the Falcon V8 production line, they had a bunch of... decided to stop making Falcon V8s, but they had a bunch of V8 engines left over. And they didn't have Falcons to put them in for quite some while after the end of the production line. And they got a phone call at one point from Di Tommaso, who make the Pantera, and said, look, we'll take whatever you've got left over. And those Australian-produced Ford V8s then travelled to Europe and were slotted into the back of a bunch of later model Di Tommasos.
An excellent use of that engine. The Di Tommaso Pantera, as it's also known.
The Argentine Lamborghini. Tyson Cowie out on track now.
Always exciting to watch. That's a very fast car. It's very well driven.
It's the Ford version of Matt Clift in a lot of respects.
Yes.
Driven really hard. It's driven like it's owned by somebody he hates.
Ben Crampton next in the Datsun 1600.
Actually, that'll be Lucas Crampton on board, because when there's a shared driver on board and they're sharing a single entry rather than a double entry, they put the black stripe through the race number to indicate the relief driver.
Yep, I didn't spot that. But yeah, these guys, their major sponsor of the team is Redbeard Hot Sauce and Cube Speed Equipment.
That reminds me, I grabbed a bit of a best of the worst sausage before when I stepped out, and
I had a cheese Kransky again. I can't go past it.
Well, I had the hot sausage, and that was that was quite nice. I don't mind a bit of a spice kick at all, and that was and I love the name, Best of the Worst.
Yes, it indeed. It's plenty of good food vendors here over at Turn 1. Of course, we've got plenty to choose from, but there's also a heap more on Turn 6. Big slide there from Andrew Fletcher and the Hillman Imp. Andrew's had that car for a very long time, and it's running a Toyota 4AGE engine, as used in the Group A Corollas, but also used in the Formula Atlantic cars.
And that's also why it doesn't have any bodywork on the back of the car. The larger engine needs a bit of room and also needs to breathe a bit better. But it does seem that car has less and less bodywork each time I see it. And it's not because it's removed unintentionally on barriers. Fletcher's just removed more and more of the car. As the Mitsubishi Galant makes its way around the circuit. I say Galant, and I'm sure I'll look at the program. And yeah, there it is. Yes, Lancer.
Yeah, the Galant's bigger.
Yeah. Tom Brailsford in the Ford Capri V8. He's driving that quite neatly this weekend, unlike his father, Paul.
Yeah, that was actually really quick through turn 1 and then in a great rush down the straight. This might be a good lap time. It looks fast.
Oh, and here comes, we're going through a bunch of sports sedans at the moment. They're being driven really fast. This Toyota turbocharged powered Ford Escort of Alex and Jeff Daniels. Alex is at the wheel at the moment.
It's got a mid-mounted Toyota 1JZ, so that's a very popular 6-cylinder engine. But 2.5 litres and turbocharged.
Doesn't sound very Ford Escort-y. But it's a winning combination. It's a rapid race car. Speaking of interesting engine swaps, here comes a Holden Gemini with a Commodore V6 engine on board. Oh, backs the car in at turn 2.
Yeah, Mick started building this car about 12 years ago. He insists on doing it on a budget, but he never expected to be having this much fun 12 years later.
Those of you who might be watching in Germany might see that's the weirdest looking and sounding Opel Kadett they've ever seen.
John Hatton on course now in the 350 Chev-powered EH Holden.
Oh, and there's the Plymouth V8. Richard Petty tribute race car.
Yep, that car's actually running a 5.7 litre Gen 3 Hemi. Made it to a Valiant 4-speed gearbox.
Josh Prog driving that car. one of a quartet of Valiants that are running here this weekend. 2 Plymouths, 2 Chryslers.
David Malone in the 202 powered XU1 Tirana sports sedan. That car very typical of what you saw in club level sports sedan competition in the 70s and 80s. There were so many of them. Terry Pike heading past now in the 302 V8 powered Capri.
I don't think that's an actual Capri Piranha. I think that's a recreation of the concept. There is
Oh, sorry, I was just going to say the car and driver are actually based at Warhope, New Zealand, in New South Wales, I should say. Yeah, but I've got to say thank you to all the interstate competitors, because it's a big effort to tow a car a long way to compete at an event. And thank you very much for supporting our event here at Leyburn.
Murray Rowland moving through in the Ford Anglia.
With RX-7 motor and gearbox.
Shout out to Luke Marinelli, just by the by, who raced a Ford Anglia Mazda RX-7 powered car for a number of years. Here's Dwayne Taylor now. Oh my goodness, that was a great run.
He's come in hot and still made it.
No burnout that time for Dwayne Taylor across the line. He's chasing a time on this run. So watch this, at times violent looking Holden Tirana get around the racetrack.
400 cubic inch Chevy V8 power.
Enough. Number 89 Ford Escort moving through the corners. Dean Verrills sharing the car with Jeff Daniels. Turbocharged 2-litre Ford Escort.
Yep, it's actually got a Nissan SR20 motor. And it's, and turbocharged, as you say. Previously competed all over New South Wales and Queensland in speed events and hill climbs.
So it's a Nissan Silvia disguised as a Ford Escort. Here we go, the big open wheel is coming through. This will be just about peak lap times for the open wheelers. I'm not sure that the conditions will get any better for them this weekend. And first out on the track is the new tech of Doug Daniels. Just chittering and dancing just a little bit on the run into turn 2. Neil Lewis in the fly following immediately afterwards. Keeping a strong eye right now on the timing system.
Yeah, Neil was fastest of the under 2-litre Formula Libre cars yesterday, but I believe he was eclipsed this morning.
Yeah, Steve Woodbridge and the Dallara has moved ahead. It's actually quite a tight competition for the under 2-litre Formula Libre class. Ed McCain just moving through turn 1 in the OMS. Daniels has come through in a 48.4, 2/10 off his best. Strongly into the top 10, but not an improvement. Neil Lewis was also... No, Neil Lewis has gone for 46.7. And that will put him back into 4th place.
Ash Neuendorf on course now. He's actually pinched a brake on his way into turn 1. Oh, he's gone off at turn 2. Well and truly off it. That's a proper spin.
So pause before
Can he refire the car?
Pause
yes.
Before we release David Quelch on the road.
Oh, now he's going to try and do a 3-point turn on dirt, which that car is not designed for.
So Neil Lewis, a 46.7 to move back into 4th place that he'd been arguing with both Steve Woodbridge and Luke Weeks for that matter. Ed McCain's come through in a 53.0, so that's quite a bit off his, that's around 2.5 seconds away from his best. Hard to criticise Ed, mind you. He's in his 7th decade of life experience. But having an absolute ball out there with his OMS, a CF04 model. Now Ash Neuendorf will complete his run, because it was just a spin. He didn't hit anything, didn't damage anything. But of course the time won't really mean anything. In fact, yeah, the time's come through now, and it's a 92-second lap time, which is around 37 seconds slower than his best.
Yeah, there's several attempts at getting the car turned around.
The two DPQ specials underway now. David Quelch first in the third version of the DPQ hill climbers, and he's hit a traffic cone going through turn 2, and that's unfortunate for the Scottish football fan that was beneath it at the time. And the other of the DPQ specials, Darren Rath on board. So Doug Daniels in the new tech stays 8th for the moment, didn't improve his time. Neil Lewis moves up into 4th. McCain is 12th in the OMS. David Quelch completes his run on a 54.1 compared to a 51.6 for his best, so they're 2.5 seconds away. Darren Rath is just about to come around, or is he? He's slow to the second sector. In fact, there's Darren now. In fact, 59.6 for Darren Rath in the second of the DPQ specials, and that's 4 seconds away from his best. Luke Weeks in the Empire 1 on track now. Oh, 47.1, but that's not fast enough to displace Neil Lewis from 4th place, but Luke Weeks moves into 5th, so that's pushed Stephen Woodbridge, who was leading the class this morning, and he's been pushed back to 6th or 3rd in class. So the Dallara is going to have some work to do to move back into the class lead. So there's the top 10 times. Amos still the fastest from Hutchison and Bull. And here we go. Steve Woodbridge, I should say, launches the Dallara Mercedes. Looking neat. He's got work to do here, Steve Woodbridge. This is quite the tussle here at the up near the pointy end of the field. This battle for 4th place. There's a couple of other cars later in the entry list that are almost as quick. Here's Dean Amos. Oh, he's overcooked at a turn 1. This is not going to be a good time for him. Lose so much time there getting that turn 1 wrong.
Yeah, came in a little bit hot, just kept it over the barrier, and then a bit of a messy departure as well. But like you say, the whole lap will be ruined just from one little mistake. That's the level they're running at.
Stephen Woodbridge of 45.3. That puts him into the battle for 3rd place, for 2nd place just about. And definitely back into the lead of the under 2 litre Formula Libre Brigade. My goodness, we're having an enormous scrap between Woodbridge, Weeks and Lewis. Dean Amos completed the lap in a 40.8. His second sector was the best of the meeting thus far, but yeah, that first sector kind of ruined it a bit for him. 0.3 of a second away from his best, but still that 40.8 is still faster than anyone else has done. So waiting for Brett Bull to get to the line, to the finish line that is. 49.7, oh, that was rough from Brett actually. That 45.02 that it was actually set yesterday for Brett, and he's been slower all day today. So maybe gone a little bit in the wrong direction of setup. Hutchison across the line in a 45.5. So everybody in the big class was slower on that run.
Max Parnell held in towards us now in the Steinard Mark 1. As we said earlier, this car is based on a replica of a Brabham BT24, but they've put a Chevy LS1 V8 engine in the back and a Porsche 930 transaxle behind it.
I mean, it's more fun, but also it's probably easier to maintain a Chev V8 than trying to get hold of a Repco Brabham V8.
Absolutely, yeah. The parts support is there, isn't it?
Yeah. The Brabham BT24, just by the way, was the car that was used by Denny Hulme to win the 1967 Formula One World Championship, and was kind of the ultimate expression of the Brabham Repco V8. They went to the quad cam Repco V8 after that for the 1968 model car in order to compete with the Cosworth DFE that had arrived, and unfortunately they never quite got the quad cam version of the Repco V8 to work properly. And by the time they got to the 1970 series, they'd moved to the Cosworth DFE like many were doing.
Paul Tilley having a rerun in his Mark 1 Cortina.
Max Parnell has gone through the last of our really quick open wheelers with a 55.8. And that's a new best time for him, and that puts him, well, yeah, 55s is, you know, right in a very tense group of cars out there in the 50s and 60s in the running order. Actually, you know, Jeff Robinson in the 1600 Formula V set a 55.8 as well, and well, he set a 55.3 yesterday. He's up almost into the top 50. Not something you come to expect from a Formula V. Nothing against Formula Vs, but you know, the 1200cc Volkswagen Beetle motor, as well, actually this Volkswagen Beetle is out on the track now, isn't it? 1200.
No, it's a 1600 from the later Superbug models, which were sold in the 70s, I believe.
Yeah, and that is...
And of course they also ran the disc brake front end as well.
Yeah, and that, of course, is the actual donor for 1600 Formula V racing, and not the Volkswagen Golf, like I tried to suggest yesterday, like an amateur.
Yeah, they got the engine in the wrong end.
Kent noticed that on the track there in that the third of the humpies that's in the entry list here, that one an FJ, and a little, but just as non-standard as the 248, 215s that were earlier in the running list. Dale Hurd's Plymouth Valiant out on the track right now, chasing after Nodeft in the FJ. I'm just pointing out Mark Cunningham's Morris minivan, the Toucan removals, Australia's smallest removal van.
Yeah, you don't get a lot of parcels in the back, but you get them delivered very quickly.
I don't think it's suitable for shifting pianos.
No.
Not that I've ever had calls to it. Is that Jim Hodgson?
Yes.
I saw the lingering smoke at the start line after I was looking at the timing computer when he launched.
Yeah, Jim's got form.
Yeah. And there's Phil Hollywood Ross, the man from Shannon's. So please visit the Shannon's tent over near the start line, and of course the Shannon Super Rig halfway towards turn 1. It's almost time for the presentations of the Shannon's Show and Shine prizes over in the Turn 1 precinct that's immediately behind our commentary box and our adjacent camera tower. That's someone else I haven't made mention of during the weekend. A shout out to our camera operators. And the camera operator immediately to my left on the other side of the glass here was studiously looking at what he was doing rather than acknowledge me. Professionalism. Gotta love it. It's a word to live by. Cortina time out on the racetrack now. Several Cortinas in this. There's Dew Snap. They gorgeous looking black and bronze car. I think the colour's a little bit too dark to say black and gold. Ricky Dew Snap. He's chasing after Greg Bull. Greg Bull, really quite rapid car actually, that one. That Ford Escort of Greg Bull's. Greg Graham is coming through now in the number 114 Mini Cooper S. Greg Bull's Mark 1 Ford Escort has set a time of a 56.2, so he's out in the 70s. Great lap time for him. Actually, Jim Hodgson has set a 56.3 at one point during the weekend in the Shelby GT350. 115 moving through the order now. Robert Kippen in that orange-coloured Datsun 1600. Some more Escort. This is Craig Lawrence's car. Sharing the car with Braden this weekend. But yeah, that 1600cc Escort we've seen everywhere at motorsport events, historic and otherwise. And Craig drives it very well, very neatly. As the Fiat 125 gets off the line, Seamus Murray. And Seamus at the wheel. Kerry Snyder's also down to drive the car on occasion. Looking quite pretty, that Fiat 125. The O'Mara family are coming through with their Datsun 1200s. Daniel first, followed by Jason. Craig Lawrence has just come through the finish line. Here's a new fastest time for him, a 56.5, which puts him up in the mid-80s in the running order. Their O'Maras, well, Daniel O'Mara's on the wrong side of a minute on a 60.5. Jason O'Mara, by contrast, is in the 30s in his on a 54.1. Really rapid race car. Next up is Rod Robertson. Ford Cortina Mark 1. Rod actually races a Mercury Comet most of the time. And you're right, with a name like Comet, it is a very, very large car. It's the size of a Comet and has the turning circle of a Comet. You can't really turn a Mercury Comet around in anything other than astrological units in distances, you know, sort of millions of kilometres rather than tens of metres. Tens of metres? But yeah, it runs the ex-Alan Bougen Mercury Comet in Trans Am Racing, as well as this yellow and purple Cortina here, as we see another one of the Fiats moving along the racetrack. That's Kerry Snyder's in the other car, the other Fiat 125. That two-car team with husband Seamus Murray. Kerry gets the later model car, but by the looks of things, Seamus gets the one that's the quicker of the two. Merge tent. We're moving into the early afternoon of racing. A little bit of a pause right now. I think someone's going to look. I'm wondering if that's actually Jason O'Mara has pushed his Datsun 1200 a little bit too hard. No, he's completed a run. Oh, he was actually quite slow by his standards, so he may have had to spin side. Donna Trustom's on her way now in the Mark II Ford Cortina. A shout out to those of you. The merchandise tent will be closing at 2 p.m, so you've got about an hour to get along to the merchandise tent. And in particular, we've got a 30th anniversary gin that's been sold out of the merchandise tent this year. So you've got an hour left today in order to get along to the merch tent and get yourself some of that 30th anniversary gin, as well as some of the other items that we have on sale here at the historic Leyburn Sprints. So that's in the area around the start line for the historic Leyburn Sprints merchandise tent. So yes, get hold of that 30th anniversary gin. We auctioned one of those bottles off last night as well. If you don't mind a bit of a tipple, get into that 30th anniversary gin. As Mark Ward takes his Ford Cortina GT around the circuit, that's Mark II Cortina. Very rapidly driven car. He's got to be. He's following Matt Leyburn stats and 1200 out on the racetrack. A couple of very rapid drivers. And here's Trent Adams coming through and giving chase. So all very quick, small bore touring cars. Oh wow, Matt Wyburn's just gone through in a 55.7, a new fastest lap time for him. That puts him up into the 60s in the running order. Mark Wood was a little bit under pace for his standards. 56.8 compared to I say underspeed. He was only 200ths of a second slower than his best. I think a bit of a harsh judge there. Looks like there's another Datsun on the line ready to go. That'll be Jack Bridie's Datsun 1200 about to launch as Mark Archer and Trent Adams are completing their laps. There's Jack Bridie now, car 127. Steve Bridie listed as relief driver. John Hall will be up next. John, one of the committee members here at the historic Leyburn Sprints. In fact, John's not coming in. There's quite a few of members of the committee have race cars in the field here as well, but of course they're quite busy running the event, so they don't get as many runs as they would like. Car 130, Wayne Mason in that Ford Escort Mexico. Tribute car to Hannah McCullough, who won the Finnish driver who won the 1970 World Cup rally. I won't repeat the story I told before about those World Cup rallies. It took a little bit too long to do because then the drivers that come through next don't get any attention. And here comes Colin Mayman, and he definitely should get some attention. This very rapid Volkswagen Beetle. Wayne Mason in the Escort has a best of a 55.3. Mayman in the Volkswagen of 53.8. So that's top 30s, that a Volkswagen Beetle. It's amazing what you can do with enough thought to some of these 1950s and 1960s race cars. Enough thought and a lack of sensible driving. It's all relative, I suppose, the concept of sensible driving. Brian Martin coming through in the Ford Escort. 2-litre version of the Mark I Ford Escort. Now, strictly speaking, there were some RS2000 Mark I Ford Escorts, not very many. Oh, hello. Someone's fluffing the gear change a little bit there on the run around the back of the circuit, the Munn and the Escort. Here's Neil Penboss's Volkswagen with the tiniest of tiny rear wings on that car.
more of a drinks shelf, really, for having a couple of beers after the races are over.
Yeah, you couldn't even use that as a parcel shelf for a pizza box, really, could you? I
Well,
did have
being a German car, they're probably having beer and pretzels.
Or worse.
The best of the worst.
Over here behind us, and also next door is the ice cream shop next door to that.
Guess where I've just been.
Oh, you went to the ice cream shop, okay. And one that I'll be visiting for a lunch break the moment I get the opportunity, or I'll be heading over to the Spuds.
Yeah, the Spuds are highly recommended, but
Yummy.
yeah, the best seller at the ice cream shop today is the chopped and cone with a flake.
Oh, really? You asked?
Oh, no, they just told me.
Yeah. I'm quite fond of a choc dip myself. I'm going to get another infringement for that. Don't think too much about what you say, Mark. Triumph 2 2500 PI on the line. Yeah, I've had another infringement. Dave's looking at the instructions left on the desk for me. The London Bobby's been by again and given me another infringement. I thought I was doing well yesterday, but since then, I've been threatened with handcuffs and truncheons. You be careful out there on the circuit if you come across our London Bobby. He's getting a bit ticket-happy.
Toby Barker on course now in the Triumph 2500 PI.
He's been racing a lot of these Leyburns in that Triumph.
Yeah, he started here spectating in 1999, and that gave him the interest and the motivation to get the car finished its restoration after he found it under a tree. And he's been competing here for 22 years now.
It's amazing the number of race cars that have once spent quite a number of years under trees.
Yeah, trees are not good for race cars.
No, no. They need to be taken better care of. They're prima donnas, race cars.
Brendan Flaxman on course now in the Morgan Park Performance prepared X-Bob RX2.
Followed by the HQ, so a couple of circuit races having a run out on track together.
James Flett.
And Jared Harbour as relief driver.
James has had that car since 2018. It's previously competed at the Gold Coast Indy, Bathurst and Sandown, and now rounds regularly in the New South Wales State Championship.
Andrew Bear fires his fastback Mustang through turn one. He's chasing a time in that car, actually. He's taking turn one and turn two quite neatly. So he's treating the lap seriously this time around.
And this is Andrew's fifth Leyburn, who's previously been here in a Porsche, a Mustang, a Tirana and an Alfa Romeo.
He gets bored easily.
Yeah.
Here's Trish Chant out for a run in her Trans Am Series Ford Mustang. Go Trish, president of the Historic Leyburn Sprints Committee. And multiple winner of the 5 litre class in the Australian Trans Am Series. More Mustang action going on. Here's car 144.
Darryl Busby at the wheel of that beautiful 5.6 litre engine. It's a JMC prepared 347 cubic inch alloy heads.
Speaking of JMC performance, JMC himself is on the line. Jamie Chad lights up the rear of the XY Ford Falcon.
Smoke him if you got him.
There we go. That's his statement for burnout of the weekend. You know, I think that's where it all went wrong for Wayne Bell before, when he crashed his nose into the hay bales here at turn one before. He'd seen what Jamie Chant had done in his burnout attempt, recognised he couldn't beat that, so he started going for a time instead. And then overcooked it at turn one.
David Dunn next in the GT Falcon.
Oh, leaves a nice thick black line on the run through turn one. No LSD in that Falcon. Another Falcon launches.
It's Gordon Moore, another one of the XW GTs. Well, kicks up a bit of dust on the little bit of a wide exit there of turn one.
We've got Phil Walters up on the line next. There's a couple of cars that have been skipped the running order. Of course, Ian Palmer's Plymouth Barracuda and Luke Stitz's AXR Falcons were no-shows, unfortunately.
Yeah, Luke Stitz ran yesterday, but I think he only did one or two and then put it away.
Yeah, unfortunately, Plymouth Barracuda wasn't quite ready in time. Ian Palmer and Andy Palmer were both here yesterday.
Phil Walters had half a moment then on the way into turn one. He just sort of stopped, collected his thoughts and got going again. So that would have ruined his time. This is actually a Capri Piranha. This is not a Capri with a V8 in it. This is a Capri Piranha. But they've stroked the 302 Windsor out to 5.6 litres.
There's the Garland Mitsubishi. One of the Garland family race cars. Nash and David sharing this car.
Under major modifications to the car, they list drivetrain, including gearbox, and a diet.
Oh dear. There's a gorgeous paint scheme on that car. They've got a professional graffiti artist who also happens to be brother-in-law / son-in-law of those members of the Nash family.
Liam G. Michelle makes a very enthusiastic departure from the start line in the little mini Clubman, and a quick run through turn one as well. He's having a red hot go there.
The Shannon Show and Shine presentation is underway right now over behind us at the Turn 1 precinct. I'm just turning around to have a look. There's, Skylines and Zephyrs. There's an Alpine.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention that.
The current model Alpine. A310, I want to say? Or was it A110? I can't remember the name of it. There's a quite nice looking XB Falcon over the back there. And right next to it is a Dick Johnson Racing replica Fox Body Mustang. And yes, I can see the Datsun Z that you made mention. In fact, one of my Zs that I owned was in that colour too. But yeah, the Show and Shine presentation is underway immediately behind us there. We see the small Shannon tent over there where they'll be conducting the prize giveings. Oh, hello. Oh, it's David Stark in the Camaro. Big squealy race start. Those are extraordinarily low-profile tyres for a 1970s Camaro. Next car off the line. That's one of our Fiats, actually. That's the quickest of the Fiat. That Fiat got to turn one really quite quickly, car 190. No, that's not car 190.
It is, he's running well out of turn.
Yeah, car 160. John Ford.
Not a Fiat.
That we've made, yes, we've made that joke quite a few times now. We might have to retire that one. Oh, too quickly into the corner was David Garland in the Galant hardtop. One of the extended Garland K family race cars. Next up is Thomas Kay, and he's driving his the car that his father did race quite frequently here at Leyburn Sprints.
Having a red hot go. That is a quick entry to turn one.
Oh, that's a bit of a statement, really. Tom Kay saying, look, Dad, You are not the king of me.
Yeah, come in very hot there, but hey, to his credit, he kept it together.
He probably nailed that. Good run through turn 2 as well. Power on early. Poison Ivy up next. Anthony Lawler in that green Mark II Ford Escort. Next up after that will be Paul Lawrence in the Triumph Dolomite Sprint. And then the the Ford Mark II Escort of Peter Licht.
Anthony Lawler very, very quick through turn 1. Beautifully presented car, very well prepared as well. But yeah, he's on it. Heading into our position now is the little Triumph Dolomite of Paul Lawrence. Everyone's had a few looks at the course now. They've got their eye in. We're seeing some clean, fast runs through here. Paul Ritchie next in the Mark II Escort. This car was one of the last ones built in Australia at Sydney's Homebush plant. Is next in the Rainbow Warrior, the Mazda RX-3, and he's gone straight into the hay bales. Came in very, very quick. I was thinking he's not going to make the corner, and sure enough, he didn't. He's headbutted the hay. Ian's decided to climb out of the car. Yeah, so it looks like a bit of damage on the front there, so I don't think we're going to see that car again today.
And we see from that camera angle just then just how much hay is in a hay bale. And has unfortunately exploded that hay bale, along with done a bit of damage to the front of the car. The historic Leyburn Sprints is proud to be a Speed Cafe. Is proud to be a partner. Oh, sorry. The historic Leyburn Sprints is proud to be a partner of Speed Cafe, the world's leading independent motorsport news outlet. Speed Cafe delivers breaking news, exclusive interviews, expert analysis, and unrivaled coverage from every corner of the racing world. From Formula One, supercars and MotoGP to NASCAR, IndyCar, rallying and grassroots competition, Speed Cafe keeps the global motorsport community informed, engaged and ahead of the race. Speed Cafe is a platinum partner of the historic Leyburn Sprints and presenting sponsor of this weekend's continuous live video stream, available only on speedcafe.com. Steel Rudd 24-hour towing, container holding yard, machinery transport, accident breakdown transport, container transport, small acreage slashing, specialising in concrete slabs and bobcat work. That's Steel Rudd 24-hour towing. Contact Terry Mitchell on 0458 963 222 and Brock Mitchell on 0457 420 019. Steel Rudd 24-hour towing. And we might cross now to Gary O'Brien in the pits.
We're here in the pits at this gigantic pit area with Keith Carling. Keith Carling's running a Mazda RX-7 sports sedan that we seen back in the mid-80s, winning races at Amaroo, Oran Park, and as you said, even up here. And you've got this car back and you've restored it.
Look, I'm so pleased that I've been able to get the car back again. It took a bit of a journey. I tried to find it back in about 2009, and anyway, nobody knew where it was. Ultimately, though, I was able to find it in 2018. I was able to buy it, and then we did a full restoration, 4 years with Bill Annard in Sydney, and did a full restoration. And look, the car, I'm just so pleased to getting it back, because it was with sports sedans, a lot of them over the years they get moved and changed, and things get changed. Fortunately, the car was still back to where it should be, as it was back in the 80s.
So it even had original parts in it?
It did, yeah. Like when we pulled the engine out, even the engine was seized when we bought it. When we pulled the engine apart, it turned out that the rotor housings were still the original rotor housings that I bought in America in 1982 from Racing Beat. And so that was just great, the fact that there's so much of the car that's still there.
And it looks just like it did back in the day. And even since then, you've had a race, you had another car, that Nissan. Tell us a bit about that car.
Oh, that was a wonderful car, yeah. Phil Ryle built that car in 92, 93. No, sorry, about 90, 91. And we started racing it in 92. And that car was just phenomenal. It was, we did 315 Ks down Conrod Straight, which nobody had ever done before. And I ended up got the sports sedan lap record at that stage. And I held that record for nearly, I think it was over 20 years before there was another sports sedan that actually pipped me with it. It was back in 2000, probably 2001 or 2002, so I was pretty pleased with that.
Was there a point there where the front wheels were lifting off the ground going down Conrod Straight?
Probably, but I wasn't out there to see that. But we were a little bit concerned about that. We put a bit of extra weight on the back of the car because obviously that was an issue, but we didn't have a problem with it. But the car just absolutely flew. It was a wonderful car.
Well, it's good to see this one, and we wish you all the best for the rest of the weekend.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Gary O'Brien and Keith Carling in the paddock as we see our drivers' parade on right at the moment. Well, not drivers, but parade of race cars on around the circuit at the moment, being led around by Hyundai safety car. Rounding out the tail of the field right there, we can see there's Justin McCarthy on screen in the Austin 7, one of our 3 Centurions in the entry list. There's Hollywood Ross, Phil Ross from Shannon's in his Ford Shelby Mustang. The Martins Filter Mercedes 190E, Andrew Medecki's car, and there's Andrew Medecki's other car, the Sierra RS 500, I should say. The RS Cosworth was the previous model. But yeah, that was part of the Peter Brock team. And as Andrew was mentioning in an interview earlier, the car that Andrew and Peter Brock won the Nissan Mobile Series in 1989. The Nissan Mobile Series was a couple of end-of-season 500-kilometre races held back in the day, equivalent to like the Sandown 500. Well, the first race was held at was usually held at Pukekohe, and then followed up with a street race at Wellington, in around the docks at Wellington. And that was a fascinating couple of races, those two over the years, the old Pukekohe Wellington double. So it was an impressive effort to win that championship of 500k races, 1,000 kilometres of endurance racing around Leyburn. So give them a hand. Trish Chant is leading the driver parade around in her Ford Mustang, JMC Performance Mustang. In the meantime, Vavoden's RX3 is up on the tilt tray and is not too far away from being able to resume. We just need to straighten up some of our tyre barriers as the poor unfortunate Mazda is carted away. Big thanks, of course, to Collins Hay and for Steel Road Towing for their particular help in this kind of operation. Steel Road for being able to cart away our unfortunate race cars, and Collins Hay for the telehandlers used to reposition the hay bales, and of course the provision of those hay bales in the first place. All of which is stuff that we can't do race meetings and particularly historic Leyburn Sprints without. So thank you very much for all of your support. Queensland Fire Rescue Club moving back into position. Shout out to our volunteer officials, of course. I was proud to support the Queensland Fire and Rescue Club. They are there to help us in the racing community when we are at our worst and most in need of assistance. So thank you for all of your work, Queensland Fire and Rescue Club. That's something that Dave Patterson just pointed out in the background. There's a bit of extra material on the course here at Turn 1. That may affect lap times a little bit later in the day. Calling up race cars ready for restart, ready to reopen hostilities. One of the many Ford Escorts in the field. A shout out to all of our spectators here at the historic Leyburn Sprint. So good to see so many of you here loving life and enjoying this spectacular show all these wonderful race cars are bringing to you. And remember that there's more than just our race cars here this weekend, and reminder that the merchandise tent will be closing at 2 o'clock. If you want to get hold of the 30th anniversary Historic Leyburn Sprints gin, head over to the merchandise tent as quickly as you can ahead of the shutting down in the tent in around 30 minutes time. I wouldn't mind the opportunity, actually, Dave, if I can race down there and check out what books they have for sale there at the merchandise tent. Accent Bench Tops, your one-stop solution for bench tops, 100% Australian owned and fully accredited stonemasons, quality fabrication, installation of stone tops and products, domestic renovations, commercial and fit outs, multi-story residentials, and custom made to your requirements. That's Southern Queensland, Northern New South Wales. Accent Bench Tops. As here's Stephen Clements in the Ferrari 308 GTB.
Mark Jones, is that the first time you've seen a Ferrari do a burnout?
The first time I've seen a Ferrari 308 do one, or a road-going Ferrari do one. Race cars, it's not unusual. There's Warren Kurzakowski in the mobile earthquake. That is that V Commodore.
Beautiful power slide there on the exit of turn one.
Oh, here's Bevan Reid in that RS 3400 Capri. That's a very sweet sounding car for a V6.
Yeah, it's a great sounding car, isn't it?
You know, sometimes a V6 doesn't sound quite as good as you might think it does. But yeah, that one's got a very sweet note to it. Oh, speaking of sweet notes, I suppose sweet isn't the right term for it, really.
Gnarly.
The Bumper Tech HQ Kingswood.
It's amazing that you only need 5 litres of power to make that much smoke. Who needs a big block? Brock Stevenson is next. Stevenson put on a show, and now Gary Stevens says, I can do that too. Very enthusiastic leaving the line. These cars prepared by Coffs Performance Tuning. Both running 5.7 litre V8s. And a big a cloud of smoke there through the final chicane. Paul Finch is next in the PRB Clubman. So after that succession of highly modified Holden V8 muscle cars, we're moving to something completely different now. The Clubman sports car of Paul Finch. Stephen Foss is next in the Porsche 912. Next car to line up is Paul Spiteri in the Mazda RX-7, the only Group C touring car we've got here this weekend. If we ran a class for Group C and Group A touring cars, he'd win it. Mark Crespin is next in the Cobra, 5-litre V8 powered, and a regular competitor in this event for many years. Car makes quite a bark on its way down the straight. Through the classes at the moment, and currently I can give you some updates on results too as we go through. We recently went just through, there's 59 classes here this weekend, folks. We just went through touring cars pre-1980 over 2 litres. There's some interesting stuff in that. And third fastest in that group was Warren Gersakowski in the Commodore. Second was Ian Vervoden in the Mazda RX-3, obviously not this run, that was a previous run. But fastest overall is Paul Spiteri in the RX-3. And Brock Stevenson getting a rerun in the Tirana. I'd say it's because he came out of turn 5 on his previous run and saw a whole wall of somebody else's tyre smoke. So he's buttoned off and they're giving him a rerun. He's currently 5th out of 8 cars in this class. Interesting, the cars that make the most smoke are in the bottom half of the field. Some people are here to go fast, some people are here to put on a show. We're working our way through class 43 now, which is Mark Sports Cars over 2 litres. I'll try and pick up some results for you. Cameron Lepp in the pink 240Z is currently 3rd fastest. John Siddons is 2nd, but Mark Crespin, who we just saw go through in the Cobra, currently fastest in that group. His best time is a 49.4. But the previous run he did not long ago was a 49.5. So he's fast and consistent. John Siddons lining up now. His best so far is a 50.7. So he's got to find 1.3 seconds if he wants to win his class. Doug Stewart just passing our position now in the Porsche 944. No, that's a 914, sorry. Yeah, that's Anthony Vanderdrift. Jack Kissicker will be next in Kent Kissicker's Porsche 911. And Ken Kissinger leading the line now in the Porsche 911 GT3. I think it was Jeremy Clarkson who said the easiest job in the world is Porsche 911 designer. For 60 years, all they've done is just a slight tweak here, slight tweak there. So the shape has gradually evolved without ever being dramatically changed. Craig Matthew lining up now in the Ultima, one of the fastest cars here this weekend. I believe he was in the top 10 overall. Oh, and he's biffed the hay bales. Craig Matthew in the Ultima. He's run wide on the exit of turn 1. Sideswiped a hay bale and then drifted off the road onto the grass. He's parked it there. Wasn't a big impact, but an Ultima is never going to be a cheap car to fix. So let's hope he hasn't done too much damage. Yeah, Craig currently second fastest in this class. Jack Kissinger in the 911 GT3 is third fastest, but the fastest overall is Blaise Paris, who is second in line to come out. And the hard-working team from Collins Hay are back on course again to pick up the hay bale and move it back into position after the Ultima helped it out of the way. And the recovery team are here to tow it back on a rope if he can't drive it. I would be surprised if it was undrivable though, because it was a very shallow angle. Yeah, Craig Matthew's got the car going again. And he's going to drive that back to the pits. Let's hope the damage isn't too bad. Okay, that was a pretty quick clean up there. And next car to come out will be Chris Nylon in the Porsche 911. There's 7 cars in this class and he's currently 4th fastest, so right in the middle of it. And the flag drops and Chris Nylon gets away. This car was built to compete in the IROC series, not the original IROC series that they had in America in the 70s, but some time ago there was an attempt to recreate the IROC series here in Australia. A number of cars were built for it. This was one of them. And Blaze Parison rushes down towards turn 1. This is the fastest car in the class, a top 10 outright car. A 2019 Porsche 991 GT3, one of the newest cars here. His best time so far is a 48.2. That is anything under 50 seconds is very, very fast. Darren Rowe is next in the Ford Shelby Daytona replica. That's the end of that class. Now we've moved into the Super Sports class. In fact, we've only got one Super Sports car here this weekend. It's Jason McGarry in the Caterham. Very rapid through turn 1 as he rushes down towards turn 2 now. The next class now is pre-79 sports cars, under 2 litres. Diane Fuller leading the way in the Triumph TR7. Earl Murray is next in the Fiat 124 Spider, so it's a two-way battle between Diane's Triumph and Earl's Fiat. And at the moment, Earl is leading the class by 1.7 seconds. Moving into the next class now, it's pre-79 sports cars under 3 litres. It's Dennis Cotton in the Porsche 914 versus Gina Sittons in the Datsun 240Z. Murray completes his run and he maintains his lead. Neither of them have improved their time on this run. Gina Sittons currently leading in this class by 6.5 seconds. Dennis has completed his run and he's gone a second slower than his previous effort, so he's not going to change the order here. Moving on to the next class now is pre-79 sports cars over 3 litres. This is basically a contest of V8 powered MGBs. We've got 4 of them. David Roberts is currently leading. His best lap is a 54.0. He's 36th outright out of the 246 cars here this weekend. second in the class, 1.8 seconds behind David Roberts, and Bob Bear currently third. Yes, and no change in the order. Everyone's gone... actually, no, that's not correct. Barry Evans has gone faster, but he hasn't changed his position. Modern sports cars under 3.5 litre on course at the moment. It's Michael Dare in the RX-7 versus Doug Swan in the MR2. And currently the RX-7 is 1.3 seconds faster. The next contest is modern sports cars over 3.5 litres. It's David Fuller in the Corvette versus Roger Garcia in the McLaren. David Fuller nursed the hay bale at turn 1 earlier. Didn't seem to be bothered too much by it this time. McLaren leaves the line now and rushes down towards turn 1. The approach speed of this car is something else. The ability to pull the car up very quickly in time for the corner. Not surprisingly, the McLaren is leading this class quite comfortably by 9 seconds, in fact. Yeah, Roger Garcia is currently 10th overall. Now, the next class we move into is modern clubmans. I don't think we've seen that car out here all weekend. So moving on now to special interest class. Basically, cars that we wanted to have here, but they don't fit into the existing classes, so we'll just put them in special interest. They've been divided up by capacity because there's quite a few of them. First, we've got the under 2 litre class, which is mostly full of our junior competition competitors. Of course, our juniors are competing for the Mike and Ann Collins Memorial Trophy. And Mark Jones is returning to our commentary position. I stole his chair while he was out. I better give it back. Joseph Clift leading the way in this class. I'll pick up the order for you and let you know how the classes are going. Yeah, we've got 11 runners in this class. Now this is Joseph Clift's first motorsport event. Currently third fastest in this class is Daniel Kirby in the Hyundai Excel. Then we've got Lachlan Harris is next in another Hyundai Excel. But Jordan Spiteri has been dominating this class. 3.5 second lead in the Suzuki Swift GDI. A car sponsored by Coachman's Rest. And Rupert's Bar and Grill in Warwick. And Michelle passes our position here at turn 1 in the Subaru Impreza that she's sharing with her brother Owen. Currently, Hannah is 7th in the class and Owen is 8th. So she's got the bragging rights. She's half a second quicker than her brother. In real life, half a second isn't very much, but in motor racing, it's quite a lot. Isabella Murdoch is lining up on the grid now in the pink and grey Hyundai XL. A lot of wheel spin there. Hannah's trying to win the burnout competition in a Hyundai XL. I love the spirit. Sorry, that was Isabella. Yeah, Hannah was the previous runner. It's great to see quite a few female competitors in the juniors competition. There's absolutely no reason why women can't be as much a part of motorsport as men, and it's good to see the girls out there having a go. Lawrence Murphy is next in the later model Suzuki Swift to what we're used to him seeing. He normally runs the Mark II earlier model car. Jim Prean leaves the line now. Little Citroen C4. It's painted up like Sebastian Loeb's car, but it is just a regular front-wheel drive Citroen C4. It's not a World Rally car. On the line now is Jordan Spiteri, the fastest car in the class by 3.5 seconds. Now remember, the juniors competition is actually a regularity competition. It's a test of consistency, not of speed. So there's no prize for being the fastest, but there is glory. And eagle-eyed Mark Jones just spotted that Jordan clipped a witch's hat on his way through turn 1. So he's not going to break any records with this run. He's currently fastest in the group with a 54.6. That's actually 44th outright, which is extraordinarily quick. Moving into the next class now, which is special interest cars from 2 to 3.5 litres. Approaching our position, it's John Connolly in the BMW 325. Very nicely presented car. 2.7 litre Alpina engine in, under the bonnet. Yeah, so there's been no change in the order of the juniors in the under 2 litre class. We'll move on to the next class now. I don't know if it's the loudest, but it's the most raucous sounding car here. Glenn Brinkman in the Escort Cosworth. Now that is a genuine Group A rally car. Sophia Devitt just heading through turn 1 now in the car that belongs to her father. He competes in the Queensland Touring Car Championship with that BMW E46. Unmistakable sound of a BMW straight 6 working hard. This is another very popular class. We've got 10 runners. Kevin Hinchcliffe in the Ford Sierra Cosworth, 2 litre turbo. Just passing our position at turn 1, quickly gets himself down to turn 2. Now Andrew McMaster is currently 3rd fastest in this BMW. That's the Beer Doctor car. Kevin Hinchcliffe in the Sierra is 2nd fastest, but the fastest car in this class with a 53.2 second time is Stephen Mullins in the Mitsubishi Starion. Our position now in the Mitsubishi Lancer. Oh, I see, yes. That car should be in the 2 litre class, but because it's a substitute for an entry that was in the 3.5 litre class. Richard Markin is next in the Peugeot 405 MI16. 2,088 cc's. He's a bit hard done by there, not being able to fit into the 2 litre class. He just needs to shave those 88 cc's off. Here comes Andrew McMaster. Currently third fastest in this class of 10 cars. Sean Mullins is on the start line now. As I said earlier, this is the fastest car in this class. His best time so far is a 53.2. So he's actually got a 2.5 second lead. You can see a little bit of a bruise on the nose there where he headbutted the hay bales first thing this morning. No, that was yesterday, wasn't it? I think he was the first to nose it into the hay bales, and he said at the time he wouldn't be the last. And Mark Jones is heading back to the commentary position now. He's just had his lunch break.
Yeah, last chance for lunches for everybody, I guess. Got myself a sour cream, bacon and cheese spud. Fantastic to see all of our food retailers that are out here today, all these wonderful food trucks. So another of our XLs underway. Car 210. Oh, that's the Kirby family that's sharing this car. Car 210 is Daniel Kirby, sharing the car with Lachlan Harris. One of them is a junior, one of them is not. Actually sharing also with Alistair Harris for that matter too. 3 drivers across one car. There's Owen Michelle underway. I wonder how the bragging rights work in the junior competition. If Hannah does better in the competition, but Owen is faster, who gets to claim victory?
I'm suggesting both of them would.
and no agreement would happen.
Yeah, exactly. My niece and my nephew both argue that they're the favourite, and they're both right.
I thought you were going to suggest for a second there that they were both wrong.
The Spider-Man Commodore still looking resplendent.
Oh, here's that turbocharged Falcon. Jake Murdoch and Matthew Clift sharing the car, although I don't think Matt's doing many of the runs in the car. Geez, that car looks unstable. The amount of power it's trying to put to ground at each gear change causes the car to twitch.
Leaves a couple of licorice stripes on the straight there.
11s, as Jeremy Clarkson would call them. Though I don't know if you can really call them 11s when they're that bendy.
Yeah, quite wiggly, more like licorice.
A pair of Allen snakes.
So we're almost at the end of this run now. What are we up to? Is this run 5 or 6? I've lost count.
This is 6.
Round 6, great. We're doing well.
And we're at the BMW M4, Greg Ross's car. He's racing in 2 cars here this weekend, Greg Ross, but only one of them is his.
Phil Alexander passing our position now in the BMW that he shares with John.
It's the other way around. It's John at the wheel now. John's 221 and Phil's 219.
Program light here.
You know what? I've been reading the Relief Driver all weekend. No, you were right, David.
Stevie Chan heads by in the little Aussie racing car with the Falcon body on it.
Former winner of the Junior Comp. Great to see Stevie back aboard her race car. Here's the MacTac. Very similar in concept to the Aussie racing cars, motorcycle-powered miniature race car. No, the MacTac isn't really a dedicated circuit racer compared to the Aussie racing cars, which definitely are. But they're all, 1300cc motorcycle-powered miniature race cars. They're fantastic fun to watch. I've no idea what they're like to drive. Most people who drive them rave about them.
I think you'd be busy.
Yes. Yeah, they'd be twitchy, wouldn't they?
Yes. Very short wheelbase, very narrow track, and quite tall over relative to the overall footprint.
And if they're running slicks, they'd be difficult to turn the tyre.
Chris Cheng is next in the Evo Lancer. Much more careful that time through...
Maybe he's thinking that he's not going to get to Scott's lap time.
Yeah, he came awfully close to putting it into the hay bales on the previous run, but he's a little bit cleaner this time in that lovely Evo 6.
And then Scott Dean getting underway with the GRS. The most aggressive sounding three-cylinder you'll find. There is nothing polite about the sound of a GRS. Or the looks, for that matter.
Yeah, it's built to do a job, that's it.
Yeah, it's the kind of car that smacks you in the face rather than cajoles you into enjoying yourself. And we're back at the top of the order again because I can see Justin McCarthy lining up in the Austin 7.
Well, I think it's perfect time for me to go and get a coffee. That's the only food vendor we haven't sampled here at Turn 1, so I better give them all a try.
Oh, I've done that.
It's time for the good times. Forget about the bad times, yeah. One day to come together to release the pressure. We need a holiday, holiday. Celebrate, holiday.
It's Justin McCarthy in the Austin 7 getting underway. Glorious 101-year-old race car. 750 cc's. Kick-Ass Products is on a mission to power adventures big and small with off-grid camping, solar and camping equipment. One of Australia's leading designers, engineers and manufacturers in solar and camping gear. 12-volt adventure specialist. Visit us online or in store at kickassproducts.com.au. Power Solar Camping. give Justin McCarthy a little bit extra time to get around the circuit this weekend. The Austin 7 Sports is quite definitely the slowest car in the entry, but nonetheless, it's a glorious thing to have here. The little 101-year-old race car. Here's a 102-year-old race car, I note, because the Crossley Roadster is listed separately. Oh, no, it's not the Crossley, it's coming around. That's the MGNE from the Schillers. One of a fleet of 4 MGs that they've brought to the historic Leyburn Sprints here this weekend. All 4 of them 1940s and 50s Australian Grand Prix race cars. This isn't the car that Belinda was scheduled to drive this weekend. Unfortunately, the Peter Critchley Special that finished 4th here at the Australian Grand Prix in 1949, unfortunately has broken down during yesterday's running, and Belinda has shifted over to this MGNE. Meanwhile, the other member of the Schiller family, Cole Schiller, is about to get off the line in the Jacknin Special, which did start in the 1949 Australian Grand Prix. Didn't finish the race, unfortunately. Through a rod, if I can remember the descriptions on the placard out the front of the Schiller pits. Not going to do that today. Magnificent, and thank you to the Schillers and all their families and friends that help run these cars and bring them out here to the historic Leyburn Sprints. And to MG owners and the MG car clubs around the country and around the world. They've contributed so much to motorsport. MG car clubs, for whatever the reason, have been one of the biggest supporters of sport, both international, national and domestic, right around the planet. Just something about MGs, I guess. They're purpose-built sports cars at the right time when the sport was growing. Barry Smith out on track in his Ford V8 Special. Now, this is likely to be the last run for a lot of these cars, so just looking to see how they are going in class. Because there's actual competition amongst some of these classes. They may not be the fastest cars out on the track, but that doesn't mean they don't want to be the best. And historic Group K, and that's from Belinda Schiller in car 4 all the way through to car number 8, Pete Trapnell. And there is Pete Trapnell. This is only his second run of the weekend. He ran the first run yesterday and he's doing the last run today, squeezing all of his photography duties in between. Barry Smith's gone faster in his V8 Special with a 70.8 second lap time. But he's at the back of the class at the moment with Cole Schiller on a 68.9, Belinda Schiller on a 69.4, and Pete Trapnell, Lisa Tobin Smith on a 62.5, her best time of the weekend, but it's not going to be enough because she hasn't bridged the gap to Pete Trapnell, who set a 61.0 on his run yesterday. And Pete will end up winning the class regardless of what he does on this run, and he does a 60.3. Didn't quite get under the 60-minute the 60-second barrier. 60 minutes would be a unimpressive lap time from anybody. 60.34 seconds for Pete Trapnell to win Group K. Group L is out on the circuit now. Barry Bates in the Lister Nobley replica being chased by Lance Boku in the Buchanan Holden Roadster. Craig Carlson in the... Oh, no, it's Brian Barbie is out now in the Jaguar D-Type replica. And next off the line will be the Formula Minor, it looks like. Is it the Formula Minor? Yes, it is. Grand Branch car 14. So who's going to win Group LB logbooked? That's from race car 9 to 12. Oh, we've got a rerun in the middle of this. Our escort is going around. Looking at the times then, a 74 for Boku in the Buchanan. Bates a 73.7. Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong time there. Barbie has set a 64.8 to win class in class. Pretty sure that's all class victory for him. Actually, not all of the cars in class are listed here, so I can't tell you whether that's a class victory or not. Scott Holden Special is out on the track right now. Matthew Devitt at the wheel. Graham Branch in the Formula Junior. This is Group M we've moved into now. Sorry, no, we're in Group LB non-logbook cars. That's classes car numbers 13 through to 16. Barbie Branch, Devitt, and Jeff Fry's Vulcan. The Vulcan didn't come out for another run. Top of the class at the moment looks like it's Barbie in the D-type replica who's going to claim the class. Centaur Clubmans are coming through now. The number 19 car, Matthew Devitt at the wheel. John Devitt was at the wheel of the Glenn Scott Special just before. So it looks like Barbie has won the non-logbook Group L class. Group M is on track now. Logbook cars first, then the non-logbook cars. Oh, there's the GMC Special. I love that car. Oh, listen to the sound it makes. The GMC truck V8 just sounds beautiful out there on the racetrack. Here's the second of the Centaur Clubman's underway. This is Brian Aldred at the wheel. Non-logbook version of a Centaur Clubman, and I'm looking at that enormous rear wing hanging out the back of the car. I'm thinking, yeah, that's why. Logbook version would have to have that car removed, or that rear wing removed, I should say. Not exactly a standard aerodynamic device in a 1970s Centaur. Here's this gorgeous. It's one of the prettiest race cars here this weekend. I'd make an argue for prettiest. I mean, as much as a fan I am of the Alfa Malar, but that XJ13 replica just looks amazing. And speaking of the Alfa Malar, here it is. On the way. The Alfa Malar built by Gary Cooper out of Elfin Sports Cars in South Australia. The only Elfin in the field this year, actually.
That's quite surprising, actually, considering how many Elfin race cars were built in this country.
Oh. You'd make a pretty good case that it was the most successful of all the Australian race car manufacturers. I suppose you could probably say, you could probably make a case for Mike Borland's operation these days, the Spectrum Formula Fords and their associated Spectre Formula Vs. The Lotus 3 just passing our commentary box. John Bailey, good to see the car's running smoothly after its DNF earlier today. GM non-logbook has just completed its run, or just about to, just waiting for Petters and the Wasp to cross the line, and he'll be the last car in the class. But it looks very much like Brad Stratton has claimed that class in the Alpha Malalar. A 56.4 peak lap time. His last run through has got him the class victory. Well done, Brad. Now, Brevin Springate will have won Class 11, but looking at the rest of the running order, we've just finished Class 5, Class 6. Trevor Petters was the end of Class 6. Yeah, Class 1. I suppose it doesn't. Nobody really cares in Class 1 who won, because they're all. There are 3 Centurions, but the class victory has been claimed nonetheless by Russell Wright. I did run through Class 2 at the time. Pete Trapnell winning it with his last run. Graham Copeland in the GMC Special has won Class 3. Class 4, it's gone to Reese and the Turner Alexander, ahead of the General D-type replica of Barbie. That sounds like the GRD that just went past us.
It was indeed.
So the Bowen P6 Formula Ford will be the next car past. Ian Beedman has claimed the win in Group M non-logbook Class 5. And he set a 55.3 to do it. Actually had pretty strong competition there from Matt Davitt, who set a 58.0. Oh, that's a pretty purposeful run there by the number 30, Matt Wells, Bowen P6. There's only 2 cars in the class, so maybe Ross Rundle set a pretty good lap time last time he went through, and is actually chasing a trophy.
He certainly used all the road through turn 1, all the road and no more.
Or maybe he just wants to beat the other Bowen as the Mofoco decides it doesn't want to make the corner. The Sports 2000 car from the United States tried very hard to...
It was a very wide approach. He's locked it up and just kept it on the road, made a mess of the corner. Probably quoted Samuel L. Jackson at one point.
It may have done. May have done. Keith Garland will be up next in the Mazda RX-7 Sports sedan. I don't want to bother too much with the running order of the smaller in class, the classes that are smaller in race numbers. So I might hold off on class victory until we get to class 20, Group NB, where there's 6 cars competing for that class. Pretty much everyone knows who's won everyone else's class. Carly and the RX-7 are completing the course as we go to the Humpies. Oh, they sound spectacular. A couple of Holden Red motor powered 48 215s. Bevan Springate is really trying. The smaller engined version of these 2 Holden Red motor powered 48 215s, and Bevan is pushing really hard. He's definitely chasing a time. He's got no one else in his class, although depending on whether you count it as a logbook or non-logbook, as a class split or not, it could be that Springate maybe senses that Keith Carling is vulnerable. Which seems a little unlikely, just off the top of my head, actually. The RX-7 is quite the weapon. I'm not sure that I believe that it could be vulnerable to either of the 48 250. I say that, and Scott Gooley has actually gone around faster. Keith's been taking a bit gently in the RX-7 this weekend, and both the Holdens are in front of him. .54.7 from Springate on his last run around. Now I think he's definitely chasing the honours to try and make sure that Scott Gooley stays behind him. Formula V's coming through. Oh, no, that hasn't worked at all. Second gear just did not want to happen for Paul Condon in the first of the Formula V's. We've got 4 Formula V's running here this weekend. 3 of them are 1200cc Group V historic cars. One of them's a modern 1600cc car. You say modern, using the term advisedly. There's Kit McIntyre pushing hard, doing the whole Formula V thing the only way he knows how, with maximum effort. Oh, and he's lost the back end through turn 2. Got it straightened up. We'll continue on. Ross Rundle coming past and the Reynard. That's potentially interesting as to which of the 2 Formula Fords. They're actually grouped. They don't run together on the timesheets, but they are in the same class. Just one of the quirks of the race numbering sometimes. MGB's moving through the running order, and we've got glut of them all in this one group. Brian Cather, Dennis Tobin, George Brichetta and Stephen Callaghan, a group of 4 MGBs all running back-to-back in Class 16. So 4 of them are all very similar spec, although one of them's got an Alfa Romeo engine. Dennis Tobin's fastest in the class right at the moment. He's got a 61.7. The 4 MGBs there are actually spread over 2 classes. So we'll see what happens if anyone can. Brian Cather's gone faster in the number 41 MGB. Tobin in the number 42 hasn't come out to defend his fastest time. So he wins class 15. But class 16 are also MGBs, so pretty much exactly the same kind of specification. Brachetto is on a 63.3, so I'm wondering, can he do... No, he can't do any better. So the fastest of that group of 4-cylinder MGBs goes... well, George Brachetto wins his class, but the fastest of those group of 4 MGBs was Dennis Tobin. Jeff Messer's gone through in the 5th of those MGBs. So Barry Campbell and Ray Davis are the next 2 cars through. They're both lining up for a run. Yeah, I tell a lie about looking through these the class timesheets. And this is not bothering about it for cars with smaller numbers, but I'm quite keen to check the times on this one. Ray Davis versus Barry Campbell, and you know what? I'm reckoning that those two are really quite close. 57.1 for Davis in the Triumph, a 58.1 for Campbell in the Bolwell, but the class leader is actually Stephen Clements in the Ferrari 308. From much later in the running order, he set a time of 56.7. He's been relocated into this class. Now the Group T battle, Bolwell versus Triumph versus Ferrari. And right at the moment, the Ferrari has it on 56.7. Davis needs to find 0.4 of a second to claim the class victory away from Clements. Campbell needs to find 1.4 seconds. Campbell will cross the line first. And a 58.5 isn't enough for Campbell. What can Davis do? His first sector wasn't his fastest of the weekend, so it might be beyond Davis as well. And yeah, 57.6, half a second away. So Stephen Clements in the Thomas Magnum PI Ferrari will take that class victory for Group T historic sports cars. Historic production sports cars, I want to specify there. There's cars that have had road-going versions of them. We're into the historic touring cars. Class NA has been and gone while I was looking up the other classes. So, Class 20 then, the Group NB. Now we've got Ford Anglia versus Mini Cooper versus Alpha 105 Sprint, Jaguar Mark II, Cortina Mark I, and, well, a couple of Cortinas actually. So this is one of the first of the classes with larger numbers. And it's actually looking like it won't be that much of a competition. Hansen in the Mini, the first car around the course, has got a 3-second gap. Who would think that? That's quite the gap that Hansen in the Mini has gotten over the rest of the class.
Yeah, I think he's held that lead pretty much all weekend, actually.
Yeah.
He laid down a blinder at the start of the weekend and no one's got near him since.
Second fastest is Rosa in the number 55 Cortina, which that's the car that's on the line right now, I think. It is indeed. So Rosa's on a 58 compared to Hansen on a 55. Almost 3.3 seconds to find. You would think that would be possible.
I know, but he appears to be looking for it. He's certainly pushing hard.
Bit of a tribute colour scheme on that car, looking like the Ian Gagan car with that sort of dark green Castrol stripes.
It makes a change from all the ones that are running the Lotus colours, although none of them are actually a Lotus.
No, yeah. Doesn't look that much difference, actually. It's still white and green. Well, I guess the official Lotus colour was slightly more cream.
It was indeed, yes. Yeah, it wasn't actually white, it was creamy coloured, like an ivory.
What's the old 12th man joke? The cream, the burn, the white, the off-white, the ivory
or the beige. Yep. Paul Gilbert on course now in the Datsun 510, which is what everyone but Australians call the Datsun 1600.
Great time from Rosa, 57.5. He was definitely chasing a time, but it wasn't enough. Hansen in the Mini claims Class 20, that Group NB. So we've now moved into Group NC. So two Cortinas versus the Datsun, and it's the Datsun who's out in front, and again it's a roughly 3-second gap.
Yeah, the Datsun has just had a shocker on his final run, but if he's already got the lead, it's up to them to catch him.
Indeed it is. 59 for Gilbert compared to both the Cortinas are in 62s. As we're, meantime, later class has kicked off. We're moving up the engine capacity. There's enough Group NC cars in the field that we split them into 3 different classes. 2 litre, 5 litre, and bigger than that.
Group NC, such a popular category that in the CAMS manual, sorry, the Motorsport Australia manual, there's actually 8 different capacity classes, although they tend to merge them at most race meetings.
Gilbert's time was 2 seconds off of his best, but even then that's still good enough to claim the class victory. A 62.4 from Porter, but that's not enough to get him out of 3rd place, so Gilbert claims the win.
We've now moved into the 2 litre sports sedan class.
Oh, yes. There's a lot in that one, I think.
Actually, there's a lot of people who aren't coming out for another run. People have packed it up early.
7 cars listed in under 2 litre sports sedans, and maybe as many as 15 and over. Oh, Matt Cliff didn't come out.
No, he hasn't. He's put his cue in the rack.
With justification, I think he's had that. Oh, you know what? Flaxman's not that far away. But Flaxman didn't come out for a run either, it looks like. Only Westner in that class is having one last run. 55.6, and that's not close enough yet. Matthew Clift wins the class again.
Andrew Fletcher just leaving our position now on the Hillman Imp with the 4A GE power. He's absolutely made a mess of turn 1, so I don't think this is going to be a good run for him. And he nearly ran out of road on the exit of turn 2 as well, so he hasn't backed off yet.
Nobody from class 23 actually came out to...
No, they didn't. They just gave it a miss.
Yeah, so, well, I guess there was a 4-second gap between Brian Wood and Paul McConnell in the 2 Falcons. The Monaros weren't quite close enough.
Oh, here we go. Norm Foyst has come out late.
Oh, here we go. Well, Norm needs to find 6 seconds.
Well, he just lost it all at the front line, at the start line, making smoke.
Vaping rubber. So Tyson Cowie then has gone around in a 51.79, and that wasn't his best. His best was a 51.78. Dennis Brown is best of the rest in that class at the moment on a 54.0, and he will take second in class because Mellon in the Lancer has gone around in a 54.8, and that wasn't good enough.
The Group NC over 5 litre cars have all decided to come out late. So McConnell in the Falcon is heading through turn 2 now, and Ken Oliver in the HK Monaro GDS 327 on the start line now.
Well, now I'm reconsidering, of course.
But class leader Brian Wood is lining up behind him in the XY GTHO.
So they're all going to have another go.
Why not? More fun doing than watching.
Well, that's very true. So then, Foyst has come around in a 62.9, but he was never really in that. McConnell's... Oh, yeah, here's McConnell now, completing the lap. As Ken Oliver gets underway, I think McConnell's a 57.7. McConnell moves the goalpost, but he had a lot to catch. There was a big gap. Brian Wood in that red and black, the factory Ford racing colours back in the 1970s. That car looking very much like a replica of Alan Moffat's 1971 GDHO, and here's Matt Clift. So there's few of them that are a little bit late getting to run.
Probably because there's so many people not decided to run. They're going through quite quickly and people aren't ready. Oh, it's my turn. Quick, get dressed, run out.
I'm waiting for Ken Oliver to come around, see if he can snatch second place away from McConnell. And he can't. He made a massive improvement. He cut, Ken cut around almost 2.5 seconds off his best time, but it wasn't enough to get him into second place.
Matt Cliff has already got the class 1, but he's decided to go harder on the last lap. He's absolutely pushing it very hard through turns 1 and 2.
guess he just doesn't know any other way.
No, he doesn't.
If he tried to go conservative at any point, that's probably when he'll crash.
Yeah, he'd be feeling disoriented.
He doesn't have a big lead, though. It's less than a second to Flaxman's RX2.
Either way, the team will still win.
Yes, of course, they both cars run out of more puff. 53.3 for Matty Clift. There's nothing like winning the class by slamming it down in the last run of the day. Already had a one, don't care, going to go out and win.
What does that do for Matt's outright position, I wonder? Because he was the overall winner of the historic competition last year.
Well, he's 62nd outright, but I don't know where the other historic logbook cars are. Well, yes. Geographically, but not chronologically.
John Hatton on course now in that 350 small block Chev-powered EH Holden.
I'm going to guess that's an over 2 litre sports sedan.
Certainly is, yep. I think we've done with the under 2 litre sports sedans now. We're into the overs.
And the winner in the under 2 litre sports sedan class was, well, I guess that's not really a surprise. It's Tyson Cowie.
Yeah.
With a 2.2 second win over Dennis Brown.
Okay, little Dennis has done well to get within 2 seconds of Tyson Cowie because Tyson is very quick, time and time again.
Both he and the car are weapons.
Yep, Tom Brailsford just made a mess of turn 2.
Whoops.
With lots of this way, that way, this way, that way on the exit.
It's actually quite close for second in the under 2 litre sports event class with Darren Mellon and the Mitsubishi Lancer pushing to within 0.7 of a second of Dennis Brown. So in the over 2 litre sports sedans, it's Dwayne Taylor at the top in the Holden Tirana V8, but he's by no means secure. Oh, here's the big Valiant now. I say big, all the Valiants are the same size, but big in engine capacity on this one.
Yep, the 5.7 litre Gen 3 Hemi V8 with fuel injection. That's a whole lot more than a 225 slant 6.
Alex Daniels is just about to complete his run and he moves into the top position. So Taylor's going to have work to do in the Tirana to claim the over 2 litre sports sedan title.
And Dwayne Taylor is on the line now, so he won't know that.
No, and he's got a big gap to get to because that's a brilliant time by Alex Daniels. He's shaved almost 1.5 seconds off his best to set a 50.2. Taylor needs 1.1 seconds to reclaim the class win.
Very loose on the way from the line to the turn 1 and loose under brakes as well.
Tom Brailsford has got 3rd place all to himself in the class in that Ford Capri V8.
Dwayne Taylor's slow on the exit of turn 2. It was squirming on the way in.
Yeah, and his split was slow as well. He's lost 0.4. He needs to get it back on the last run. I'm not sure that he can do it.
No, he's not going to finish. He's going to finish, but he's going very slowly. It appears to be some sort of a driveline failure there.
No.
Because the car is still running, but it's moving very slowly.
He's led the class pretty much all weekend, and he's going to lose it on the last run. And he's one of the Leyburn locals. I know us in commentary shouldn't have favourites at all, but Dwayne's local, right? Extremely local. He's lives on. I want to say the. I can't remember the street name.
But yeah, just the ability to walk from your house to the pit paddock is always a good thing.
Yeah, you can't find his car in the paddock because he just drives it home.
Yeah, you can go home for lunch.
No, you're right. He hasn't completed a lap. Alex Daniels has claimed it. That's the turbocharged Toyota-powered Ford Escort.
Very good. There's a bit of a turn up there. Yeah, Dwayne Taylor has actually just made it to the finish line now, but went very slowly for the second half of the wrap.
Great time by Alex Daniels, and he wins the class by a second in a class that was measured by tenths prior to that. stats letting them know.
Just looking at the overall top 10, the first 5 cars are all purpose-built Formula Libre cars, as you'd expect. But Blaise Paris in the Porsche is 6th fastest.
6th now.
Mark Crespin in the Cobra is 9th. And Roger Garcia in the McLaren is 10th.
Yeah, he's gotten past Craig Matthew, you'll notice. Craig was 10th for most of the morning.
I don't know if we'll see Craig out again. I don't know how badly the car was damaged after sideswiping the hay bales. Let's hope it was just cosmetic.
Oh. Actually, I do remember now seeing the car.
Yeah, he got out of the car, had a look, and got back in and drove it back.
Yeah, I was speculating, though, the way he was holding the door. Does movable aerodynamics count as a cheat when you're limping home? I suppose it doesn't. And there goes Dwayne Taylor now. He's just trundling across the intersection, driving home. He's not bothering with the paddock, going straight home. So we've got all the big open wheelers coming up now. I can see on the start line there is Neil Lewis in the Fly 1. So here it is. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the big fight for the overall title here at the historic Leyburn Sprints. Neil, I should say, was waved. The flag was waved, but no, the start's been aborted. And Neil's climbing out of the car. Neil was in the fight for 4th place and to win class in the under 2 litre sports sedans.
He's climbing out of the car and they're pushing it away from the line.
Under 2 litre Formula Libre, I should say. He was second, and he was second in that class. Woodbridge, Lewis and Weeks have been swapping that class lead all weekend. Woodbridge put a sensational time in last time through to blow the gap out to 1.3 seconds. That's the largest the gap has been all weekend. And unfortunately, Neil Lewis, the car has decided to not cooperate on the last run, the last chance. So who's next up if they can't get the Fly going? This red car, that'll be McCain, I think, the OMS.
If they're running in order, Ed McCain will be next. 75 years old and driving one of the fastest cars here. I think that's an inspiration to everyone.
Oh, he's locked it up.
Locked it up. He's missed the hay bales.
Well, that's the important bit, particularly with those fragile front wings sticking out the front.
Yep. Now, finding reverse gear in a proper racing car is always difficult.
He's signalling out. I don't think he can find it. He's signalling for assistance. But it looks like everyone's still looking at the Fly. Neil Lewis's car. I'm not. In fact, looking down towards the pub, I can see the Royal Hotel. Of course, I can see the Fly is being pushed away. So Neil Lewis will not be able to take part in the final run, and in defence of trying to get to 4th place and to win class.
Now, do motorcycle engine specials have a reverse gear?
That's a point.
Because motorcycles don't normally have a reverse gear, and unless it's some sort of American hulking thing.
Well, yeah, in my experience, motorcycles engage reverse gear by pushing with their feet. Now, some photographers, we've got some belated assistance, and McCain's underway. Thank you very much. That's Chris Collins from Collins Hay, who's joined in. His race suit's off, so he's not going to get another run, unfortunately.
Yeah, so Ed McCain's run has gone out the window. Ashley Neuendorf should be next.
It is indeed. That menacing, very, 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 very dark blue.
Yeah, beautiful paint job on that car. Looks lovely up close.
Just channeling the Lego Batman movie for a moment there. Does it come in black or very, 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 very dark grey? Why don't Batmobiles look like these? Like an open wheel?
Don't know. Maybe they should.
Maybe they should. I suppose it's hard to put any kind of a weapon on an open wheeler. Here comes Ash Neuendorf in that Speeds RM11. He's currently at the tail of the class. With last in a class like this is still good enough for a 55.8.
That is not hanging around at all, is it?
No. They aren't all under 60 seconds. They're all under 56 seconds. A rerun for one of our sports sedans. Of course, now I'm going to have to go back and have a look to see if that might change the class results. I'm pretty sure it won't. Because Daniels was supreme. That looks like Verrill's going out for a run. He's currently 5th in class. So. Oh, Dean Amos is out. Is that Dean Amos? No.
No.
No, that's...
I think Dean Amos is on the line now.
No, that looks like David Quelch. That very angular-looking race car.
Yes.
Neuendorf's improved his time quite a lot, actually, down to a 53.5. He's trimmed almost 2 seconds off.
That's a great effort this late in the weekend.
Doug Daniels and the new tech has gone through. That was the car that went through that I didn't quite recognise straight away because Daniels should have been out first, and he's jumped up to 3rd in class. We had a 3-car battle, and now it's turned into a 4-car battle. So Daniels moves into 3rd place in class with the 47.1. So Luke Weeks has got some work to do to try to stay on the podium. Weeks is on the track right now. He needs to find a whole second on this lap. And that was his fastest ever first sector. So he's right on the money to try and reclaim 3rd place in class. Wait to see when Luke comes around to cross the line. I can see a car moving through the chicane on the return run towards the final turn. And the lap time is, he's done it, 46.7. Doug Daniels nosed his way onto the podium very briefly, and it was only a matter of seconds before he was pushed back into 4th place. Great work by Luke Weeks. Unfortunately for Luke, he didn't get to 2nd place. His much improved lap time was still 0.4 of a second short of Neil Lewis, and Steve Woodbridge, well, he's going to be the next car to finish. Oh, no, Steve Woodbridge is the next car to start. The yellow Dallara Mercedes sitting on the start line. Actually aspirated 2-litre HWA-built Mercedes 239, I think the engine code is for that car, for that engine. Dallara fires up now. Here he comes, Woodbridge away. All yellow Dallara. HWA Mercedes logo resplendent on the air intake, sticking out the side of the car. Very prominent air intakes on these Dallaras because they manage on Formula 3 cars in general, because they have to manage the air intake, the air restrictors to limit the horsepower they can produce. And so the various engine manufacturers don't get into a horsepower race. Dean Amos is on his way to heading towards an 11, potentially an 11th.
That car is just visibly quick everywhere.
Yeah.
Out of the corners, through the corners, into the corners.
Oh yeah, its power down is stunning.
Brett Paul chasing him and certainly pushing hard too. Brett's having a real go here.
Yeah, Brett's got time to find because he's fallen behind Warwick Hutchinson to be third in class.
Yeah, those two have been fighting it out.
Woodbridge was actually 5 seconds off his best, but he still won the class nonetheless. 45.3, beating Neil Lewis on a 46.7, and then a 47.1 for Doug Daniels in the new tech. Oh, hello. Doug Daniels has Luke Weeks has hit a traffic cone on his flying lap. That's what's happened. He's lost that third place. He'd only just reclaimed because he's been assigned a post-lap penalty. So congratulations to Doug Daniels, who's fought his way onto the podium, and brickbats for Luke Weeks, unfortunately. But yeah, Dean Amos and Brett Paul are both out on the track now. Here's Warwick Hutchinson. So all three of our big bangers amongst these open wheel warriors.
Yep, Hutchinson and Bull have been fighting a great battle for second since the weekend started.
A 40.6 for Dean Amos, just off his best of 40.5. Not as quick as last year. And Brett Bull, a 44.1. That's his fastest time, but not good enough to get past Hutchinson. Warwick Hutchinson put in a fantastic time on his previous run, and that launched him up into second place with the 43.7, so he's got it. Doesn't matter what happens on Warwick's final run. He comes through and he's beaten his best time anyway. Brett Bull and Warwick Hutchinson both saved their best to last, and neither position changed. Hutchinson will be second, Brett Bull third, but Dean Amos, FTD.
By 3 seconds.
Yeah, 3.1, yeah.
That's extraordinary. And half a second between Hutchinson and Bull.
Yeah, Hutchinson was faster on that last lap, but he only pinched back a 10th on his best. Oh, it makes you smile watching those things go around. Well, makes me smile nonetheless. Jeff Robinson, the Formula V, is in a class on his own, so I guess that result is not in dispute.
Mark Cunningham leads the line in the Toucan Removals and Storage minivan. The world's smallest removal van. It's the smallest vehicle in the Toucan Removals fleet. But there's still plenty of room. You get several parcels in the back there, no worries. You probably want to pack them well.
I wonder if the job interview for a removals packer involves playing a game of Tetris.
It probably does, actually. You'd want to be good at Tetris. Although, having seen the size of the average furniture removalist, I'm not sure how many would fit behind the wheel of that Mini.
That's a fair point.
I climbed into a mate's Mini Cooper S once. It took me a minute and a half to get out again.
I think the way to do it is actually to lie down and reposition the pedals, halfway down the car.
Ken North just passing our position in the FJ Holden. 186 red motor under the block. Next on the line, we've got one of the Valiants. It's a Plymouth Valiant. 225 slant 6 with triple Webbers.
That's Dale Hurd.
Yep, he loves the early model Valiants, and he always has a good time here at Leyburn.
And we love having him here. The Valiants always. These R-Series Valiants just look, and the Chrysler Valiants and these Plymouth Valiants, they look amazing. They look very much of their era. They're one of the last cars of that kind of styling in that era, because the S-Series Valiant that immediately followed was that much more sort of square
They just toned
look.
it down, didn't they?
Yeah. No,
Yeah, but when these things hit the market, you've got to remember they were released up against the EK Holden and the XK Falcon. So this must have looked like a spaceship by comparison.
Very much like, well, I'm thinking it probably actually looked a little bit dated, looking more like a Chevrolet Bel Air. You know, all tail fins.
Of course, 1960 was when tail fins went from vertical to horizontal.
Yeah, they hadn't quite found out yet that aerodynamics don't work in the verticals.
Another Valiant lining up next.
Oh, that'll be Troll, I think. Malcolm Troll, the 111
Yep,
car.
Malcolm Troll.
This is a Chrysler Valiant, so this will be an Australian car. Four-door.
He's got the 225 slant 6. That's also an R series. You can tell the R series because they have the slit tail lights and the fake spare wheel well in the boot lid. Although he's modified that car, it's got a 5-speed gearbox, disc brakes and rack and pinion steering. So probably quite a nice thing to drive.
Now we move into touring cars 1.3 to 1.6 litres pre-72 after completing the pre-65 classes. This is a big class, this one.
Yeah, Rick Dewsnap at the wheel of this one. He's actually running a Toyota 4AGE engine with twin Webbers. His Mini's out of the action this year, so he's entered the Cortina in a number of events.
And that's not a sports engine with a Toyota engine.
Yeah, you kind of think it should be. Greg Graham is next in the little Mini Cooper S. The unmistakable sound of straight cut gears in a proper Cooper S race car. The car's road registered, but it's track focused. The owner's got 3 other Minis in the shed. You don't even need a big shed for that.
Some of that Tetris packing might help to get them in a bit tight. You could probably stick 3 in a bedroom.
Rob Kippen heading towards us now in the Datsun 1600. Twin Webbers, 5-speed disc brakes. Go the Datto.
Go the mighty Datto.
Tremendous Datsun versus Ford rivalry in that class.
Yes, indeed.
Speaking of which, Craig Lawrence lining up next in the 1600 Mark 1 Escort.
By the way, the Valiants that were just going around, they lost their class pretty convincingly to Jim Hodgson's Shelby Mustang.
No, there's no shame in that.
No. The gap was over 5 seconds.
Not surprisingly, Jim is very quick, and so's his car. Seamus Murray leaves the line now in the Fiat 125S.
Yeah, this is a big class. There's 13 cars in this class.
Yeah, Seamus first drove his car in this event when he was 17 years of age after restoring the car with his father and then using it as his daily driver when he was in school.
Oh,
I remember catching the bus and being so jealous of the kids who drove to school.
I remember I was quite pleased when I was able to start to get to school using a racer bike, and then all my classmates started getting cars. And, suddenly, not that I was the cool kid in school anyway.
No, I do remember the other kids on the bus who weren't me pelting their uneven lunches at the kids on bikes on the way home.
Yeah.
Dan O'Mara lining up next in the orange Datsun 1200. Dan's been racing for more than 50 years, starting out at Morgan Park.
Craig.
Yeah, you're right about the camber on that thing. Have a look at it.
I know.
Wow, that must be 5 or 6 degrees.
Well, he's our class leader.
Well, it must work then.
Yeah, he's trying. I guess the angles he's getting, that's actually flat.
Yeah, you want good turn in here at Leyburn. There's a lot of tight corners.
So looking at the times, Craig Lawrence has climbed into 3rd place, I think, on that final run, pushing past Greg Bull to be the best escort in the class. We've got a pair of Datsun 1200s at the top.
Rod Robertson on course now in the yellow Mark 1 Cortina.
You were saying yesterday about usually drives a Trans Am. Do you know which Trans Am it is?
I can't remember.
It's the ex-Alan Bouchin Mercury Comet.
Oh, that one. Oh, yes. Yeah, with Robertson Transport on the side.
Yeah.
Makes sense that if you own a trucking company, you're going to drive a race car that's as big as a truck.
Or as big as a Comet.
Kerry Snyders is on course now in the Fiat 125S.
Kippen improved his lap time to be a 57.7, and that's moving up into 6th in class. That's got him past Daniel O'Mara.
Donna Trustham just passes our position now. She's got the Mark II Cortina GT racing this weekend. She's got that, and her dad is racing in a very similarly liveried XY GT Falcon.
Jason O'Mara is the class leader, as you might have expected. Yeah, 54.1. He set a 54.2 on that lap around, so he's nothing if not consistent. His rival for the title has just started the lap in that dark green Datsun 1200, Matt Leyburn. And Matt needs to find 1.6 seconds. He almost lost second place to Craig Lawrence, who made a sensational final run to be within 6,000ths of a second of Leyburn.
Mark Wood just passing our position now in the Mark II Cortina.
He's currently 5th fastest in class. He needs 6/10 of a second to get into 4th past Greg Bull. Now looking for Leyburn. His lap time was his best to the first sector, but not enough to get past O'Mara. And across the line they go. His best time of the weekend, a 55.5, but that only shaved 1/10 of a second off of his best, leaving Jason O'Mara serene and supreme up top.
Blake Curran's Escort on course now. That car previously raced by Brett's late fast, Blake's late father Brett, but Blake's son now. Trent is now at the wheel. Mark Archer passes our position in the Mark II Cortina.
So that means we've moved on to the next class.
Yeah, actually the Cortina running a Toyota 3 SGE Beams engine. That's what they run in the Formula 3 cars and in the Super Tourers as well.
So O'Mara wins class 33 for touring cars pre-72 up to 1600 cc's over Matt Leyburn. So Datsun 1-2, 54.1 versus 55.5, and 55.7 for Craig Lawrence in the Mark 1 Ford Escort. So moving on to the 2-litre class.
Jack Bridie just passing our position now, the SR20 powered Datsun 1200.
Now there's a bit of a gap in this one. Colin Mayman is the class leader in the Volkswagen Beetle. Second in class is Wayne Mason in the Hunter McCullough replica Escort Mexico, who's launching now. And he's got 1.5 seconds to find. This late in the weekend, you'd suggest that would be impossible. But we have seen it happen many a time. No, I shouldn't suggest that it's impossible, because these things do happen. And I'm pretty sure I remember in the last few years that Colin Mayman has lost this class in exactly those circumstances.
Just heading through a turn right now, and he's not going down without a fight.
So Adams has just come through, and he's having Adams and Bridie were having a tremendous fight over third in class, and Bridie's just snapped out a massive final lap to push Adams out of the top 3. So Bridie in the Datsun 1200 is now third in class on a 57.9. Mason is on a 55.3. 55.8 wasn't good enough to improve. So Mayman's got a 1 in the Beetle. He hasn't completed his lap yet, but it's already decided.
Brian Melbourne on course now in the Mark 1 Escort 2-litre. Brian, a long-time competitor for 50 years now in rallies, circuit races and off-road racing.
And a 52.9 for Colin Mayman. That Volkswagen Beetle eclipses his best, gets under 53 seconds.
That's a good effort. You already got the class 1, and then you go out and beat your time. Just a show.
And breaks another second bracket and doing so as well.
Brandon Flaxman coming out very, very late for his last run in the ex-Bob Hegarty RX2.
That's next class, because it was 2-litre cut off the previous class, so the rotaries are generally run as a, if they're running 13Bs, then that puts them up into a 3-litre class. So Mayman won the class from Mason and Bridie ahead of Adams, Munn and Penboss in the in a 10-car class.
Yeah, you're doing well just to get on the podium in a 10-car class. Okay, James Flett lining up next in his HQ Holden.
Harbour, I think we might find it is, who's been setting the times in the car, actually. relief driver?
Yeah, Jared Harbour is the relief driver.
Yeah, it
and
looks like
James Flett is the lead driver and car owner.
Yeah, the timing monitor has Harbour as the driver who's been setting the times.
There we go.
And his best at the moment is the class leader on 57.4 compared to Toby Barker's Triumph on a 59.1 and a 59.8 for Almo Bishop. So there's something to be said for that HQ Kingswood race cars.
Big slide there. I'll tell you what, that looks properly quick.
Oh, yeah.
For what really is a taxi converted into a race car.
It's one of the things when race drivers try HQs for the first time, they find them, that they're surprisingly neutral handling.
Yeah, they actually handle really well. The hardest thing to get used to is the indirectness of the steering. You actually have to wind on a lot more lock than what you think.
So the steering is more of a suggestion than a measure of precision.
Yeah, I did a drive day in a HQ once, and I was racing a Datsun 1600 at the time, so I was used to just give it a flick at the corners. No, you don't give it a flick, you grab an armful of lock just for a simple kink in the road. Darryl Busby in the 68 Mustang.
So that moves us on to another class, but we're waiting to complete class 35 at the moment.
Darryl Busby's 302 Mustang, it's brought out to 347 cubic inch by the team at JMC Mechanical and Performance.
Speaking of, Jamie Chan puts one final effort for burnout of the weekend.
I tell you what, that's got to be a contender.
He's kind of fighting against himself for that prize.
That was an absolute beauty. Eventually, you've got to get out of the loud paddle in order to make turn one.
Well, Harbour was slower that time around in the HQ, so his class lead stands at 57.4. Barker, Bishop and Kirby haven't gone out.
Gordon Moore is out next in the XW GT Falcon. Of course, the XW is the model where Ford transitioned from the Windsor engine to the Cleveland.
And just by the by, Trish Chant has won her class. So the president's done it again.
Well done.
Only two in her class, but nonetheless, and she didn't style by 3.5 seconds.
The 1970 Camaro Z28 of David Stark on course now. With the very late model wheels in that car, it looks like it's up on stilts.
It does, doesn't it? Those rubber band low profiles just don't work on don't visually work for me, at least, on a car of that vintage.
The Capri Piranha is next.
Phil Walters. Now Gordon Moore is our class leader in his XW Falcon, and bang, 55.3 to push the class lead out to 1.6 seconds. So Darren Dunn is the option for the class victory. Sorry, David Dunn.
Nash Garland is next. We're moving into another class now in the little 1600 Lancer. Nash has done 4 years of karting, and now he's done 2 years in cars.
Oh, this is going to be close here. Walters, Dunn didn't come out for the last run. Walters is only a 10th behind in the Capri Piranha. His first sector was slow. And it wasn't enough. 58.5. Walters was slow on that fast time round. He couldn't find the 10th he needed to get past David Dunn. So Falcons 1-2 ahead of the V8 Capri. More ahead of Dunn for that class 37. Class 38 then is Garland, Jim Michelle and Chris Woodhouse's escort, which I don't think Chris came out. So next big class, class 39, there's over 10 of them.
It's amazing, isn't it? You think, oh, there's 59 classes. You wouldn't expect to be in one with a dozen cars.
11 cars facing class 39, which is touring cars pre-1980 up to 2 litres. Oh, that was a little bit smoky entry into turn 2.
Very, that's a big lock up there.
The Fiat 124. of Ford, the poorly named Ford. Brazy's gone through in a 55.1. I think that was enough to move him into second place in class, maybe. A bunch of Ford Escorts fighting over the class victory. David Garland is the best of the non-Escorts.
Thomas Kay and his father Phillips Mark II Escort. He's been a keen punter all weekend, actually.
He's third in class. He needs a second to get past Steve Brazier, and he needs 1.8 seconds to get to Lawler.
That thing's got a Honda S2000 engine under the bonnet.
That sounds, yes, that sounds familiar. That's Phil Kay's old car.
It is indeed, yeah. Thomas has just started racing in Formula Ford, only 18 years of age. Anthony Lawler on course now in the Mark II Escort, the beautiful green Poison Ivy car.
Class leader on a 54.2, and he's looking to go better. His first split is fastest of the class.
Well, 3 years in a row he's won this class at Leyburn, so he's looking to make it 4.
Brazy's gone through in a 55.1 to improve, but it's not going to be enough, I think. Thomas Kay was slower. David Garland was his best, but it wasn't enough to improve position. He stays 4th. Brailsford is 5th at the moment. He hasn't come out. Lawrence is in the Dolomite, is out in 6th place. Where's Lawler? He should be just about finishing the lap now.
Paul Ritchie balancing our position now in the Mark II Escort.
53.6 from Lawler. So that underlines it. 33rd fastest overall, actually.
That is very impressive.
For a 2-litre Ford Escort. 53.697.
That's
Bevan Reid there in the
Quite
RS3400.
a few cars not coming out for their final run.
Paul Spiteri is the class leader in the Mazda RX-3 on a 54.0, and second in class is Vervoten and the Rainbow Warrior, and he won't be coming out. So Warren Jerskowski is the rival then. The enormous Commodore needs to find 0.8 of a second to get past Paul Spiteri's RX-3.
You might have lost a bit there on the exit of turn 2.
I can see Paul lining up the RX-3. Fastest sector for Warren, fastest to first sector, and that's fastest for the class for the weekend as well. That's better than Paul's best split.
This could be a shake-up. He's come out of turn 5 into the turn 6.
Holden versus Mazda. Is it enough to claim the class lead? No, he gets past Vervoten for second in class, but falls 0.37 seconds short. Spiteri claims the class, so he can do a celebratory final run when he lines up after Stephen Clements brings the Ferrari out for a run. His class has long been decided in his favour. He's running out of sequence with the other cars in his class. It's actually the car's running as a Group S car, so he's runs much further up his class is much further up the field. Sorry, he's Group T, I should say, that Barry. So he's in the same class as Barry Campbell and Ray Davis, and he already had the beat.
Oh, he's pinched a brake there, locked it all the way into turn 2.
He's given it some welly. Treating a Ferrari how it should be treated.
Oh, another big lock up there at turn 3, and that runs him wide.
Well, he won't improve his time, but he's already got the class 1. Paul Spiteri on his way in the Mazda RX-3 Group C car.
Another one who's already won his class, but going out there to underline the point.
Bevan Reid, just by the by, in the 3.4-litre Capri, couldn't get onto the podium. He needed to find an extra 2 seconds to get onto the podium, so he stays 4th.
Mark Crespin heading down the straight now. Now, he's one of the top 10 contender outright, as well as dominating his class in that Cobra.
Spiteri has set the fastest class time of the weekend to the first split. So Gozakowski had already taken it off him, but he gets it back. There we go, class victory in the final run of the day of 53.7. He already had the class one, but let's go faster anyway. On your Paul, great run in the Mazda. Warren Gozakowski second in class, and Ian Vervoden, is it Ian?
Yeah, Ian.
Ian Vervoden, third, I should say, in the unfortunately damaged Mazda RX-3 after his run about an hour or so ago.
John Sitton's just passing our position now in the Datsun 240Z.
He's in the same class as Mark Crespin, just by the way. And, you know, up until, oh goodness, Crespin set a 49.3. His gap over John Siddons was only about 0.2.
That's extraordinary, isn't it?
So he's found another whole second on that last lap.
What can John Siddons do?
And it was all in the first sector too. His second sector was a bit slow.
I suppose the first sector is more straight, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, that's his advantage, I suppose. Yeah. So does John have anything in this final run? Oshlak in the Porsche was fourth in class. He's trying to get to Cameron Lepp in the pink Datsun. And Cameron didn't come out for a run that time. So he will stay third in class. So it's just, what can John Siddons do in his final run? He was a bit off the pace, slightly off the pace. 4/10 off of his best. So second in class. I suppose against Crespin, that's all he could have hoped for. But yeah, much closer than it might have been for most of the weekend. And here's Matt Love, new car to the class. He's back in the class at the moment. Car not really suited for the conditions, being a rally car, and he's some 6 seconds adrift of Doug Stewart's Porsche 944. Good time from Vanderdrift, moves up 20 places in the overall standings.
That's superb.
In the Porsche 914, but stayed in the same position in class. So congratulations to Mark Crespin. Although, well, yeah, I suppose it's still hard work to beat John Siddons, no matter how much horsepower that advantage you may or may not have.
Blaise Pascal just passing us now. Blaise Paris, I should say.
And he has got this class shot to bits. He's 2.5 seconds clear as he's pushing into his top 10. And
yeah, seventh outright.
And that's with Craig Matthew in the same class.
Yep. Yeah, so Blaise Paris, seventh outright with the best lap of 47.9 seconds.
Yeah. Craig Matthews' best was a 50.5, and unfortunately, I don't think we'll see Craig back again. He damaged the car on the last run.
Diane Fuller on course now in the Triumph TR7.
Nyland's already come through in his Porsche 911, and he's third in class, 53.09. It was 2.5 seconds to Matthew, so second place looked like it was going to be out of reach. But I guess the deal there is that he's got to defend against Kent Kessiker's car. He's only got 6/10 of a second advantage over Kent.
Gina Sitton's just passing our position. Only 2 cars in her class, and she's already got it won.
And here's Bernice Stratton. Is Bernice the other car in the class?
No, she's the only car in her class.
Ah, okay. Getting towards the end of the day now.
We now have less than 40 cars to go. Should I say fewer than 40 cars to go? Michael Dare in the Mazda RX-7 Turbo. Oh, he's locked up a brake at turn 2 and run wide on the grass. It's ruined this lap.
come out for the last run, but Dave Roberts already had that one in that the 3 V8 Capris, that is. Sorry, the 3 V8 MGBs. But Dave had a 1.8 second advantage in the car with the Dart V8 engine. Oh, it's on here for the for Doug Swan versus Dare.
Yeah.
There's only 2 cars in that class, but they're very close. The RX-7 versus the MR2.
They've been close all weekend. Now, I don't think Swan has come out for the final.
No, he has.
Okay,
He's coming around. He'll be the next car across the line. There he is, and it's 0.3 of a second between them, and Dare in the RX-7 has pinched the win away from Doug Swan on the last run. Doug had it, and he's lost it. Great run from Michael Dare to claim the victory in the Mazda RX-7 Turbo.
Greg Ross lining up now in the BMW M4.
The next class was Roger Garcia versus the Corvette, and the Corvette's crashed, unfortunately, so no change to class 51. Moving on to class 53. Big class, this one. Currently being led by Jordan Spiteri in the Suzuki. Oh, here come the 3 MGBs now. They're running slightly out of order. So I now have to go back to see where the MGB V8 class is. That's class 48. I need to backtrack about 4 classes.
So Barry Evans, the first one to come out in this group with the 4.6 litre V8.
He's currently second on a 55.9. Dave Roberts is on the line now. Here he comes in a 54.0. Looks like Bear didn't come out in the Sebring.
6 litre V8 power in Dave Roberts' car.
Yeah, that a Dart V8 engine, which is a Ford style, but yeah, more or less like a NASCAR engine with a bit more besides.
Dave's been racing since 1972 in various classes, including sports sedans and rallycross.
That car of his is amazing to look at. Underneath the bonnet, the engineering work behind that car, it's something to look at. Evans has come through with a 56.4, half a second away from his best. So yeah, Roberts really had the race won already. Unless Evans was able to find something crazy to complete the lap. A 54.4 for Roberts, 0.4 off of his best. So there's a class victory there. So we'll move on to class 53 then. A little bit of a hold-up. Have we had a car off the track somewhere? Or are we holding
Not that
for
I can
time?
see, but...
It's 3:20. We've still got a bit of time before our planned end of competition. We've got some of the juniors coming through for another run. So we certainly want to get all the juniors through for one more. James Prean in the Citroen C4 was one of the cars that we saw. Has the only car that's gone through and completed a run in the Class 53, which is the first of the special interest classes, up to 2 litres. So that was James's fastest time of the weekend, actually, a 61.8 in the little Citroen. Oh, and there's Bob there in the MGB Sebring.
Glorious sound, isn't it?
Yeah, the Rover V8. That sounds fantastic, doesn't it? Whether it's a Triumph TR8 or an MGB or a Rover Vitesse. Or a Leyland P76.
Hannah Michelle just passing her position now in the Subaru Impreza that she shares with her brother Owen. Now, last time I checked, she was half a second in front of her brother.
Yes, and that's still the same. 61.9 versus a 62.6. So it's, well, 0.7 of a second then.
Currently 17 years old. She started racing when she was 12. She loves working on the race car with her dad.
Oh, this is the last time in the junior class for her then. 18 is aging out. Spiteri is the fastest at the moment, but the junior class isn't decided on lap times, it's decided on regularity. So that time through for Murphy, Lachlan Murphy in the other Suzuki Swift, was a 63.4. So waiting on Brock McQueen to come through, as there's Hannah Michelle records a 61.9. Got a good sector, but not improved lap time. The aforementioned best named racing driver in the field, Brock McQueen, is in the Toyota Echo, will be the next car to the finish line.
Sophia Devitt just passing our position in her father's BMW. Her father, Matt Devitt, races that car in Queensland Touring Car Series.
Matt racing one of the Bevan Batham cars himself this weekend. Seems right off the top of the entry list. McQueen's come through with a 60.8 and stays fifth fastest in the Echo. Is behind 3 Hyundais and Jordan Spiteri. Oh, hello, there was a rerun for the Honda Civic of Joseph Clift.
No, I don't think he's come out in this run, so this is his first go in this run.
No, I'm sure the car was out before because he's one of the lowest numbers in the class.
Yeah, but I think he's running. I think they're running in a bit mixed order at the moment.
Okay.
Because I'm shuffling backwards and forwards through our info sheets.
There's Isabella Murdoch coming up right now. Murphy sets his best lap time in this. Both the Suzuki Swifts have improved. I say both, but only one's been through. Yep. Murphy has improved to be a 63.4, no change of position. So we're waiting on Joseph Clift to come around in the Honda Civic, and then there's a little bit of a break.
Isabella Murdoch on the grid now. She's been racing since she was 14, one of our competitors in the juniors competition, which, as Mark Jones mentioned earlier, is for drivers under the age of 18 years. And of course they're competing for the Mike and Ann Collins Memorial Trophy. And I think it's lovely that two people so associated with the growth and development and the beginning of this event, their name lives on in a tribute to the future of the event.
Well said, sir. Here's Murdoch. Oh, smoky burnout off the line. I'm pretty sure that wasn't intentional.
It's impressive, though.
Bogged down a bit after that. So she's learning all the lessons of how to start a race car?
Yep, there's two parts to a race start. Getting it off the line and then getting it up through the gears. Oh, she's pinched a brake on the way into turn 2, but I don't think it's really cost her anything.
She's trying, huh?
Yeah, it's good to see. Go hard or go home.
Brock McQueen is the next driver in front of her. Oh, here's Jordan Spiteri, the class leader in this blue and red Suzuki Swift. First generation Suzuki Swift.
This is Jordan's 4th year of competing in the juniors at Leyburn.
Oh, it'll just be just about his last then.
Yeah, he's also competing in the XL series in Queensland, and he ran in the XL competition at Bathurst last year.
I remember that, actually.
Pepper Wickham has just gone past in another one of the Hyundai XLs.
I remember you nominating early in the weekend as one of the most immaculately presented cars in the field.
Yeah, it's very nicely turned out, that car. This is Pepper's 2nd year of competing here in the juniors competition.
She's currently 4th fastest.
She's learning fast.
She needs to find 2 seconds to get on the podium.
That's a challenge.
And against 2 other XLs as well. It's not just Jordan Spiteri, it's there's 2 XLs, and when you're racing against the same car, yeah, that makes it that much harder, doesn't it?
Now the John Connolly and Phil Alexander BMW is lined up on the grid next.
So Daniel Kirby is the car that's in 3rd place that Pepper Wickham's chasing. Couldn't get there. Best time of the weekend for Pepper with a 60.3, but Daniel Kirby was on a 58.6. 58.1 for Harris in second place, and Jordan Spiteri takes the class victory with a 54.6, so 3.5 seconds over the Suzuki beating the XLs. So we're moving through the special interest class. As we mentioned, Alexander and Connolly BMW leading them away, with Alexander to start the class. Now they're currently 7th and 8th in class, Phil and John. Phil in front by 1.2 seconds.
He's kicked up some dust on the exit of turn 1 there.
I guess there's no disgrace for Connolly to be 1.2 seconds behind a driver of Alexander's experience.
Yeah, exactly. Phil Alexander would be one of the most experienced competitors in the event here this weekend, surely.
Oh, wow. Hinchcliffe and the Sierra Cosworth went through before with a 54.9 to move into second place in class. To move into, I think he must have already been at second. There's a little bit of a gap there, but his best time on his last run of the day. The threat, he didn't get to Mullins and the Starion, who's our class leader, 1.7 seconds up the road. The threat for second place is Andrew McMaster in the BMW E30 series car.
One of the Hyundai XLs just passing our position. That's one of the double-entered cars.
Oh, that'll be the Kirby car, I think.
Yep, Daniel Kirby, driving the car owned by Stephen Kirby. This is Daniel's third year of running in the juniors, and he won the Mike and Ann Collins Trophy last year.
He's sharing the car with Lachlan and Alistair Harris. There's the Peugeot. Richard Markin, he's currently 4th in class, so he's a threat to get onto the podium. He's actually only a 10th behind McMaster. And McMaster's the next car out. So this is a fascinating final run for these two. McMaster's going to have to work. He's within touching distance of second place in class, but the threat to push off the podium is a stronger one. It's a great run by Hinchcliffe in the Sierra Sapphire. Hinchcliffe, I should say. Here's the Starion getting a rerun. Is he getting a rerun?
No, he's running in turn. That's Stephen Mullins, currently leading the class, I believe.
Yes, he is. 53.2. So he's got 1.8 seconds on Hinchcliffe, who's already been through in the Sierra. So Markin and the Peugeot, who's currently 4th, was slower on his final run, so he won't get onto the podium. But can McMaster try and get to second? No, he can't. Crosses the line in a 55.3. He got the gap down to 0.4 of a second, but he will be 3rd, and Hinchcliffe in the Sierra will be 2nd. And Mullins in the Starion just too far up the road.
Owen Michelle in the Impreza leaving the line. Now, can he beat his sister? Because that's the most important part of the competition, isn't it? You want to get bragging rights when you get home.
Makes you wonder, though, if you're the faster car, that means you're less likely to be the consistent one, doesn't it?
Not necessarily, because they reckon in the regularities the trick is to go almost as fast as you can, because you get less variation than if you're going much slower. Although I've never done a regularity, so I'm not speaking from experience. Simon Boss Walker passes us now in the V8 Falcon Ute, the ex-Andrew Fisher car.
Made the corner this time.
Yep.
Did the last time.
Simon's been racing here since 2010, so that's 16 years he's been competing at this event.
When he started racing, he had a powder blue Falcon Sprint.
I do remember that car, yes.
And unfortunately, he snotted it pretty hard here, and that was the end of that car, unfortunately.
Glenn Mitchell goes by now in the VK Commodore with the mobile Peter Brock livery on it. Running a 333 stroker with Haltech fuel injection. Owen
Michelle didn't beat Hannah's time. So Big Sister got the win. younger sister. Your sister. Oh my goodness, it's the XR6 Barra. Jamie Chant, you've been done.
Can he see to drive? There's a
He can't.
cabin's full of smoke.
Oh dear, it's taken to the end of the day, but Jake Murdoch has put Jamie Chant in his place for a top burnout. Simon Boss Walker wins his class, just by the by, in the V8 Falcon U.
Now the car is still smoking, and I see a rubber belt lying on the racing line at turn 1.
Oh dear.
So I'm guessing that Falcon probably needs that belt. It probably does something important. Keep his pants up.
Yeah. Keep the turbo spool.
Yeah. Well, I say on the racing line, the little Aussie racing car was able to fit between it and the apex.
Barely noticed it. And there we see, in close there's that rubber belt that's come off of the Falcon Turbo.
Because it definitely wasn't there before he entered. And then when he disappeared after the smoke cleared, I thought, oh, you might need that.
Jake Murdoch, a little piece of your race car has been left at turn 1. Return to the lost and found department where you can ignore it at your leisure. Here's John Connolly coming through in the BMW. Will the smoke cloud from Jake Murdoch's Falcon have cleared by the time you get round to the end of the lap?
There's not a lot of wind down low, but I've been watching that big black cloud steadily moving northeast, so there must be some wind up high.
Last car. That's it. John Connolly is our last car out in the BMW 325i. Not many of the top-class special interest cars came out for a final run. Jake Murdoch already won the class, actually, over Ross in the BMW N4, then Gormley, Bell and Callagher in the other V8 replica cars. Kurt Kratzmann had already won his class in the Porsche 904 replica prior to his unfortunate accident. Matt Reed won his class as well, fighting against all those motorcycle-powered specials, including the Aussie racing cars and the MacTac. And the final class in the field, and none of them came out for one final run, and Scott Dean has beaten his mate Chris Ching by a second in the end, 51.4 versus 52.5, with Glenn Brinkman in the RS Cosworth Escort on a 52.7. That was actually a really close class in the end. I thought the Escort might have been a bit too much for Dean and Ching. But that's the conclusion of the racing action. We're going to go into the trophy presentations almost immediately. So for those of you who want to attend the trophy presentations, get down there to the front of the Royal Hotel immediately for our prezos. First, second and third outright presentation has been relocated to the front of the pub and will take place immediately, also to take advantage of our live stream. Town Crier will be announcing the start of proceedings, so listen out for that. We've also got three named trophies, which include the juniors, the Mike and Collins Junior Trophy. And there's a couple of other trophies to award that. They'll be up momentarily at the historic Leyburn Sprints. We'll take a little bit of a break and come back for the podium prezos. I'm Mark Jones. Alongside me all throughout the weekend has been David Patterson. And we have thoroughly enjoyed bringing the 30th historic Leyburn Sprints. Thank you to all of our marshals who put all the things together. Thank you to our sponsors. We couldn't have done any of this without you. Thank you to all of our spectators, who I hope you have thoroughly enjoyed being a part of the weekend. And we shall see you next time you go racing somewhere around southeast Queensland. I'm likely to be there, and I'm looking forward to seeing you all there. And go to Supercars next weekend.
It's time for the good times. Forget about the bad times, yeah. One day to come together to release the
For the 30th time the sprints have been run, filling the town with noise and fun. Leyburn locals should be proud, the roar of engines thrilled the crowd. But now the time has come to see who of the drivers are the top of the tree. Here in front of the Royal Hotel, who won the trophies? Who can tell? With loving care and fearless heart, they lined up bravely at the start. They should be admired for being here. We hope to see them again next year. Hurrah for all the competitors. God bless Australia. Now, ladies and gentlemen, a loud and cheerful cheer for our president, our working president, Trisha Chant.
Thank you very much. And as I do my usual trick every year, I start to lose my voice at this time of the weekend. It actually is a little bit better than it was about 2 hours ago. Maybe those quick couple of beers just before helped. I know I say the same thing every year, but thank you so much to everyone for coming to Leyburn this year. Obviously, it's a special one for us, being the 30th anniversary. And I know I've said it many times in the past few days, but, you know, who would have thought back in 1996 that we'd be still here and still strong and still, you know, have the event that it is, but not only what it is, but, you know, comparison back to 1996, and there's a couple of people here who have raced every year since 1996, so they would be best placed to remember how big it has grown and how much improvements we have made. And a lot of that is obviously because you guys want to keep coming back next year, which gives us, the committee, the drive to keep improving and keep trying to keep think of new things and whatnot to keep the event fresh every single year. Yeah! But so thank you very much for everyone attending. Thank you to all our volunteers, all our sponsors, all our Motorsport Australia officials and flaggies and everyone else that comes along. They do it all 100% voluntarily, just like we do in the committee. And we do it because we love the place and we want to see the place prosper. And of course, we wouldn't be able to do it without the support of the citizens of Leyburn. You know, having, you know, up to 20,000 people descend on their little town for a weekend is sometimes can be a bit daunting, but they take it in their stride and they love it as well. So thank you very much. And now we've got our local Member of Parliament, James Lister, to say a few words.
Thank you, Trish. Thank you, everyone. It's fantastic to see this event culminate in this presentation of trophies here. As Trish has said, this event depends on the competitors and the crowds who come from far and wide at their own expense to participate. That's a wonderful thing to see, and I sincerely congratulate the committee of the historic Leyburn Sprints and the President, Trisha Chant, for putting this together, because it is an enormous undertaking to put on an event like this year after year after year. So my sincere congratulations go to you and all the volunteers, and not just the volunteers with the historic sprints themselves, but also you saw the kids singing the national anthem yesterday. You see the Lions clubs around the place, the RSL and many others. It's a wonderful tribute to the community. I'm so proud to be the local member in this neck of the woods. And I want to thank, last of all, the sponsors who've done a wonderful thing in providing the funding that volunteers can't do. So there are many corporate sponsors that you'll see, and also Tourism and Events Queensland and the Southern Downs Regional Council. So well done and thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so not to keep you in suspense, but in a moment we'll be presenting the outright trophies for first, second and third over here at the podium board. And then we're going to bring the drivers across and we'll do a champagne spray. And that'll be the conclusion of our first, second and third outright ceremony. We'll bring the trailer down and we'll finish off with the class trophies. Those of you who've been here regularly might be pleased to realise that we're running a bit earlier than we normally would. So thank you. Won't be a moment. So we have we have some more. We have now we want to do the 1, 2, 3. Okay. So if you're ready and the people with the trophies are ready, bring the trophies forward, please. And Councillor Richters, Councillor Watley. Okay, so where are our first, second and third drivers? It's really no secret, but I will announce who they are. The order is the same as it was in 2025. So in third position outright, Brett Bull. And Brett's time was 44.1490 seconds. Second place, Warwick Hutchinson, 43.744. Glenn Amos, 40.5840. Well ahead, more than 3 seconds up. We'd like you three drivers to come and stand in front of the 1, 2, 3 board, if you would, please. Just for a quick photo. Come over here, Dino. Brett. Let's get you adjusted to... Okay, mate. Make sure you stand behind the right one. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a round of applause. First, second and third. 2026 Historic Leyburn Sprints, the 30th anniversary.
Thank you. Coming up.
Okay, thank you. So let's bring you up behind, beside your cars now, please. No, champagne with the cars, I think. Right. Let's bring you over with your cars, please. Just stand in front of your cars. Brett just off the left wing, Dino in the middle, and off the right wing. Sorry, Brett. Warwick off the left. I'm sorry, in on there. That side. I want him in on there, please.
Right here?
Yep. Quite a photograph. That's better.
Thank you very much. Yeah. I'm not sure. Not on the politician.
Pull these corks while we're standing here, right?
Okay, let's pull the corks. Here we go. Three guys together. A few more photographs.
I needed did that like a hole in the head.
Yeah. You're welcome.
One more.
Well done. So while we're moving on to the next stage, can I ask those three drivers to come and join me here for a minute, please? Warwick, Dean, Brett, could you come back here, please? What we want now is to just hear the story of your weekend. All of you had different experiences. We'll start with Brett and we'll move on. Now, tell us about your weekend. Which run did you do your best time on?
My best time was last run. Had a little mess up on my part in the second last run, but yeah, last run, which is usually the case here. Takes me a while to warm into it.
Conditions get better and better, and you were happy with your car all the weekend? You didn't have to do much to it?
No, very happy with the car. Car's a really good thing. Very happy with how all that works. But no, it just takes, old fellas take a little while to warm into their, get their eye in, etc. So yeah, that's just me.
Thank you, Brett. Now, Warwick, how would you feel about a new regulation for 2027 where we make sure that Dean Amos gets square wheels?
Oh, well, maybe 3 wheels. No, congratulations to Dean. Excellent driver, great team. Little Juddy, I'll just shout out to little Juddy, Dean's son, Glenn's grandson, pushed and helped and steered our cars all weekend. The next generation is here, people, and we should congratulate that. We should encourage that. So, yes.
Thank you, Warwick. Brett, Dino, the 11th win, and as Warwick said, this was the first one where you bought your young fella. That means a lot.
Yeah, it's good. He helped everyone out. He seemed to help everyone else by me, but he steered the car up to the line, which was nice, and get him involved. And anyway, hopefully in 10 years' time, he might be running that car there, but we'll see.
How old is he?
He's 6. He's 7 next weekend.
Well, there you go. He started early, and before you know it, he'll be kicking you out of the seat. So your best run was on, wasn't on the last run, I don't think, was it?
No, my best run was the first run this morning. It should have been the second run, but I made a mistake in turn 1 and threw it all away. So, yeah, anyway.
And how are you finding the conditions today?
Today was good. Yesterday we struggled to get the time out of the car, but today was good. Yeah, it's just I made a mistake, and yeah, that's why we didn't get a good time.
Well, we always ask this question, this is the 11th time you won. It's a remarkable record. But what are you going to do? And I guess the question is, why do you keep coming back?
Oh, it's just a good event. It's like a social event for us. Driving the cars is secondary, So the town of Leyburn, there's nothing like it to drive around the streets and slide the cars around, and yeah, it's great.
Well, that's fantastic. Thank you, guys, very much indeed. We're going to move on to some other presentations now. But once again, congratulations, Brett Ball, Warwick Hutchinson and Dean Amos, the fastest guys around Leyburn.